I guess all y'all saw that fat idiot Drewski making fun of me. Well, when he makes fun of me, he makes fun of God. The only thing that will make this right is for y'all to give. So get out your purses and...
Fresh out of YouTube jail, and I'm going right back to the 5150 show. Let's go get it, man. This last episode was crazy. This was like the sequel episode. There's a bunch of sequels on it. Y'all already know him and Anton Daniels, Corey Holcomb and Anton Daniels got into it. So you know Corey had to readdress it because Anton Daniels was talking his stuff. So Corey only do one a week, and he gonna come back and see it. But it was also another sequel to, they brought back up Drewski and Pastors hating and all that stuff, man. We finna jump in this episode. They bring it back up. Y'all know they gonna say it. I know it's gonna go crazy though. Let's jump into this. Before we do that though, hit that like, subscribe, hype, all that stuff. I'm out of YouTube jail, baby. Let's get back to this buddy. Let's go.
Thank you for that segue, Corey, because speaking of Drewski, of course, you know, his whole thing is not dying down over that whole video, as some people were actually trying to call it an attack on church. Well, one pastor who's speaking up, there's several, but the one that really stood out to me, and I just want to...
The one who's looking for clout.
A couple of them. But this one, if you recall, people didn't know that's the same pastor. This guy, Mike Todd, he gave a whole sermon on it. Of course, he looked different, and people that follow him or know of him well were like, oh, they noticed that he dressed down, so he didn't dress his elaborate self like he usually
The art
does.
of ducking the fade. I like that.
So
How did he look? You got pictures of him?
like that at his sermon, just plain black.
They ain't got. Is this part of the thing?
Yes, the loose talk. But listen, so here we go. So people forget that that's the same pastor. Remember we talked about a pastor who had did the loogie and then smeared it in that guy's face during that sermon? That's him.
No, I don't know. What's the look?
That's him.
Some funny shit.
He spit.
Can we speak in layman terms? He spit?
He spit a big, huge, nasty loogie in his hand at one of his sermons and rubbed it in this guy's face. Turns out that guy is his brother.
So they hustling.
And he did that. So it's like, here we go. So here's the same guy. So now he comes on and is speaking about the Drewski thing. Oh, I didn't take that personally. Oh, I didn't. Yeah, you are.
Right.
He take it personally?
Well, that's what he's saying on his.
He said, his thing is he didn't take it personally.
He's trying to say that.
Well,
like,
if you spit in your hand and wipe it in your brother's face, I can't you take it personally.
Oof. See. So anyway, but this is the same Pastor Mike Todd, who did that to.
Do we have pictures of
the
it?
Same guy. Yeah, I think if you look that up, Abe, but anyway, apparently too, I think he was the same pastor that wore that Dior jacket where Drewski is mimicking. So
so he's the one Drewski was mimicking the most.
He called him a bitch, didn't he?
Who?
Didn't in the sermon one of them pastors say that bitch ass nigga?
That's somebody else. You're thinking of the other guy.
Oh, so there was a pastor who said bitch ass nigga about Drewski.
There's a few of them.
Look at that. Oh, that's backdooria, dog. Look at that. His mouth open while he did it.
That's the nigga that turned off the lights for Teddy Pendergraft. Turned off the lights.
But anyway, so that's the same pastor who had did that whole spitting incident. It's like,
that's moisture, man.
It's like, what are you doing?
Man. So he fucking his brother?
Yeah.
That's super. That is super backdoory when you fucking your own brother. That's
yeah. So I didn't like.
I got a bunch of brothers. You better not never put some spit in your hand and rub it on. Don't even come by me with spit anywhere other than your mouth. That's man. None of that. I'm itching. I'm gonna jump in the shower after hearing that.
Look, just don't say anything at all about it.
What did he say to his brother when he finna nut?
Don't tell mama. I don't know.
He'll turn to wash the dishes.
Backdooria, nigga. That's gory.
Backrovia.
Yeah, that's process.
He said,
who is that dude?
This dude, man.
That's another one. But look, you know what he said?
I think that's who
the same
Drewski
guy.
was mimicking.
That nigga elephantitis
he
down there,
also
bro.
said the same Pastor Mike.
Look at that.
That's his real body.
What? Look at
That's
that.
his real body.
Look at Drewski got his ass.
Wait, even to the down to the T.
I didn't even know.
We found
who is that dude? Is that comedian Bo Peep?
No, that's a pastor.
Hey man, let me tell you something, dog. That looked like comedian Bo Peep. Is that Bo Peep?
Phil says no.
That ain't him, Phil.
No.
Look at that dude.
I thought that's the same.
Oh my God! Can
That's
somebody
the same
find a
guy.
picture of comedian Bo Peep?
I thought that's the
I
same.
thought
guy,
that was
Pastor
Bo
Todd.
Peep, homie.
Mm-mm.
Bo Peep used to be on Comic View, and he was dressed in drag doing something, and everybody thought he was moist.
But anyway,
I thought that was the homie Bo Peep.
I thought
Did
that's
you
the
find a
same guy.
picture of comedian Bo Peep?
Anyway, this particular pastor says as well.
They go
that,
Bo Peep. You tell me that dude don't look like Bo Peep?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Put
he
them right
does.
next to each other.
I
I
kinda
thought
see
Bo
He look
Peep
like him,
grew
though.
some hair or something.
Nah,
Look
he
at
younger than him. I know
that.
what
You
you're
tell
talking
me they
about.
don't look alike, or is it just me? Is it just me?
Yeah, maybe
Okay,
No,
my
they looking
bad.
like they looking.
they resemble,
He
but
looked like Bo Peep if his hair was made up on set.
that's him.
Bo
That's the
Peep
same guy
older.
we're talking about.
Much respect, Bo Peep. I don't want no problem.
Anyway,
I like Bo Peep.
That's the same pastor, but basically in this, when he was trying to make light of it, like, oh, he wasn't talking to me, but he did say, oh, the people are so busy on the internet looking at all that stuff that they were too busy, that they didn't play with their kids because they're busy arguing over this whole Drewski parody, church parody.
Man, look, man, you gotta give
Damn.
Drewski credit
Oh,
on his
so genius, so funny.
on his
Right.
ideas to get up under certain people's skin.
Yeah.
Because at the racetrack, that was classic.
Oh, that is
And this one is one of the ones that I really see is getting up under people's skin.
nerve. Oh,
Just get a man credit for coming up with clever things to get up under certain people's skin. Because
Right.
people think you're not supposed to do certain things.
yeah.
And I'm just saying, he really does it in a way where it's like,
Bro, I know that the Black Panther ain't out there taking up for the illegals, bro.
Philadelphia is still one of the biggest black cities in concentration in the United States. And so when you think about the AME Church or, Hebrew Israelite organizations, the North American Moorish organizations, and the Black Church, you're going to find all of these people in Philadelphia. And when you think about a historic organization like the Black Panther Party, it's not uncommon to see remnants of that organization in Philadelphia. But what they're doing in Philadelphia is different.
Hey, listen, check this out. Me and the comrades out here in Northeast Philly, you know why we're here? Because we was told ICE was hopping on people over here, over at the Brazilian bakery and over here in the neighborhoods. Now, yeah, we came out here and we see like them Sprinter vans parked and all these blacked out vehicles parked, but it's like maybe they're in their hotels getting some sleep or something, or maybe they knew that the Black Panther Party was coming, Like I said before, and like I say it again, and like Huey Newton said back in the day, the Black Panther Party is an internationalist group. So we stand with all oppressed people, no matter what your ethnic background is, no matter what your cultural background is. We stand with all oppressed people. So a war on the immigrants of the United States of America is a war on everybody in America. It ain't just a war on people who just came here, or even people who've been here for a while and couldn't get their green card for whatever reason. See, they couldn't get their green card for the last 20, 30 years, but you've been enjoying their food, though. You've been enjoying taking your car to them instead of taking it to the Midas or something because it's going to be cheaper, though, right? But now they out here getting chased around and killed, and you won't do nothing about it. Hey, dig this. ICE ain't just coming after us. They just killed an unarmed black man in L.A. But you sitting up here acting like, oh, that's not our fight. Be real. All power to the people.
Now, the tall, light-skinned brother is named Chairman Paul Birdsong, okay? And he's on TikTok with, two different accounts. One with 19,000 followers and another one that's much smaller. But he is representing himself as a part of the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. Was founded in 1966 by Huey P. Newton and Bobby Seale in Oakland, California. The Black Panther Party was effectively disbanded in 1982. Now, after 1982, a new edition of the Black Panther Party would assemble in 1989 called the New Black Panther Party, which is not the same organization as the original Black Panther Party founded by Huey P. Newton and Bobby Seale. In fact, this new Black Panther Party was founded in Dallas by Aaron Michaels and later led publicly by Malik Zulu Shabazz. You would also see Khalid Muhammad associated with this organization at some time in the early 90s. So if the original Black Panther Party stopped in 1982, and the new Black Panther Party came in 1989. Then the question is, who the hell is this guy?
I'm not seeing any of the old members confirming that these guys are legitimate. Maybe they are. I don't know who this leader is. Supposedly he's Puerto Rican, and just a lot of questions keep popping up.
When people started to see Chairman Paul Birdsong come about, especially got this man doing patrol, protecting, different groups, immigrant groups from ICE, people are concerned. Like, yo, this guy looks like he's Puerto Rican. He's not necessarily Black. And I'm not seeing, any of the old members. And again, people are correct to say this. But then this guy, Paul Birdsong, would respond to this.
A lot of people are saying that we should not stand up against ICE because we're standing for people that aren't us. And Black Panthers only stand for Black people. That is a lie. Huey P. Newton said that we are internationalists and we stand with all oppressed people, no matter what color they are. That's the founder of the Black Panther Party that said that. So everybody who's running around talking about Black Panthers don't stand up for people other than Black people don't know a damn thing about the Black Panther Party. That's thing number one. Thing number two, the Black Panther Party created something called the Rainbow Coalition, which is a coalition of Hispanics, Asians, whites, and Blacks from all over the world working together to fight oppression.
Again, Chairman Paul Birdsong is still attaching himself to the Black Panther Party, and he's clapping back with some historical evidence. And what he's saying about Huey P. Newton in the Black Panther movement in the 60s and 70s is 100% true. He's not lying at all. All of those things, Rainbow Coalition, collaborating with the Hispanics, collaborating with poor whites, all of this is 100% factual. So when he's saying he's standing up for ICE and he's holding on to the original tenets of the Black Panther Party, technically he is not wrong. But what is still the issue?
If someone is really about creating an organization, why basically exploit the name of another organization? Create your own organization and create your own legacy. Even if you are inspired by the Black Panther Party, to me, that sounds like exploitation. Like when somebody takes the name of an established group that has a track-rich record of bold, courageous, revolutionary action, and you're basically hijacking their name, hijacking their brand, and using it to promote yourself.
So the situation is that this guy, Paul Birdsong, has been doing some controversial rallies and protests, some being armed in the city of Philadelphia. An attorney New Possibilities is questioning the motive. Now, if you are really fascinated and inspired by the Black Panthers, then number one, why are you taking their name? You are calling yourself the Black Panthers for Self-Defense, which is the original organization that was disbanded in 1982. And even the Black Panther Party or the new Black Panther Party would attach the new Black Panther Party onto their name in 1989 just to differentiate themselves from the original Black Panther Party. This is what is going on. So why are you doing this? And then basically there's another issue.
And my question is this, like, if you are really a revolutionary, like, why just pop up at this particular time? There have been many slayings of Black people in our community by the police, but we didn't see this group emerge during those events.
So there have been police brutalities, towards Black Americans and people in the community. Why just pop up at this particular times? We didn't see this activism anywhere else. And if you're an activist, we would see you all the time and not just this. But then there's a bigger issue here. Huey P. Newton's niece got word about this guy in Philadelphia, Paul Birdsong, and she was not happy about it.
I'm going to try to make this video as calmly as possible. My name is Maisha Newton. My father's name was Walter Newton. He was the brother of Huey Percy Newton, who started the Black Panther Party in Oakland, California. Okay, my handle name is Maisha 415 Newton. I got birth certificate, paperwork, and a whole bunch of Newtons who are ready to listen. This goes out to the Black Panther Party, the new United Black Panther Party, whoever's out there protesting with these Somalians. I'm about to get a cease and desist order against you, and I'm about to sue you because you guys are not going to defame my uncle's name like that. We're not doing that. See you in court.
But wait, guys, there's more.
General Mike Payne, national leader of the original Black Panther Party here. We have received many emails from people asking, what is our official stance on the ICE situation? I need you all to listen and understand what I'm telling you. We, the original Black Panther Party, in good conscience, cannot risk life and limb of our people for groups of people who have not risked life and limb for us. Just because we have a common enemy, that does not equate to us having a common problem. If this was so, now listen to me. If we had a common problem and enemy, where were the immigrants or even the Black immigrants as a whole when Breonna Taylor, Tyree Nichols, Trayvon Martin, Rollin Hill, Ahmaud Arbery, Eric Garner, Michael Brown, where were you at when our people are murdered in the streets, slaughtered in cold blood by an agency that now hunts you? But now that injustice has touched your door, we have something in common. The Black agenda must come first. We are still working on in-house unification. We cannot afford to divide our ranks to help individuals who have not been reciprocatory. Black citizens, we are not the target. Sure, like anything else, a few Black citizens get stopped, hassled, and ID'd. That's been happening to us for 400 plus years. The difference now is we aren't who they're looking for. We don't mean this in a harsh way to any community that migrated here and are targets of ICE. But legal or illegally, this has been our experience since our shackled feet touched the Virginia soil. Welcome to America.
Now, this guy is named Mike Payne. Now, he is saying that he is the leader of the original Black Panthers. Now, by using that name, you would think that this guy is associated with the original Black Panther Party that was founded in 1966. But guess what? He's not a part of the original Black Panther Party either. Now, he is talking. Now, while I do agree with his talking points, especially when it comes to, putting our energy into other people who wouldn't do the same thing for us. The problem with him is that he's only been associated with the Black Panther Party since 2018. In 2018, according to the website, Mike Payne submitted paperwork to begin a chapter in the Commonwealth state that would soon be known as the original Black Panthers of Virginia. Now, the problem with this is that he's calling himself the original Black Panthers when it was just founded in 2018, which is more than 52 years from the original Black Panthers. And so it's a big mess. The problem is that this historical organization of the Black Panthers doesn't have a framework for today's ideology. Now, Huey P. Newton probably could not have imagined what would be happening now in 2026, just like many of the others, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, when civil rights and Pan-Africanism were both going on similar paths. So the issue is that now some of the migrant groups from many Black Americans are looking at them as not contributing toward the cause, only contributing toward their cause. And maybe if Huey P. Newton was still alive today, he would be able to digest that and shift his framework. The issue is because the leaders are no longer here to give framework. Anybody is going out here attaching, their name to the Black Panthers and calling themselves things like the original Black Panthers, the Black Panthers of self-defense. And instead of going out there with their own organizations, they're just looking at an opportunity to steal the name and the vision. And we're seeing it with two different guys with two different philosophies, or two different brothers with two individual frameworks, that some of these guys are getting clout for themselves and using the Black Panthers to come up real. Ultimately, I think that it's sad that these guys are using the original Black Panthers. I think that they should use a different name and not attach, themselves to a framework that's already been established. But hey, this is the Black community. Anything can go here. So, guys, what do you think? It's your boy O'Shea Duke Jackson back at it again with another episode here. We appreciate you.
I didn't even know I was on this.
Hold on, Marky. OG, what's your name? OG?
Yeah, my name OG Agara. I'm a FBA.
You don't stop. Fly, bush meat, and insects? What is you talking about?
No. My father is from here, and my mother is from Nigeria.
I don't believe none of that. That's your picture?
Yes.
Dude, if you don't stop.
No, I had a quick question.
No, brother, don't lie. Come on, man. Bro, you acting them up. And it's okay, brother. Your eyes is jaundiced yellow. Brother.
I'm not here to come and preach hate.
I'm nobody like hate, but don't come in lying, brother. We see you. We can see you, right?
That's neither here or there.
It is here or there. Don't come in talking about you of our lineage. You look like you just auditioned for Shaka Zulu Part 2.
Oh, yeah. Man, I'm I'm a pro-Black. I'm a Pan-African man, but I love these roast sessions. It don't matter what way it go. I be getting cooked too, so this is all good. But
and that's okay. But don't lie. We respect you. You are our brother, but don't do that. No.
I had a question, Tariq.
God damn. I just don't like you coming in lying. Like, I'm FBA. No, you're not. Don't do that. Now, what's on your mind, brother? Let's come on now.
I want to know, why can't FBAs just be calm with white people?
Be calm?
Yeah, just every other culture comes here to this country and we get along and understand them. That way we can get along. But Black Americans, you all stand up and fight them and call them all type of races, and it's just, why not be cool with them?
Okay, so why not be cool with them, right? Sweep it underneath the rug. This is interesting.
Are you over here? Are you in the U.S., sir?
Yes.
OJ, how do you think you were able to come here to the U.S.?
My father came here and he worked hard to get us.
Work hard. God damn it. Okay. It was your father that came over and worked hard.
Yes.
What year did your father get here, OJ?
97.
Okay, he's relatively new. He's new. He got here new. Family, before the 1960s and 70s, the white people didn't want y'all over here. They didn't want Africans over here.
Let me just say this too. Tariq is right. But I have found out when you talk to people about us land.
No, let me jump in for a second. Tariq is incorrect. Remember when I brought out the information about swallow migrants? Nobody in the conscious community, nobody at all knew about what I was talking about. Swallow migrants are people from Jamaica. Yeah. It wasn't even Jamaica yet. From the island we now call Jamaica. That island in 1866, they started migrating, transporting Jamaicans to work on the cotton fields in America. I don't know why the US government did that. That is not my business. But Jamaicans been coming in and out of the country from 1866 all the way down to the 1920s. And when the Panama Canal was built, a lot of Jamaicans, this is why a lot of Jamaicans are in Panama today. And there's admixture with them and other people in Central America. Central America, right? Like Belize and those countries. The reason is Costa Rica. The reason is because America offered U.S. citizenship to Jamaicans. U.S. citizenship to Jamaicans, and it was stopped by a congressman. I think it's called the Monroe Doctrine in the 1920s. I might be incorrect on that. So what happened is Jamaicans and immigrants, they had stopped them from coming in. Then they reopened the borders and said, yes, you could come in here to the country way before the 1960s. So what Tariq said was incorrect. But anyway, to say you don't know why is wild. No, I think the division that we have with people from abroad, you can't blame the people that's coming here. You got to blame the government for doing that, because if there's jobs, you might not like the jobs. They're offering it to Jamaicans and Jamaicans to do it. The same thing with Canada. I have a family member that has his wife had over 20 something kids for him, and he would get her pregnant. He would be on the farm work for 9 months, come back home, get his wife pregnant again during the 3 months, and then go back up. The baby would be born, and he would get her pregnant. Every time he would leave, he would get her pregnant. Over 20-something kids. She died at around 47 years old, his wife. It's a family member of mine in Canada. How did Jamaicans get to Canada? Farm work, immigration rules. And what they do is they have the Jamaicans come here. I'm saying Jamaicans because I am born and raised in Jamaica, and I live now in the United States of America. I am saying to you guys, this division is started by the U.S. government. It's not started by a Jamaican. It's not started by Tariq. Tariq is just using that as a clout chaser to cause more division and to reach into some people's emotions. Like, yeah, it's the Jamaicans' fault. It's not the Jamaicans' fault. It's not any immigrant's fault. It's the U.S. government for bringing in these immigrants to do jobs that anybody in the country who's a citizen could have done, but they don't do it. So why are they bringing Jamaicans to pick on the cotton fields? Why? For what reason? You have Americans here that could do it. They're the ones that's causing the division, not Americans, not Tariq. Tariq is just using it for clout, but it's really, there's no division between Jamaicans and Americans. It's they doing it. But anyway, let me continue playing the video.
And the foundation for other groups to come in. Here's what they rebuttal with. And I just had an in-person debate. I was at the grocery store. Storytime music. I'm at the grocery store, 24-hour grocery store. A Somali guy who's been watching my channel pulls up on me in a very nice way. He's in the car. I was walking out, and he's like, "Are you the guy that makes the YouTube videos?" Like, well, I think you're being unfair to the Somali community. Okay, boom. What does he say? You Black Americans are the reasons why everybody else is in the States, but I don't understand how you guys have been there for so long and you're not developing, whereas the other immigrants are coming in and developing quickly over you. So what I tend to understand is when you use the framework of, if it wasn't for us and the Civil Rights Act of 1964, you wouldn't be here. They believe that, well, it's not your country, the white man's country, so he let me in, and he's the one to give me opportunities, right? So typically, when you explain it like that to them, either they don't want to receive it or don't get it. So it ends up being a waste of time, typically.
Tariq, we're here, though. We're here, and we're blending in. You can't stop us. So why not just get along with us?
Hold on.
Maybe we can come together and collaborate.
Okay, what you mean we can't stop you?
We look like you.
Please. No, you don't. Dude, I'm looking at you. I don't look like that. I'm not even different, sir. I'm not different, sir. We look different, sir. Brother, no disrespect. Y'all don't blend in like you think you do. Do you understand? I'm not saying that to be mean. You don't blend in like you think you do, sir. I see you with that hairline. Yeah, I know you're not from here. We know you're not from here, and that's okay. That's okay. Do you understand? Just because we're different don't mean there's hate. What?
No, meaning the white man, like, what do they literally go to work? They take care of their family.
Here's typically the difference between Black Americans and those who are coming from Africa, or even African immigrants, is that they don't have the same wider context view that we do towards whites, and you're about to find that out.
We don't. Okay, I know you want to put the cape on for white people. Here's the thing. This is what makes us different, OJ. This is what makes us different. You see how you act white people, leave the white people alone. They're good people. All that white ass kissing you're doing, sir, that's why y'all don't have nothing in your homeland.
Damn. Is that the truth?
That's why you had to leave. All that white worship, and they're the ones that decimated your damn homeland, sir. Why do you think you had to leave your homeland?
Yeah, but then they send missionaries.
Who? These missionaries are white, sir.
Yes, and they sent the Red Cross. They sent people they apologized for their mistakes, for their colonialism.
They apologized for the colonialism?
Yes.
Okay.
So you guys cannot get over slavery. It happened 400 years ago.
Yeah, you know.
Get over it.
No. We ain't getting over it.
Like, get over it though. You come here.
Slow down. See, that's the difference between you and us. See, y'all made deals with these white supremacists, sir. Y'all tribal groups over there, all of you sat over there and made deals.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all signed treaties with these people, and you legitimized white supremacy, and it turned around and bit you in your little ashy acids.
You gotta say bit you in your little ashy acids. Again, man, I don't know the other guy, but
we, sir, never made deals or treaties with these people. We've never legitimized white supremacy on paper, and it's always been up, and it's always been about resistance with us, sir. And that's the thing that's burning your ass, because we ain't make no deals, and we ain't scared of them, and we step to them and make sure they don't have us down bad like you guys in your homeland, sir. And that's the problem that you have.
Okay, I have a question.
What's your question?
Where's your money is in a major bank?
And
you are paid for too.
Paid for how? What are you talking about?
If you say something wrong, they take your money.
Who's gonna take my money?
They can freeze your bank.
If you do a crime. Yes, sir. You're used to them corrupt ass governments, sir. It don't work like that over here. If you do a crime.
Let me say this. When you come from some of these places where they don't have, like there's no freedom of speech, they can enforce things. So that typically does happen in certain African countries. You can't even talk about certain presidents. Like, if you do, you will get in big trouble. Like in the country that I'm living in, saying anything derogatory about the president, it could. I'm out of seeing people got the ass up, to be honest. So for him to believe that, if you talk about the president or you talk about something, they're going to take your money. And Tariq is trying to explain to him that doesn't happen here.
You do a crime, yeah, they can take your money. Yeah, it ain't like where you fled from, where you put your money in the bank and then they go buy bushmeat with it and you...
Yeah, Tariq is stupid. Let me just break this down for everybody. I made an error earlier. I want to correct it because I want the right thing on record. Jamaican swallow migrants did come to the United States, but this occurred mainly after the original 1860s Caribbean migration system. There were two major phases. And what they did is when they came to the country, they worked in the Florida agriculture with the sugarcane industry, citrus, winter vegetable harvest. They worked on the Gulf Coast in Savannah, Charleston, Mobile, and New Orleans. They were usually listed in U.S. records as British West Indians, colored British subjects, or Jamaicans. All right. Now, the second major phase was from 1900 to 1924, documented, in large numbers. This is the period when Jamaican seasonal workers arrived in large numbers under the same swallow migrant model. Where they worked in the U.S., New York City and the East Coast, they would do domestic work. They would work in hotels. They would be longshoremen, seamen, harbors, and ships. They would work in agriculture in the South, in Florida, Georgia, Carolinas, and Louisiana. Jamaicans were famous for being seasonal. They came for work, spent 6 to 12 months, returned to Jamaica, came back again the next year. Same thing like what my cousin did in Canada. Between 1910 and 1920, tens of thousands of West Indians, especially Jamaicans, were working in the U.S. U.S. labor shortages increased migration. In 1917 to 1918, the U.S. invited West Indians for labor with the railroads, mining, crop harvesting, factory work. Many Jamaican swallow migrants came on short-term contracts. This is historically documented in colonial office records, U.S. Labor Department reports. The U.S. shut down shut the door in the 1924 Immigration Act. I said the Monroe Doctrine. I was incorrect. That was wrong. It was the U.S. passed the Johnson-Reed Act of 1924, which drastically restricted immigration from the Caribbean. This ended most swallow migration from Jamaica to the U.S. Jamaicans instead turned more to Cuba, Panama, Costa Rica, Venezuela. Now, in World War II, 1942 to 1947, U.S. Foreign Agricultural Worker Program, another major wave occurred under the British West Indian Labor Program. 40,000 plus Jamaicans brought to the U.S. work in Florida, New York, and the East Coast. All right, so pretty much, let me just give the numbers so that everybody's on the same page. It's approximately, they have between 1860 and 1889, between 3,000 to 5,000. 1890 to 1899, about 8,000 to 10,000. From 1900 to 1924, around 68,000 documented. Historian B.W. Higman estimates 40,000, 50,000 were circular migrants, swallows. So up to 1947, from 1860 to 1947, a grand total of 125,000, with about 200 to 250,000 trips, entries between 1860 and 1947. And Barbados is included. That's a whole nother list with Barbados, but I'm just talking about specifically Jamaicans. So when he said they didn't have them coming before 1960, Tariq is actually wrong. All right. Well, anyway, enough of Tariq. Let's get to Jesse Lee Peterson. And as a matter of fact, let me show this on the screen real quickly with the Black Panther Party and all that stuff, what's going on. So this is the...
Follow your oath. I would dignify everyone I encounter during the commission of my ship. I would treat everybody with courtesy and respect. Let's say as long as they don't disrespect me. Now, my comrade, he got heated up and I sent him off. But it don't matter what you say to me, right? You're not going to get me out of character because what I stand for means more to me than anything you can say. That's what that's supposed to mean to you. Now, you let people get you out of your character, then you disrespecting the thing you say you stand for. And the reality of the matter is the slave owners, the 13 colonies, all look like you, and all the slaves look like him. And that's the point that he was making. See what I'm saying? And that's the truth. It's irrefutable. And that badge, the origin of it is slave catcher patrol. And them, the origin of black people being slave catchers was master would come to the slave and he would say, look, if you help me pursue my property, I won't touch your wife, I won't touch your daughter, you get a little shack at the end of the plantation. You help me catch my property. And the property you was helping catch was other black people. Because the slave owners thought you had instincts to help them catch your own people. So that's what he's telling him. He's telling him that what he's wearing, the origin of what he's wearing, is the slavers hiring him to help catch other people like him. Now, it don't apply to you because you're not black. You're not a descendant of American slaves. But black people who were born, follow your oath. I would dignify everyone I encounter during the commission of my ship. I would treat everybody with courtesy and respect. Let's say as long as they don't disrespect me. Now, my comrade, he got heated up and I sent him off. But it don't matter what you say to me. No ICE agent ever run up on me. I guarantee you they won't. I'll put a hole in their chest the size of a window. Safe line repair, safe line replace. That's what's gonna happen. They touch me. Unarmed woman was killed by ICE. If you think you're about to come and brutalize the people while we're standing here, fuck around and find out. Our interactions with the police and ICE, and we hold them accountable. We hold them accountable. We patrol the community and we hold them accountable. The Black Panther Party for self-defense, we're the same Panther Party from back in the day, but we're a little more aggressive now, you dig? Carry bigger guns and we don't take no shit. Places where there are a lot of immigrants at, I think that the community around them needs to take special care to them and needs to start escorting them to and from everywhere to make sure that they're safe. Because them ICE agents ain't gonna act like that if it's a bunch of people standing outside with assault rifles and shotguns. It's a semi-automatic shotgun. That means them shotgun shells that shoot out of a pump, they shoot them rapidly. If you are gonna legally arm yourself with something bigger than what they got. Those who serve in the public, they should be fearful of the public. They should be fearful that the public is going to be dissatisfied with their job that they're doing, not feeling like they're tyrants, not feeling like they're bullies because they got guns and body armor and walkie-talkies. That makes them immune to whatever the people would do. I think you want to correct the ideology of the pig and the mentality of the slave catcher. You meet them with equal force. All power to the motherfucking people.
No power to the pig. Yep. There you go. Let's get to Jesse Lee Peterson. Let's go. Shout out to Flacco, by the way.
Before the video even gets started, I want to put y'all onto the best money play right now on the internet called Free Cash. These folks is literally paying you to label him as a Christian minimalist, whatever that means. But the interview started off pretty normal. Like, dude was actually engaging with Jesse Lee questions and answering them as if they were good faith questions, giving a lot of thought to the questions. And then he quickly realized that this is not a normal interview. Jesse Lee is a ridiculous human being. These questions are ridiculous. And then he began to answer the questions for exactly what they were, which is ridiculous questions.
What's wrong with the blacks?
What's wrong with the blacks? Like Black Fridays?
What?
Black Fridays? It's a scam, man. It plays off people's FOMO by creating an artificial sense of scarcity.
I don't understand.
You asked what's wrong with the blacks, right?
Right.
I'm saying I've never liked Black Fridays.
You don't like the black people?
Oh, black people, my bad. I'm black and I'm slow, man.
No, you answered it correctly the first time. A question like that shouldn't be met with any type of seriousness. Dude is a troll. He's a really bad rage baiter. Because, the first 10 years, people weren't really familiar with him. So, he used to get the reactions he wanted. But as of lately, bruh, the numbers kind of reflected. He can't really get a moment out of people anymore because everybody know the shtick. He's been tap dancing for 20 plus years and he hasn't gone anywhere with it. His peers have all surpassed him. Jesse started at around the same time Joe Rogan started, and we've seen how that worked out. Jesse's numbers is going down because nobody really respects him. Right? Black folks don't respect you, and white folks don't respect no tap dancer and no bootlicker. White folks don't respect no sellout. Because if you will sell out your own people, what makes them think you'll be loyal to them?
Yeah, what's wrong with the blacks?
I think about something that's said in a book of Ecclesiastes that I think addresses this, where he says, I've observed a great tragedy under the sun. I've seen slaves riding around on horseback, and I've seen princes walking about on foot as if they were slaves. And he's identifying the tragedy of a people not knowing who they are. If I had to give an answer to the question of what's wrong with the blacks, as you say, I would say we don't know who we are. And in order to know who we are, we must return to our creator. And it's only with that knowledge of self that we can walk empowered.
And yo, dumbass gonna answer that question too, as if it's a serious question. Yo, bro really sat there and gave Jesse Lee a profound, thought-provoking answer. Bro, you're sitting down with a 70-year-old troll. Jesse probably don't even understand 90% of the words you used in that sentence, bro. Jesse is a developmentally delayed, mentally disabled 70-year-old troll. You wasting your time by bringing up Dr. King quotes and this quote, man. But once he gave his profound answer, once he actually thought of a serious answer to give this question, he quickly realized that Jesse don't give a damn and that, this is a troll.
Dr. Miles Monroe, the late Miles Monroe, said that the root of man's frustrations is his misconception of self. When you don't understand the purpose of a thing, abuse is inevitable. And I would say when I look around at my brothers and my sisters today in this country, I would say we don't know who we are. We've accepted all sorts of lies about our possibilities, all sorts of lies about our value, and we pursue those in the wrong way through the wrong things.
That was the last serious answer he gave Jesse, because after he gave a profound response like that, Jesse just followed up with another bootlicking jargon that he asks a lot of his guests. Now, Jesse have a set of bootlicking jargons that he runs through. And he, and when you give this man a serious answer, he follows up with another bootlicking jargon. So the next question he asked was, is racism real? And dude thought about it for a second, and then he turned it on Jesse. Because he realized, just like the other guest, right? Because I've watched a lot of these interviews, he asks this question to a guest. The guest will give him a response like, yeah, of course, black folks deal with it every day. And then, black folks deal with it every day. Who's racist towards black people? Who's racist towards... That's the shtick. So dude played it very smart. Dude turned it on Jesse. And Jesse was scraping and scrambling. And Jesse showed a unique inability to understand his own questions. When he was asked to explain what racism was, Jesse couldn't.
Do you believe that does racism exist?
Depends what you mean.
Do you believe racism exists?
Depends what you mean.
Does racism exist?
Depends what you mean.
I'm sorry?
Depends what you mean.
It was just a question.
And I'm just stating a qualification for the question.
So you believe racism exists or not?
It depends.
On what?
What do you mean by racism?
It depends on what?
It depends on how you're using the word racism.
Well, I'm not. I'm just asking the question.
Are you telling me you don't know what you mean when you say the word racism?
Right now, it's just a question. And I'm asking you, do you believe that racism exists?
Right. It's a question that you're asking.
Yeah, does racism exist?
And in order to ask the question, you're using words. And those words are an expression of your thoughts. And since I don't know I can't read your mind, I'm asking you to tell me what the words you're choosing to use mean. Are you unwilling to do that? Or
so let me just ask, does racism exist?
What do you mean by racism?
So let me ask this. Amazing. I want to put you on the hot seat because of time. They give me the time here. I want to put you on the hot seat. I need you to answer these questions as quickly as possible.
Okay.
Right?
Do you want me to give some thoughts about the nature of race in America?
Well, it doesn't seem like you know what it is or even what it means. So
I know that it's a word that gets used in different ways by different people. If you ask someone on the political right what racism is, you're going to get a totally different answer than if you ask somebody on the left. And I think you at least know that. So,
but I'm only asking you, I'm talking to you right now.
Yeah.
And I'm asking you if you believe that racism exists. Does racism exist?
And I'm not sure what's so difficult or controversial about me asking a man what he means by the words that he uses. Are you unwilling to do that?
Sir, Jesse reads at a second grade reading level. Of course he's unwilling to, because he don't know how to articulate what racism is. He just doesn't. The reason why the placeholders have had Jesse in a position he's currently in for a while now is because, Jesse has no shame. Jesse is willing to say whatever it takes to get that check, Like most people in Jesse's shoes, like most sellouts, right? After about 10 to 15 years, when they start feeling themselves, they get a little bit of ego. And they start to be conscious of their face card, and they're unwilling to say certain things and do certain things because they say, man, bro, I don't want to be viewed as that. Man, Jesse wants his check. Jesse wants that retirement plan, and Jesse wants to go home, bro. Jesse is willing to say whatever it takes. Half the things that Jesse is reading off on that screen, he doesn't even understand what they mean. So, yeah, of course. Now, Jesse quickly pivots to another ridiculous question.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
What do you think about the attack upon white people in America? They are being blamed for everything, especially white man. And then there's a genocide happening upon white people. They're being robbed, raped, murdered, knocked out in the streets, and businesses being robbed and everything. What do you think about the genocide upon whites in America?
Genocide?
Uh-huh.
I'm pretty picky and precise with my use of that term.
Of genocide?
Yeah, I have no conception of the word genocide that would apply to any race in America right now.
A genocide of white people in America? Man, cut it out, bro. Yo, this is where I feel like the white nationalists, because Jesse is a white nationalist, people, but this is where the white nationalists go wrong at, obviously. And also, I apologize for even giving a serious response to this question, because Jesse shouldn't be taken seriously by anybody. But this is where white nationalists go wrong, okay? Now, a lot of moderates like myself will listen to you or at least hear you out when you start off with, stop the victimhood, grab yourself up by the bootstraps. Capitalism is the solution for all victimhoods. Systematic oppression don't exist. There's no system in place oppressing black folks. Stop it. Even though you're wrong, but if that's as far as you want to take it, all right, bro, we'll listen. But you can't have it both ways, bro. It can't be systematic oppression don't exist. That's something that black folks made up to be perpetual victims, and then go to say white folks are systematically oppressed and being genocided. Huh? Do it exist or do it not exist? Right? And if systematic oppression exists in your world, but just not for black folks, then we can't even take you seriously, bro. Because according to y'all, this country was founded by white folks. According to y'all, this country is a white nation. This country is for and by white folks. So y'all are systematically oppressing yourselves? All right, man. But the thing I don't understand about Jesse is, black folks did nothing to Jesse. Black folks did nothing to him. You would think the way Jesse is attacking us, the way Jesse is running this campaign against us, you would think that we were the ones who exposed Jesse for being a closeted homosexual. That wasn't us, bro. That was the good white folks, man, who outed you.
Joseph Enders of the right-wing evangelical news outlet titled Christian Militant put together a documentary called Amazing Disgrace, which is a name that's admittedly clever. And in it, they talk to men who either had relationships with Jesse or claim that he made unwanted sexual advances towards them. Take a look.
These stories first came to light when Jesse's former co-host and alleged decade-long gay lover exposed him.
So we were sitting on the bed together, and all of a sudden he turned to me, just looked at me, and he said, "What do you want to do? What do you want to do?" And he said it in a tone that was really insistent, and I'd never seen this tone from him before. It was like kind of scary. It kind of scared me. Like what? What do you want to do? I knew what he meant, and then I told him, "Okay." And at first I'm scared, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm playing along here. It kind of threw me off my game, I guess, in a way. I think later I realized that's kind of something that people do sometimes. It's like the devil works in a certain way by intimidating you. It throws you off your normal game. And so he said, "What do you want to do?" And he's like, "Okay, I'm scared." And then I told him what I want to do. I mentioned sex acts, that he knew about, that I had already talked to him about, that I was interested in. And next thing you know, he's ripping his clothes off and coming at me, basically. And I did the same, took my clothes off. And next thing you know, we're fully at it, having, not getting detail here, but basically full-on sexual acts.
Former Bond House manager, 50-year-old Robert Santner, alleges he witnessed similarly strange behavior in 2021 between Jesse and current Bond producer James Hake.
What I witnessed, him and Jesse were hugging each other intensely, rubbing each other's shoulder down stuff, and he came to a point where I actually saw him kissing him on the cheek and stuff, on the hallway, and talking all kinds. I can't remember what the words he said.
It gets graphic. My stomach can't take hearing much of it, but y'all get the picture, bruh. Okay, dude got outed, got exposed. He ain't get outed by black folks, man. So why you hate us so much? We not the one who exposed your little secret, bruh. All right, you in LA or wherever you are, right? You feel me? Drilling boy butt. I mean, that's black folks don't care about Jesse enough to expose him, man. Yo, when these dudes come on the scene, they got about like 24 months to piss off black folks. After about 24 months, we realize who they are and we stop caring. Like once we realize, okay, like your whole little shtick is just trolling, eyebrow, cool. Think about the last black conservative that stuck. You can't think of it. All right. They all come and they are really effective for about 24 months. After bro, after 24 months, we don't care no more, bro. Right? Like, we just don't care no more, bro. Now, when Jesse was confronted about these allegations, he ran from it. He refused to address it. He just ran from it. He cowered because, like, for the most part, I think these allegations are 100% true, because this would explain why Jesse just walks around super angry at life, right, trying to go at black folks, man, because he has this weird obsession and this fetish for white boy butt.
Research about you, and this just kept coming up and up and up and up over and over again. And those are like the allegations. Like, people kept saying, oh, Jesse, had a scandal with this guy, with that guy. Why are there so many allegations against you?
If I were you, I would not get into gossip. That's a woman's nature. So I don't get into gossip. Don't deal in gossip. I wouldn't do that, right? Because people tell me things about you and other folks, but I tell them to go to the person and forgive them and move on with your life and stay out of other people's business.
Yeah, but it seems like there was just like so many people.
I don't care if the whole world did it. It doesn't matter.
But why are there so many people like coming out?
You have to go to them. I told you I'm not going to do that. So you're not going to pull me down that road. You talk to them if you want more information about it.
Well, I want to ask you, though.
And you said that you were not going to even ask me about this.
I never said that.
Yes, you did. You said that when I wanted to talk to you about it, I'll let you know.
I never said that. I never said I was.
When I was on your show, were you was on my show?
No, we never had this discussion.
Yeah, but I'm not going to discuss it with you.
Okay.
Because it's not your business, first of all, and it wouldn't do you any good. It'll just make your ego, because it seemed that you love gossip. It will make your ego feel good. But
I never understood why it was so hard, bruh. If somebody is lying about me being a homosexual and they ask me about it, I'll say, it's not true, right? Like, there's no proof of it. It's not true. They're lying. Jesse couldn't say that because they weren't lying. Now, the reason why people even care about this stuff is because Jesse went on this huge rant at some point about how, like, they're going to hell and all this nonsense. Listen, man, I don't judge. If you want to do what you want to do it. Just don't be a hypocrite. Just don't come online and vilify these people and talk about them like a dog. They come to find out you're just like them. You have the same sexual urges as them, but yet you're online saying people with those sexual urges don't deserve peace, right? Like it's nonsense, man. Jesse is a sick dude. I don't know what black folks did to him, but it's not our fault, bro. All right, bro, take your anger out on whoever you want to take your anger out on, all right? But just leave black folks alone, okay? Let me know in the comment section, what do you guys think about this? And if you're still watching this video and you want to watch another good video, then click on this video right here somewhere on my screen to find out how YSL Woody and Charleston White beef is getting serious, and it could get Charleston White hurt really badly. I'm going to see you guys in this video somewhere on my screen. And if you enjoy this channel, liking and subscribing helps, but also sending a hype to this video is how you push it in the algorithm for me, okay? So if you want to help me push a video in the algorithm, then send me a hype, okay, if you can afford it. I'm going to see you guys in the next video. I'm out of here, folks. Peace.
I came back from dinner and
yeah, I think Jesse Lee is the reason why I said Tazaryach delete the tape, because Tazaryach did an interview with him, and if Tazaryach had known that, he would have you know what I'm saying? Bushmeat Bob, I don't know if you want to come on the panel and have this conversation. You're trolling me. I don't know why, but it's all good though, bro. Everybody's allowed their own opinion. There's a difference between respectful and being ghetto. I'm very respectful to all my guests, whether they're white or black. You see, this is the hindrance that's holding you up. That's what's holding you up. Now this is when Tazaryach was on his channel. And Jesse Lee, I think he recently put it back up. I would call him and say, yo, take me off of that, bro. Take me off of that.
Is the white man the devil?
Yes.
Is it okay to hate?
Yes.
Is the ISUPK uniting the races or dividing them?
We're uniting the blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians.
Is it a sin to sleep with a white woman?
Yes.
Jesse Lee Peterson calls out this hypocritical black Israelites' blatant racism towards white people in this debate, as Jesse Lee Peterson challenges this black Israelite supremacist attempting to rewrite history and points out the double standard he uses against whites, and is left shocked by his insane woke claim saying that black Jesus will in fact come back to enslave the whites. Let's get in.
Israelites did you come here as a result of the wealthy black selling the poor blacks to the Arabs? And did they bring you here from Israel, or did they bring you here from Africa?
No, we actually came from the west coast of Africa, and the common misnomer is that black people sold black people.
No, it's not. That's true.
It is. Well, no, actually, it's not true.
No, I know for a fact it's true.
Well, let me educate you. Since you say you black is slow, let me be the one to educate you. Your skin tone doesn't make you who you are. You have Arabs that have brown skin. Right. You have East that have brown skin. So just because an African and a black person has brown skin does not make them the same. So when we was in the west coast of Africa, how we even got there in 70 AD, we fled into Africa. So we lived amongst Africans, but we were not Africans. That's why you could find maps.
Anybody want to come and challenge what Tazaryach is saying? Because if I do, I'm a dick rider and I'm a hater. So would anybody love to confront James Corvus or Ogumbola, want to confront what he's saying? And for the record, black folks did sell black folks during the transatlantic slave trade. It's just that you got to understand, nobody's making excuses for it, because we're looking at Africa as a monolithic culture. That's just not what it was. This is what's so great about the African American or the Jamaican, because you have different groups: Igbos, Akan, Fulani. You had different groups of people from the place that we call Africa today who didn't even know each other, or who didn't even get along. There's people within the Akan. The Akan got like, I think, 8 different tribes. There's some Akan that didn't get along with each other. So they would enslave each other. So yes, black folks did enslave each other. It's true, but not. I don't know what sense is Jesse saying it in, but it did happen. What Captain Tazaryach is saying is that the ones that got enslaved was by Africans who are Hamites, and they were enslaving Israelites, which is dumb as hell. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because the same person who is enslaving the enslaved, if they have the same genetic markers, they're the same people. They have the sickle cell trait. They have the Duffinol gene. I mean, what more do you want? It's the same people. They're just some different tribes. That's all it is. So if you're a prisoner of war, if Anakan catch an Igbo, for example, giving an example, the Igbo is an enemy. The Igbo would be enslaved by the Akan people. That's how it is. You from a different tribe. How do you think the people are wider? The people are wider. How do you think they got so many slaves? Almost 2 million Africans came through that area. It wasn't the wider people going into enslavement. It was prisoners of wars from the Yoruba tribe, from different areas that were being enslaved. People got to know the history before they talk, man. That shit is crazy.
I would say land of Judah in the middle of Africa. So when the so-called white man came to find...
Let me pause this for a second, man. Listen, family. I can't tell you what to teach. This is just my gripe with Captain Tazaryach. It doesn't matter what anybody says or teach and bring proof. You're still going to teach the lie. So you're no longer a teacher, you're a liar. Raw Bond has brought the information. I've brought out this information for all these years. As a matter of fact, some camps don't teach this because of me. They don't teach this because of Garfield. I brought them the sources. I explained to them what happened. They said, bring me the source, bring me the source. They don't teach it anymore. But with ISUPK, it seems like, oh, I don't care what you say. My teacher has to say it. So now you're a fool for a fool. That's what it is. So if an idiot teach you, you're going to follow what the idiot teaches because you're a part of the same group. This is why I'm not a part of the Nation of Islam. I love the structure. I love the discipline. I love what they stand on economically, nationalistic wise. But as far as theology, they were incorrect. I don't believe Farrakhan went on a wheel to go see Elijah Muhammad and Master Farad Muhammad and see some man face to face. I don't believe that. And I can't say within my soul, oh, for the brotherhood, I'm going to keep this lie going. I can't do that. So now this wider thing is, All you got to do is almost everybody in Africa have some sort of tradition saying they come from the Arabic cultures, whether it's Mecca, Medina, or Arabia, or they come from Canaan, they come from Nimrod, or they come from Israel. This culture don't have it. They don't have it at all. These are the fun people. They come from the GBE language family, Afro-Asia, not the Afro-Asiatic family. They come from the Niger-Congo family. They come from a whole different dialect culture. They ain't got nothing to do with these people. They don't have no Levantine genetics. Ancient Levantine DNA, they say, hey, what? They possibly could have come from the region and attached them to, not saying that DNA is 100% saying that you're from that region, but we don't find E1B1A during the time period when the Israelites were around with all the samples that we found. We don't find no E1B1A. And that's not by accident. That's just what it is. But to continue teaching that this area wider is because of that. And then there's another map that says land of the Jews. Why is that map the land of the Jews, and why is it referring to Ethiopia? You got to go back to the 1352 map, man. I got to do the studies for these guys. I don't know why all these camps, 50 camps, pay me $50 a month and I'll be the researcher for y'all. Because y'all can't research. That's the problem. Y'all might be good debaters. Y'all know how to swing a lie and make it be true. Y'all good at that shit. But as far as the information, the facts, y'all always get it wrong. And with King James, a lot of us say King James is a white man. But if you go up against Priest Daniela, you're going to lose because you got to know the arguments. If you don't know the arguments, it's debunkable. But at the end of the day, if you don't know the arguments, you're going to lose. They're going to put the Brooklyn Magic on you. And you know, Priest Daniela got that Brooklyn Magic too. I don't think Priest Daniela really believed this. I really don't. It's hard to, anyway, to see that he believed that.
And slaves, it wasn't Africans selling Africans. It was Africans selling Israelite people and bringing us over here into captivity. Harriet Tubman, as an example, she was an Israelite. Her family were raised as Israelites.
Now, look at this. Look at this right here. He's telling this lie. Look at this right here. I'm saying this carefully. Harriet Tubman's grandmother was an Ashanti. They're trying to say Ashanti because of the word Ashan in English. Do you know that the word is not even Ashanti? The word is Asante. A-S-A-N-T-E in English. It's not even Ashanti. So you're trying to connect the Ashan in the Bible with the Ashanti name. This is a stupidity. It's crazy out here. Harriet Tubman, let me just go and Google. Let's stop for a minute. Let's take a look at this, because there's this family since I think 2010. They've been claiming that Harriet Tubman is a Hebrew Israelite because they follow it. Let's take a look at it right here. I'm gonna push this in my Google. Let's just look at it carefully. This is the problem. Is Harriet Tubman a Hebrew Israelite? What's going to pop up is all them Israelites, because they're masses of see, look at right here. Harriet Tubman descendant says she was a Hebrew. See, June 25th, 2018. Did you know that Harriet Tubman was a Hebrew and a spy? Harriet Tubman descendants confirmed that she was from da-da-da-da. Now let's look at what the AI says, because the AI is a white man and he's a liar. Harriet Tubman was not a member of the Hebrew Israelite movement, which largely originated in the late 19th and 20th century. She was a devout Christian, specifically a member of the African Methodist Episcopal Zion Church. While she was nicknamed Moses and used biblical narratives of liberation, this reflected her Christian faith and abolitionist work rather than adherence to Hebrew Israelite theology. This goes back to Jeremiah 17:4. If you're saying that you lost your identity, how would somebody who came off a slave ship remember that they're an Israelite? That's if you teach that, which most of them do. It don't make no sense. All right. She had a they said she had a Hebrew name. Her real name was what was her real name again? She's also identified as having Ashanti ancestry. I'm trying to figure out, because this is the people that's saying she was a Hebrew and all that foolishness, right? This is her name, Araminta Ras. I think they're saying the Araminta is a Hebrew name or something like that. I think Araminta was her mother's name, actually. Her mother gave her that name. Oh, Harriet was her mother's name. Okay. Very interesting. Tubman's maternal grandmother, Modesty, arrived in the U.S. on a slave ship from Africa. No information is available about her other ancestors. As a child, Tubman was told that she seemed like an Ashanti person because of her character traits, though no evidence has been found to confirm or deny this lineage. I got a whole file on her, how she was eating pork and all, but she knew that she was Israelite. I mean, where are you getting this from? How do you draw a conclusion? So it's the underground Hebrew Israelite road. Yeah, it's crazy. And please be respectful in the chat. This is just craziness.
Get an Israelite name. So what I was telling you in the beginning, the information of being an Israelite was very small when we first came into America. And then in the early 1900s, Black people started waking up to who they were. The organization that I'm in was established in 1969, but we was to begin to get the full knowledge of real Black history. When I say real Black history, they call it the Dark Ages in Europe, but the Dark Ages was a time when Black people ruled Europe. So when you go into the real history, you'll see King James was Black. He was not a white guy. You'll see his whole lineage of kings were Black people. They were not white people. An excellent book to get is the Russian Icons, where they'll show you the real images of all of the ancient kings in Europe. And then you'll see that they weren't white guys. They were called Black people. Excuse me, they were Black people, what you would call them today. And then they had the Renaissance era, where they took the greatest alpha male to exist, Jesus Christ, and turned him into a beta, which was Caesar Borgia, who was a homosexual himself, who was in love with his sister Lucretia, who they made the image of Lucretia to be Mary. And that became the Renaissance era. So all of that history that was taken away from Black people in the Israelite School of UPK, we give that history back.
What does it feel like to you personally, not to your group, but to you as a male? What does that feel like to hear yourself blaming and complaining about another man and that you can't make it because some other man to keep you down? I don't know what that feels like. I've never had that in my life. What does that feel like to believe that a white man or a Mexican man or any man can keep you down, so you got to complain about it rather than overcoming it? What does that feel like?
Well, me being an alpha male myself, I don't know what that feels like.
Then why are you complaining for other beta males?
No, I've never said that though. But pointing out crimes is not complaining.
But you're complaining about the white man.
For example, when the towers fell, 3,000 people died. 3,000. And in the name of them towers falling, they went to war in Afghanistan. Now, they said only Osama bin Laden and whoever was down with him caused it. But they've killed millions of men, women, and children that were not with Osama bin Laden. And they have this slogan, "We will never forget." So every year they bring up the crime.
I know, but you're going away from what I just asked, because I hear a lot of Black males sounding like Black women, and they're complaining about some white man keeping them down, and they can't make it because of the white man. As a male,
right?
You said you don't believe the white man could keep you down, right?
White man hasn't kept me down.
So what have you done to keep the white man from keeping you down personally?
Okay, I want to finish showing you.
Yeah, I'll let you come back to that. But tell me, what have you done personally to keep the white man from keeping you down?
I got you. I'm coming right to your answer. I'm just walking you to it so you can understand, because I know you respect white men, so I'm using them. So I'm teaching you how to be an alpha. You like
I'm not a beta male.
Nah, you in between. I won't say you all the way beta. You like in between alpha and beta. We're gonna call you A and B. That's what the point of saying that is, every year they bring up the crimes that the Osama bin Laden and them do, but they're still in power. They still have their military. They still have their might. They still go out and they go out and do everything to make America great. So now I said that to say, me personally, because you asked me personally, I am personally not oppressed, but my people are.
Why you're not personally oppressed?
Let me just finish. I am not personally oppressed, but my people are. And the reason why they are is because Black people are taught to forget what happened to them. And if you don't face what happened to you, you'll never get a solution to empower you to become the alphas that you are. So we take Black men and we turn them all into alphas. In the Israelite School of Universal Practical Knowledge, every single brother in here is a alpha male.
But why you're not personally oppressed, you?
Because why am I not personally oppressed?
Yes.
Because I was raised to never be inferior to no man.
And who raised you that way?
My mother and father.
So why don't you teach that to the Blacks rather than bringing up all the stuff that doesn't exist anymore?
You believe in God, right?
Yes.
You believe that what God says is law, right?
Yes.
So how can I raise up a nation and not tell them what God said?
But God does not blame someone else.
I didn't say it, but God does say, remember what I did to the children to Egypt. God does say that. Remember when I brought you out. Our whole feast days in Israel.
But when he said remember, that means we don't have to worry because he got us. He loved us and he got us. But he never complained about the white man. And he didn't teach anyone else to complain, but he taught them to overcome.
But do you know why God said to remember? Do you know why?
Yes.
If you don't, why did he say to remember?
So that we would know how to live and see a way to live where we remember him.
Right. So now we have to remember what happened with our ancestors of old.
But he didn't blame the white man because all people have enslaved someone at some point in time.
Every year, white men seduce my brothers and sisters. So every year I have to remind them, you're going. So now everybody's going to go with Joe Biden, right? Everybody voted for Joe Biden.
No, it's not true. They stole the election. Everybody did not vote. Only the Blacks voted for him, and the gays, the Blacks, the homosexuals, the lesbians, the corrupt people voted for Joe Biden.
Okay, so Blacks are even better because that's all I care about. So let's say all the Blacks voted for Joe Biden.
Okay.
That's why I have to bring them into remembrance, because Joe Biden is a devil just like Trump was a devil. Joe Biden is going to mislead him and destroy him just like Trump before him, just like Obama before him, just like Bush before him, just like Clinton before him. So just like the Most High told us back in biblical time to remember and bring to remembrance so that we can serve him, that's our job. So I can't just go to somebody and say, man, I was raised to be superior. I have to tell them, God said, don't do this. God said, don't do that. Like, you don't sin, right? I always hear you say you don't sin, right?
No one of God, if you've been born again of God, it's impossible to sin. But let me ask, if the Blacks had a father and mother as you did growing up, would they be complaining about the white people today?
Well, I didn't have my father my whole life.
Oh, who did you have?
So I primarily had my mother, and my father was like in and out because he had an addiction problem.
So you were not close to your father?
No, I was. I'm not saying that to say that I wasn't close to him, but my father, my life story is every other Black man's life story. You grow up, when I say every, of course it's not literal, but it's majority, especially in the 70s, 80s, and 90s and stuff like that. So I grew up in a broken home. Now, if anybody can look at me and say, damn, Tazaryach grew up in a broken home. Look what he was able to overcome. How did he do that? And I could say, God did that. And then now we can inspire other black people. And they say, well, what did God say to do? God said there's certain things you're supposed to eat, certain things you're supposed to celebrate, certain people you're supposed to love, and certain people you're not supposed to love. Certain people you can have sex with and deal with and marry, and certain people you can't.
Are you married?
Yes.
Do you believe our battle is a spiritual battle or a physical battle?
Spiritual first, physical second.
Do you believe in God?
Yes.
How do you know you believe in God?
Because I keep his commandments.
And what are his commandments?
His commandments are the 613 laws that you find throughout the Bible.
And do you love your neighbor as yourself?
I love my neighbor as myself. That's correct.
So do you love white people?
He's not my neighbor.
Do you love white people?
He's not my neighbor.
Do you love white people?
He's not my neighbor.
Do you love white people, Ambassador?
But he's not my neighbor.
And what's the answer to that?
No.
You don't love white people?
No.
And do your God love white people?
No. God only loves the children of Israel. You as a pastor should know that.
Do you?
Let me know down below if you agree with this Black Israelites version of history, because quite frankly, I'm not buying it. Like Jesse Lee Peterson pointed out on several things, we know history already. We know what happened on the West Coast, right? I've never seen anything about the kings of Europe all being black, and you would need to extrapolate upon that incredibly great deal, because this guy is making some pretty wild claims. And you can obviously, Jesse Lee Peterson, you know, he's rather stunned by this guy who, you know, he says he's godly, he says he's all this, but at the same time, you know, God doesn't love white people. Oh no, he doesn't like them. Only the Black Israelites from this group, but everybody else, well, I don't know, maybe he does love black people, but obviously he doesn't like the whites. But hit that like button and notification bell if you're enjoying the video, and let's get back in.
You would have to show me chapter and verse where God loves anyone but the children of Israel.
Do you love God?
You're not going to show me the verse?
Do you love God?
Yes.
And if you love God, how can you love him but hate your neighbor?
Well, as I just explained to you, in Leviticus, the 19th chapter, when it talks about your neighbor, that's the children of Israel. Right. That's not talking about all races of people.
Amazing.
And that's the problem with Christianity. Christianity believes that you're just supposed to love everybody. God loves everybody. God can't love everything.
He can hate.
God is a man of war, you know. Exodus 15:3 says God is a man of war.
Does God have hate?
Yes. He hates sinners.
Does Satan have hate?
Say again?
Does Satan have hate?
Well, Satan follows the authority of the Most High.
Does he have hate? Is he of hate?
To us, yes.
Is Satan of hate?
To us, yes.
Does he have love?
Of the Most High, he does.
Satan loved the Most High?
The angel, that's correct.
Satan loved the Most High?
Yeah, and I know that's going to sound strange. Y'all probably going to use it as a soundbite.
So Satan loved God?
I'm going to answer you. In the Christian church, they teach that angels rebelled against God. So Satan and all that rebel. There is no such thing as any angel rebelling against God at all. You know who rebels? We rebel. The reason why blacks and Hispanics are in the condition that they're in is because we're the angels that chose to disobey God.
And why did you chose to disobey him?
Because we thought it was better to eat pork, shrimp, crab, and lobster, sleep with white women, celebrate Christmas and Thanksgiving.
You thought that in heaven?
Say again?
Satan rebelled while in heaven with God. Did the black people think that while they were in heaven that they need to have some pork?
There was never no rebellion in heaven.
And so, are you saying there? So,
I know that as a pastor,
is there no Satan?
No, I never said there was no Satan.
But Satan loved God, you say?
Satan is an angel, like Michael is.
Is he an angel of love?
No.
Is he an angel of hate?
No. He's an angel that follows orders that he's given.
And does he love you?
I wouldn't say he loves or hates me.
Do you love Satan?
No.
And why not?
I don't love no angel.
Do you sin?
No.
And why not?
That's why because I don't break his commandments. That's why I asked you if you sin, and I was going to ask you what is sin. Do you know what sin is?
I do, but let me ask you this first. You have no anger in your heart at all?
Yes, I have anger, I have love, I have care, I have all that.
Well, how can you have all that and don't sin? That is sin.
Because the scriptures say there's a time for love and a time for hate.
Did you know that any male that has anger is a woman?
Did God say that? So, but did God say there's a time for love and time for hate?
Yeah, there's a time for love, but not that Father state hatred. It's discernment.
Wait. You twisting the scripture now. The scriptures say there's a time for love and a time for hate. Do you agree? Yes or no?
Yeah, yes, it is there's a time for all things, and there's the opposites to everything.
Okay, so if there's a time for love and time for hate, God is not a woman, he's a man. So if God told me that I can love and hate, I can absolutely do it.
But you got the wrong kind of hate. You have the Father state hate. But let me ask, did you know that any male that has anger is a female?
That's beta talk. Now you sounded like I told you it was in between, Jesse. You between the alpha and the beta. We're gonna call you A and B.
So
that's not.
Why don't you answer that question? Did you know that any male that has anger is a female?
That's not true.
Why you say it's not true?
Because then you're saying God is a female.
Then why didn't God say that we must be born? We are born of the woman, which is in a fallen state, and when we become an adult, we should be return to the Father and be born of the Father. If having a woman's nature was good enough for us, why did he want us to be born again of the Spirit?
You would have to show me where it says that before I should have to answer that.
Okay. Let me ask, are black people always late?
No.
Is the black woman God?
No.
Is the white man the devil?
Yes.
Is it okay to hate?
Yes.
Is the ISUPK uniting the races or dividing them?
We're uniting the blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians.
Is it a sin to sleep with a white woman?
Yes.
Have you ever slept with a white woman?
No.
Is homosexuality good or evil?
Evil.
True or false? Is Jesus black?
True.
True or false? Jesus will return to earth and enslave the white people.
True.
There you go. You heard it yourself, folks. Right out of the mouth of a black Israelite, white people are the devil. If you didn't know, if you thought you were a decent person, sorry to, ruin your day, but apparently if you're white, you are the devil. And when Jesus returns, he's going to enslave you, me, and all of the other whites. Why? I don't know, but that's what this guy thinks, which is pretty effing insane. And if this guy doesn't have any white people for a neighbor, that's probably best, because I wouldn't want him for a neighbor either. But thanks for watching. Let me know down below in the comments what you thought about it. Jesse Lee Peterson.
Hold on a second. I want to play a short for y'all.
I asked you, because you've defined it as a racial group. So what I'm asking you is to define the things that are observable in that racial group, because you've stated that you are unlike other groups. So being that you're unlike other groups, tell me how I might recognize you. And I'll give you an example, since you seem to be misunderstanding. If I were to say that someone is Samoan, I might be able to give you some metrics that define them as such. If I say that someone belongs to the Negroid, Caucasoid, Mongoloid category, I can give you some specifics. So I'm asking you, you're a Hebrew Israelite, what are the racial features of the Hebrew, so that we can identify some similarities which constitute a group belonging? I'll yield the floor. I'm gonna write down, what are the similarities that consist of your group?
My favorite phrases is listening is an art. You use the word race, I use more so the word ethnicity. So, ethnically speaking,
I asked you, because you've defined it as a racial group. So what I'm asking you is to define the...
All right. on there, family.
Umar Johnson made a really big mistake during this interview. He admitted to a literal felony. Not just any felony, though. He admitted to a federal crime. Before the video even gets started, I want to put y'all onto the best money play right now on the internet called Free Cash. These folks is literally paying you to play video games, bro. Like little mini games like this, you hop on your phone, you play them, and you get paid to play it, bro. It's 100% trackable, transparent. You see exactly how much you're making as you play it. If somebody is willing to pay you to play video games, you probably want to play it because you don't know how long it's going to last. Scan my QR code or click the link in my description to download the app and get started. Despite telling us that he was done doing interviews until the school is completed because he's done answering questions about the school progress, Umar Johnson is back doing interviews. The questions that Umar Johnson found annoying and stopped doing interviews because he wanted to avoid, to me, were pretty normal questions. It's questions like, hey, you've been raising money for this school since 2014. Why haven't the school opened up yet? To me, that's a pretty reasonable question. Well, Umar Johnson did an interview recently, and, he was asked that particular question. And Umar Johnson's response dug him into a really big hole.
We saw this kind of rumored around, and we wanted to get your thoughts on it. So critics say, obviously, you raised millions for your school, and after some time, about a decade or so, the school hasn't been up. So they want to know, what's the 2026 update on FDMG Academy?
First of all, anything a critic says about FDMG, I would like to know where they get their information from. Nobody knows how much money we raised because we never shared it. My circle is so tight that nobody in the public could know anything unless we share it with them. The only people we share information with are our donors. The big problem with the so-called FDMG controversy is the people asking the questions are not the donors.
Umar Johnson proudly admitting during this interview that the public couldn't possibly know how much he's ever raised because he never gave them the accurate number. He never gave them the real information. They don't have no clue. Shocked me. It has shocked me because Umar Johnson filed a 501c3. Umar Johnson is a nonprofit. He has nonprofit status. As a 501c3 organization, Umar Johnson don't have to pay taxes on the money he raised. But what comes with that privilege is transparency. You have to file a 501c3 and you have to disclose your current assets, the current cash at hand, how much you're raising each year, how much you have. And you have to publish this information because you are a nonprofit who don't have to pay taxes. So hence you have to report to the public and you have to put accurate information. Umar Johnson has skipped multiple years, by the way, of reporting, on a 501c3. But if you're Umar and you have filed a 501c3 and you have given us what you claim is the assets you currently have, the cash in hand, and then you hop on a podcast and say, nobody knows the real number, you're saying, or you're confessing to lying on federal paperwork. You see, in a 501c3, Umar Johnson had to list himself as an employee. Umar Johnson would also say, though, that he has received $0 in employee compensation. He has received a $0 salary for all the years he's been operating. This 501c3 is from 2021. So Umar Johnson stated that he began the year with $518,000 in cash and ended the year with $572,000. So that would mean after all the money he done spent, after all, like everything, right? Like, like a remodeling, whatever, that he had a profit of almost $54,000. Now, Umar Johnson didn't really list anything else, but he was pretty transparent, right? He listed it as cash on hand. So if he was pretty transparent in this regard, right, but then hop on a podcast and state that nobody knows the real number, you've never disclosed the number, then that would mean that this information that we thought was transparent is actually wrong. You actually gave false information. The penalties for lying on a 501c3 is fines of up to $100,000 or $500,000 for corporations, imprisonment for up to 3 years, plus cost of prosecution. Umar, for your sake, man, I hope you was transparent, bruh. I hope you wasn't capping, because we got updates from other 501c3s that you filed, right? Because you filed one in 2024, in 2023, and you skipped 2022. This is for FDMG RGB Leadership Academy, again, designated as a 501c3. So if we go towards the latter years for FDMG, you see he skipped 2022 for some reason, but in 2023, Umar Johnson claimed that he raised $204,000. Mind you, Umar Johnson had cash on hand. Umar Johnson had $500,000+ cash in hand, he says, in 2020. So since 2020, Umar Johnson has raised $116,000. That's $600,000. He skipped this year for some reason. He raised $204,000. That's $800,000. And he raised $84,000 in 2024. Let's just say $900,000. Now, I think Umar Johnson has raised much more than that. Umar Johnson will put his expenses as $75,000 in 2021. He don't really list any other expenses here. But again, Umar Johnson is telling us that nobody has the real numbers, that nobody knows the real. That would mean that this information is inaccurate and Umar Johnson gave false information.
The donors don't ask questions. We have their complete faith, complete support. 85% of our donors are repeat donors, which means they've been supporting us since the fundraiser began. The people who want answers are people who have no vested interest at all in the project. So I don't answer questions to people who don't have any vested interest in the project. You follow what I'm saying? I don't go around offering answers to people who don't have anything to do with what I'm working on, because this is a private Black community initiative. We don't owe them no answers. We don't take any federal money. You see what I'm saying?
Umar, you going to jail, bro. You going to jail, bro. Yo, do you understand, as a nonprofit, disclosing information, like disclosing your financials is a non-negotiable? Like, that's not something they're not asking you to disclose. No, they're telling you have to disclose it, right? If you are a nonprofit, if you are a 501c3 status. Why do Umar Johnson think he's above the law, bro? These folks will lock you up so fast, they not having mercy on you, bro. Like this stubbornness, bro. You are trying to stick it to the detractors online, which I understand they can be annoying, but trying to stick it to them is not worth sticking it to them at the risk of your own freedom.
So, that's the problem, because they want us to be accountable to YouTube. They want us to be accountable to Instagram. They want us to be accountable to the struggle streams. I'm not accountable to nobody but our donors. So when donors have a question, they can call me and ask. And I know if they're a donor or not, because we've recorded every donation we've ever gotten. Every one. You follow? So if you call, say, Doc, I wanted to ask you a question about a school. Sure. What's your name? When was your last donation? How did you make that donation? Let me confirm you.
If you believe this, then I got a bridge to sell you. If you think that Umar Johnson have record of each and every donor, you're out of your mind. First off, Umar Johnson has had GoFundMe's shut down. He's been banned from GoFundMe. So you think Umar Johnson has a list of all the GoFundMe people who donated? Umar Johnson has been banned from multiple PayPals. You think Umar Johnson has a list of all the PayPals? You think when Umar Johnson is on IG Live saying, run me those donations, $5, $1, it don't matter. You think Umar Johnson is keeping track of all the dollars? Like, come on, bro. Of course not. But even if he was, his premise is wrong. You are not just accountable to people who donated. You are accountable to the public, because you sought out a nonprofit status so you can be exempt from paying taxes.
And you can ask all the questions you want, but if you're just a struggle streamer, you're just looking for content so you can just run with some negativity, I'm not giving you no answers. With that being said, let me clarify a couple things about FDMG. The fundraiser began on April the 12th of 2014 in St. Louis. Originally, we wanted to purchase the HBCU St. Paul's College in Lawrenceville, Southern Virginia. HBCU for sale, they wanted $2 million. A buddy of mine called me up and said, Doc, there's an HBCU for sale for $2 million. Of course, we hadn't even started raising money yet. So the fundraiser began. We lost. The Chinese purchased it. And I'm embarrassed that Black people let another race purchase an HBCU built by our ancestors coming out of slavery. The Chinese have the St. Paul's. So we said, okay, we can't get St. Paul's. Let's keep on raising this money and let's try to just get a regular day school. So we started traveling all over the world. As I told you earlier, we almost ended up in Atlanta. The big issue with the early school search is once these property owners found out who I was, and let me be clear, most of the properties that we were interested in during our school search from 2014 to 2019 was Roman Catholic schools because they take good care of their property. I thought we were going to end up in Detroit also. Detroit had about 5 Catholic schools that we had enough money to buy. And once they found out who I was, they wouldn't sell. There was another Catholic school in Money Earning Mount Vernon, New York. They wanted to lease it clean. I said, we ready to lease. They called the Vatican in Rome. He told me this. He said, half the Catholic schools in America are managed directly from Rome. I did not know that. So he had to call the Vatican and ask them if it was okay to lease the school to Dr. Umar. They said no. So a big part of the delay was we couldn't get nobody who would sell us the property that we wanted, right? So we ended up in Wilmington, Delaware. We bought the school in 2019, only 5 years. All black money, no white financiers, no white bank. Purchasing a school in 5 years from the people's money from the community, I see no problem with that. So we get the school in February 7th of 2019, and we've been renovating it since.
And if that's not bad enough, it gets worse. So when Umar Johnson was asked why having the school open up, what's been taking so long, Umar Johnson will put all the blame on black independent contractors and claim that all the black contractors he hired has been lazy, has been taking their time, and have stolen from him. So all the black contractors that you hired, that you made your discernment to hire, somehow, some way, they've all been scammers. I'll be real, I'm more inclined to believe that you are the problem if you're telling me that every single black contractor you hired turned out to be a scammer and wasted your time.
February 7th of 2026 will be 7 years. This past Saturday, we completed all the renovations on the school. Why were we delayed so much? And I'm not even going to call it delay because I believe in divine timing. If it didn't happen yet, it wasn't supposed to. You feel me? That's my position. But if we want to look at this practically, the reason it took us 7 years to do the renovations is because the black contractors, I'm going to say it, the black contractors who we depended on to help us cross this finish line sooner, they scammed us, they robbed us, they never completed their work. I haven't had a single black contractor. Quote me on this. In 7 years, I haven't had a black plumber, black electrician, black roofer, black HVAC, black painter, black floor person, not one black contractor who we paid to do the work ever finished what they got paid to do. Not one. So can't nobody say shit to me about how long it took us to get this job done. It took us long because of ninjas in the community who don't have integrity and work ethic.
If you've been tapped in long enough, Umar Johnson actually started off by asking black contractors to come and work on the school for free. So he was asking people initially to come and work for free. One people said, no, like, bro, I have a life. I have like my own thing to do. Like, I'm not about to just come and do like a job this heavy for free. Umar Johnson then began to begrudgingly hire black people, according to him. To Umar Johnson was penny pinching. He didn't want to. He didn't want to pay nobody. And usually that attract right the bad type of people, right? Usually, if the normal price for a job is going to be, let's say $10,000, but you're hiring people who can do it for you for $750, you're usually hiring the wrong type of people. I encourage every one of y'all to watch my video on the Umar Johnson and the homeless man Don situation. Umar Johnson hired Don, a homeless man from off the streets, to come and do work for him. A literally homeless man to come do work for him. And in exchange, Don gets to live inside the FDMG, even though the building, right, is currently unsafe to be in. Don will live in the building and do work in exchange for some change. When it was time to pay Don, Umar Johnson all of a sudden didn't have the money. Don sued Umar Johnson and actually won in court and got a judgment. So, like, Umar Johnson has a habit of, again, begrudgingly trying to pay people. And the one thing that concerns me is Umar Johnson is trying to get ahead of them not passing inspection. Because Umar Johnson is telling the dude, oh, we're done. We're about to go to the inspection. And then Umar Johnson swiftly and slickly says, the city of Wilmington got it out for him. They're trying to sabotage him. They tried to sell his building once. So hence, if he don't pass inspection, it's the city who got it after him. So if he don't pass inspection, it wouldn't be because he hired cheap day laborers. It would be because the city got it after him. You see how Umar Johnson is trying to get ahead of this story? Because I think Umar knows this building probably won't pass inspection the first time.
Now, do you believe you need any more help?
Well, as I said, we finished. The renovations are done. We got to dot a couple I's and cross a couple T's, and then we have to go for inspection with the city of Wilmington, Delaware. We don't know what's going to happen with that because they never thought we would finish. Now that we're done, we now got to fight them. Because remember, they tried to sell the school behind our backs this past summer. We had a vacant property registration fee bill that we should not have even owed because as a nonprofit, you're supposed to get a 4-year waiver. They didn't give it to us, right? I called them up to see if we can come to some type of an agreement. If you're not going to give it to us, say that and let us pay. The woman in the office told me she would call me back on 3 different occasions, never called me back. I emailed on 3 or 4 other occasions, never responded to my email. All of a sudden, I get a phone call, Dr. Umar, the struggle streamers on YouTube, talking about your school is about to be auctioned in 21 days. I said, this can't be true. I just checked the mail. We ain't got no mail saying they trying to sell our school. All our bills is paid up except that vacant property registration fee. So I called one of my supporters in Wilmington. I said, can you go past the school and see if there's another set of paperwork on the other door? Because remember, we own both schools, by the way, not 1, 2. We own 4 buildings. We own the block. Name somebody else in the Black conscious community who bought a whole block. Nobody. I'm the only one. So anyway, the struggle streamer stole 1 set of paperwork. My supporter got the other set of paperwork. She took a picture of it and sends it to me, right? Guess what? If they would have took both sets of paperwork, if the haters would have took both sets of paperwork, I would have never knew that our property was going up for sale because the city of Wilmington did not communicate that to us. They would have sold that school behind our backs and we would have never even known. So when I tell you getting ready for this inspection, we might have to get ready for war. We might have to get ready for war.
I hope that completes itself how it should, for sure.
It should. Either way, it don't matter. Yeah. My ancestor Frederick Douglass told us more than 100 years ago, no struggle, no progress. If they want a war, we give them one. If I got to bring 3 million Black people to Wilmington, Delaware and march on the city, that's exactly what we do. If I got to
3 million? Yo, who do Umar think he is, man? Umar believes he could galvanize 3 million Black folks to come to Wilmington, Delaware. Yo, Umar, if you could do that, you are the most powerful man in America. I can't tell. Yo, even Kai Sanat can't get 3 million people to show up anywhere. If you can get 3 million people to do anything, you're the most powerful man in America, but I don't believe it. Y'all let me know in the comment section, what do you guys think about this, man? All right, do y'all believe that Umar Johnson was lying on a 501c3 or lying in the interview? Because both can't be telling the truth. You either lied on a 501c3 or you lied when you said, I've never disclosed the real number. Let me know in the comment section, okay? And if you're still watching this video,
three times. I said that, okay, for
it.
you, no, I
get my
said,
question
what
in?
does it do for you with you being, with you believing that you are a Hebrew Israelite? What does it do for you? You said it governs you. And then you went on this monologue. So then I had to bring it back and say, how does it govern you? And then I caught you. No, then I caught you. Real quick, then I caught, I did. I said, if someone, a white man or an Asian man, follows the same, if they read the same Bible that you read and they interpret it the same way you interpret it, and it governs them, what would be the difference? The only thing that will be the difference, it will be a hierarchy based off ethnicity, which is racist, which is immoral. So do you believe that
I answer that? I answered that by going in the Bible, and I immediately said God created the identities. That was my answer.
Wrong. And then I went into the, you went into the Bible and you read some verses, and then I went into the Bible and I read some verses as well.
I didn't say you had to agree with me. You said I didn't answer the question. So
but you didn't answer the question, though.
God is the one that we did not create whites, Chinese, Africans, Arabs. God created the different races of people. We didn't create
but,
that.
But the whole point is how you interpret the Bible. I got it. The whole point is that the part that you focus on and how you interpret the Bible is all based off of race and identity.
The Bible does.
It's not based off of.
The Bible says he showeth his word to Jacob.
I can read so many verses, man.
Does the Bible say he showeth his word to anybody else?
Acts 10, 30, verse 34 to 35, right? Then Peter begins to speak. I now realize how true it is that God does not show favoritism, but accepts every nation, the one who fears him and does what is right. Not about identity. So what I'm telling you is we can go verse for verse. Real quick. No, stop it there real quick. I just want I want you in the chat to understand something. Every other Hebrew Israelite that's in here, what we're doing here is, and I think that he's not understanding me, but I am understanding him. And I'll just sum it up and let me know if I got you wrong, right? Let me just sum it up. And Kat, here's where you can actually correct me if I got you wrong, because I want to be genuine of you knowing that I understand you. But yeah, I think we're speaking over one another right now is because
you're not answering my question. And when you went
I'm gonna get to that, I got you.
Asked if I could just read
I'm gonna get to that.
And you can read the next verse.
Cap, I'm gonna get to that. I think the confusion is, and why we're speaking over one another, is because there's. I think that you think that I don't understand you. So let me just still man your argument. So then you know that I understand you, and I'm being genuine, and I'm not being fallacious. So what your stance is, Hebrew, everyone, God will accept everyone in heaven, as long as they are good. And not only good, but they repent from their sins, so on and so forth, right?
Just Pearly Thing's pseudo-intellectual career is officially over after getting destroyed, embarrassed, and humiliated.
3 times. I said that, okay, for you, no, I said, what does it do for you with you being, with you believing that you are a Hebrew Israelite? What does it do for you? You said it governs you. And then you went on this monologue. So then I had to bring it back and say, how does it govern you? And then
and understanding is that information will be critiqued. It's just that simple. And no one should be taking it personal, right? Unless the person critiquing you makes it personal. I get it. We're all human. If someone makes it personal, as a human, you're going to be offended by that. But you shouldn't be outright offended because someone disagrees with the body of your work. In fact, you should be happy at that, because it says first, people are reviewing your work. Yes. You know how many people publish and no one says nothing?
Yes.
Right? I worked as an EMT for almost 10 years, Chuck, EMT paramedic here in New York City and New Jersey. Okay. And when we had a patient that we would assess in the field, like a trauma patient, like from a car accident or whatever, or like there's multiple gunshots and I got somebody in the ambulance and I check them and I don't see anything, you know what I have to write on the actual report? Unremarkable. I say that to say that's a lot of people's scholarship. They haven't said anything remarkable enough to even cite. So when people are critiquing your work, there's always something positive to take away from it. There's something that you said that made impact. Stop making it an ego thing. So I thank you, Chuck, for what you're doing, because it's important, and it leads me to land here. So when we talk about methodology and the methods that people develop, good brother Asar Imhotep, he uses Niger-Congo and Bantu language families to relate or to show a cognate relationship between ancient Sumer and various West African languages, as well as it connecting it with ancient Kemet and their language, Medu Neter. Now, I think a lot of people would say that's a reach, but I want to admit that in watching some of his videos, there were things that I seen him do in connecting Hebrew with some of these ideas that I actually found a little drawing. But I don't have the skill set to say what he did that was wrong with ancient Sumerian language. I don't have that skill set to critique that. But what I've seen him do with Hebrew, I actually found a little fascinating in some areas. And then because of my knowledge in Hebrew, there were things that I said, okay, that's a reach, right? So I was able to see that he did have some things that that were remarkable, right? That was unique and that has a lot of promise. But then there were things that he said that I understood as a person with 30 years of learning Hebrew that's a reach. So now the question is, Chuck, right? Your sphere of learning is in cuneiform, dealing primarily in Akkadian, Assyrian, with Sumerian as well. That being your specialty, what do you find problematic about his approach? Would you say that it's he hasn't learned a discipline? He hasn't actually learned these languages formally? Do you think that that's part of the problem? Or you think B, that at times it just seems that this is all fringe scholarship? Or you could include the other variable C, which is however you see it.
Okay. Well, from what I've been able to read from his own publications, from what I've watched him articulate, I do not see that he took the time to study the grammar of Sumer, specifically Sumerian. The issue isn't just his conclusions, it's the comparative method being invoked, but isn't being applied. Sign values are being treated as stable semantic consonants or constants. The phonetic similarity is taken as evidence of a relationship. In historical linguistics, superficial resemblances is explicitly classified as chance similarity, unless you can show a particular level of regular sound correspondences, meaning you have to have a list of similarities where you can rule out these chance similarities. Lyle Campbell, who has a book, Historical Linguistics, in his third edition, he points out that similarity alone does not demonstrate relatedness. Apparent resemblances may be due to chance, borrowing, or other factors unless regular sound correspondences can be established. That's important. That's very important because that's the very foundation of what the historical comparative method is about. So when you take, because I would like to share my screen.
You can. You absolutely can. Okay. I'll throw it up as soon as I see it.
Okay, cool. Because they are written a specific kind of way. And you can basically, you can follow along because most of those inscriptions have the same theme when you're talking about those monumental texts.
Yes.
And that makes it kind of easy to follow along. So like you can go to a museum and you can see one of those inscriptions or Namu or someone, and you'll see it and you basically be able to read it. But when you get down to some real technical aspects of it, you would have to know, well, what this represents. Here's a verbal prefix and then a dative and all that complicated stuff that you do when you're doing meticulous transliterating into becoming a bona fide, thorough translation.
All right.
Okay, I didn't go off the edge.
No, that was definitely sufficient to give everyone a full gist in some sense of where your your strengths are and where your studies are. I think that's very important. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go for it. Now, I've seen you not only be critical of the early Nuwapu movement, and I want to point out because sometimes when a person is critical, everyone wants to make it personal. Oh, he didn't like them, that's why he said that. Or he didn't like this particular person, and that's why he went against them. I want to point out that you certainly had mentioned offline before we even joined on that you had stayed with York literally up until the time that he was arrested, right, and then eventually put in the incarceration. In the reorganization. In my eye view, that would mean that you're a loyalist, right? Mm-hmm. You were very, very loyal. Absolutely. So that also tells me that any critique that you have, that's just what it is, critique. It's not personal. You were there for the long run, for the long haul, you know. So apart from being critical of, again, the Nuwaubian organization, you're also known to be critical of scholars that are very well known, such as Dr. Wesley Muhammad, and then some people call them pseudo scholars or conscious community scholars. I don't want to do that with this person. But you've also been critical of Asar Imhotep, right? Who's certainly considered one of the conscious community scholars, right? I want to know, beginning with Wesley Muhammad, Dr. Wesley Muhammad. Let's address him accurately and with respect. What is problematic about his approach in looking at this information and then drawing various conclusions? Because he's also a part of the Nation of Islam, and he's also authored books. And the books that he's authored, right, are dealing in areas of ancient Sumer. And he has took to the public stage to make very bold statements about the ethnicity of the Sumerians based on what he sees. So I want you to just point out for a moment, what do you find problematic about his approach?
I think that it's just on a basic level. It's not from what I've read and watched, and our back and forth interaction is short. We had a little back and forth thing. I don't see anything that was in depth when it came to the scholarship. He had a publication. I don't know if this thing is working right. He had a publication called, I think it was Anunnaki, something Black God.
Anunnaki Black God. Yes.
Yeah, and I went through that section of it, and I even confronted him about it because there were some things in it that I disagreed with on an academic level when it came to the Akkadian language itself, which I had a minor in, which is something that we had to go through as well. When it came to that, I expressed my disagreement with it, and he put me on blast and said that the brother, he was respectful with it. He didn't come out and say anything that was painfully attacking, but he basically was saying that I was wrong, and he gave his reasons. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna send you that link to that discussion in his on his Facebook page. And what I did was I just critiqued it and then demonstrated that what the name or title Anunnaki represented to the Akkadians as opposed to what Anunna meant to the Sumerians.
Okay.
And with regards to they being black men or space age black men, etc., I just challenged him to cite the Sumerian or Akkadian source that literally said that they were black.
Okay.
And he gave a couple of references, but it wasn't from any text. It would be from individuals who said they were.
Hey, let me say this. One of the problems we have in research, and this is just my honest opinion, we're just too lazy. We're too lazy to go to the root of it. We'll believe anything. I got a book that I'm working on for over 8 years. There's an elder in the community that asked me as a dare to write a rebuttal to Dr. Ivan van Sertima when they came before Columbus. And Dr. Ivan van Sertima is a very intelligent guy, but I don't think people realize what he actually did. He came out with a book, and the book said, during the time of Tazaryach, black people had access to boats, and we ended up in America before Columbus came. That was a part of his thesis originally.
Now, eventually, I think he had, and someone correct me, he had 19 editions of his book. So he had to change because he wanted his book to be more scholarly. It got scholarly to the point that it actually ended up in universities. I don't know if it ended up universities at the library or it ended up as something that they teach. I'm not completely sure about that. But the issue now is he changed. He went way before Ramesses. He left from the time of Tazaryach, which is the 600s BC or the 7th century BC, and went all the way now to the 13th century and said this is when they possibly could have done it. Now he started using different terminologies. It could have. It's possible. They may have. So he stopped talking with a definite language in the first couple editions to start saying the possibility of this might have happened. I wrote the book. It's called They Did Not Come Before Columbus. And I want to say it's not a knock. It's to add on to the conversation and to say why I think we have to always say black people is everywhere and black people did everything. We know the original people on the earth in Africa, the first Homo sapiens were in Africa. There's no doubt about that. Whether they were light-skinned, they were Dundus, whatever skin tone, I don't care. But they were in Africa. They left out of Africa. They went into what's called the Levantine region. They went into the Arabian region. And what they did, family, they expanded and they mutated outside of Africa. So now you start talking about different DNAs. You have the A, the B, the C, the D, the E, the F, the G, the H, I, the J, the K, the L, L, M, N, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V. WX. Well, X is one of the markers for North American, the females. But I want to say one of the reasons with Wesley Muhammad, why I cut it, because I like Wesley, and I didn't cut it because I like him, but I didn't really want to get into that part because Chuck, somebody who loves Wesley, is watching Chuck and said Chuck is not qualified because this man has a PhD. Ivan van Sertima has a PhD. I don't have a PhD. That doesn't mean I can't do the proper research and go to the proper channels and apply the historical critical method to what he did. And I'm gonna read something from that book that I put together. It's been 8 years. An elder in the community challenged me. He said, "Why don't you put it on paper? What you're saying?" Because we always argue on Facebook. And I said, you know, what you're saying is true. I do need to apply it to I do need to put it on paper. And let me read a little piece of it so that people could see that I'm not even kidding right now. Let me give you a rundown of the table of contents and all that stuff. And I think what happened is it sounds good, but it's just simply not true. When we see the stones of the Olmecs, we say, oh, they must be Africans based off of lookership. Then you have Mexican people arguing with African people online saying, hey, I'm right and you're wrong. But who is looking at the information? Who has actually read They Came Before Columbus? I've actually had to compare different editions because of the changes over the years and actually make a conversation that entails all 19 editions. So I had to download as much of PDFs as possible, get an idea of what's changed, look at reviews, because maybe I would read something, I wouldn't catch it. But They Came Before Columbus was a groundbreaking book. But how can I respond to such a great man? I would have to use sources upon top of sources and source everything that I say. But I'm going to read the table of contents so you guys could get an idea of what I'm trying to do with They Came Before Columbus. And it's not a knock on Dr. Ivan van Sertima, because I think he's one of the greatest minds I've ever seen in the conscious community. although I disagree with him on what he said originally. He changed over time, so it would look like. But one of the things that he did, though, he did go in front of Congress and he did actually, I won't say lie, he told something that wasn't true. I'm being nice. He did go in front of Congress and say something that was not true. One of the things was that Columbus said about the spears, it wasn't Columbus, it was somebody else. And he actually quoted it like it was Columbus. Again, trying to make the argument they came before Columbus. But I mean, to each his own. But I took the elder's advice, and he said, Garfield, put what you're saying in a book. Get it peer reviewed. And I'm actually going to get this particular book peer reviewed by African scholars, African-centered scholars. Let me see. Hold on, let me see here. Yeah, it's a very generous, very generous. I'm very generous with the scholar. Very generous. Not like back in the days where I call everybody pseudo and then write something. This is well put together, and I'm not going to release this probably for another 2 years. But I've been working on this for like 8 years. There's a chapter 10, I say it's called Rhetoric Without Evidence, Why Revisions Did Not Rescue They Came Before Columbus. Since its publication in 1976, They Came Before Columbus has circulated widely through numerous printings and revised editions. Over time, its language softened, its bibliographies expanded, and its prefaces responded to critics. These changes have sometimes been interpreted as scholarly maturation. This chapter demonstrates that such a conclusion is unwarranted. While the rhetoric of the book evolved, its evidentiary foundation did not. Across all editions, the central thesis, pre-Columbian African contact sufficient to influence or shape New World civilizations, remains unsupported by archaeology, linguistics, genetics, or primary historical documentation. Revisions altered the tone, not proof. This distinction is crucial. In historical scholarship, claims are not strengthened by moderation of language alone. They are strengthened by new data, improved methodology, or independent corroboration. None of these appear in any revised edition of Van Sertima's work. Van Sertima's core argument can be summarized simply. Africans crossed the Atlantic before Columbus and left recognizable cultural and biological traces in the Americas, most notably among the Olmec civilization. This claim appears in strong declarative form in the earliest edition and persists, albeit couched in more cautious phrasing in later ones. Early editions speak in terms of presence and foundational influence. Later editions prefer contact, possibility, or influence without colonization. Yet the examples marshaled in support of these formulations remain identical. Olmec colossal heads, stylistic parallels in art, speculative maritime capability, and selective linguistic and botanical analogies. The persistence of the same evidentiary set is decisive. A hypothesis that remains dependent on the same examples decades later has not advanced, it has merely been restated. I'm going to leave that for now, but I want to get into something that's important to a lot of people who are Hebrew Israelites, a lot of people who are not Hebrew Israelites. Peace all, Brother Garfield, an hour for the hour. Okay. I want to say, you've done some of the work already, Garfield. We should be grateful. I appreciate that. Now, I want to make it clear that's another thing I want to talk about before we get out of here today is also the King James's black thing. I don't think people know the arguments, and I think people who are trying to say he's not black don't know how to frame the arguments. And I think a lot of things, I mean, I do have a book that I'm putting out, and it's going to be a beautiful book that anybody could read. It's simple, it's well sourced, and with King James, you have to go to the root source. That's the only way you're going to defeat people like Priest Daniela and Hebrew Israelites. And you got to understand what they're saying and how to counteract what they're saying. All right? Because all you need to do is go to the source. And it's not difficult, but I pretty much got a hang of it. Every day when I think I've known enough about the black Hebrew Israelite argument about King James being black, I just, to be honest with you, family, I learned so much more about this. It's unbelievable. And by the way, in studying this, my last name is Reed, R-E-I-D. I did not know that my name comes from the word red. Reed is another version or an alteration or a transliteration of red. So my name is really Garfield Red. Reed is a later, like they put on later on and add vowels or whatever. So I did not know that before I started studying about King James, because I had to study Scottish history, Irish history, Welsh history, English history. I had to study who are the people that came there, how the Vikings came. I had to study archaeological evidence. I had to study the DNA evidence of the people that came there and replace the original people. Because they just came out with some information that the person who they thought who looked African, with an African, a dark-skinned guy who they thought he actually was white, and they made an error in saying that he was black. It came out recently. This is just craziness, bro. But when you look at the people that came there and the original people that was there and the turnover of the culture, you realize who came there from the steppe areas of Turkey, and who came over there, who migrated there and all that stuff. You got to look at all that stuff. You got to look at the epithets of people's names. Like you say Shekmet the black, or Shekmet the white, or Shekmet the fair. Bain, B-A-I-N, means fear or light. So I think Hebrew Israelites are saying, hey, they call this person the fair, so they're saying that the person is white. Nah. They're saying Shekmet the black, that means that she's black. Nah. Black Douglas, oh, Douglas must be a black guy. Red Douglas, oh, he must be a white guy. What about Green Douglas? What would that person be? But I mean, studying this stuff is beautiful. It's beautiful out there. It's beautiful to study this stuff and get the stuff right. All right, so let's get into this right here. We're gonna have a discussion about what happened to the lost tribes of Israel. Courtney said, duh. All right, let's go. Let's take a look.
Thanks to NordVPN for sponsoring this video.
Anybody
the 12 tribes of Israel. If you know your Bible, odds are pretty good you've heard of them. But how much do we really know about these tribes, and what happened to them? From nearly the beginning of the Hebrew Bible's vision of history, the 12 tribes are the most common and most consistent definition of who the people of Israel are. 12 sons are born to the patriarch Jacob between Genesis 29 and 35, and before the end of the book, they traveled down to Egypt. 400 years later, 12 tribes follow Moses out in a grand exodus. They conquer Canaan and divide the land into 12 different parts. Then they're led by the judges, then by kings David and Solomon, and at that point, according to 1 Kings chapter 11, the kingdom of Israel splits in two. But even this division is described explicitly in tribal terms. 10 of the tribes form the northern kingdom, which keeps the name Israel, while the remainder form a new kingdom called Judah. What happens next is disaster. Roughly 200 years later, the Assyrians conquer the kingdom of Israel and take its people into exile, from which they supposedly never return. This event sparks the legend of the 10 lost tribes of Israel. What happened to them? Although the Bible itself barely touches this subject, for thousands of years, people have speculated about answers to that question. Did they stay in Assyria or go deeper into Asia? Did they travel to Africa, as some Ethiopians say? Or did they cross into some mystical geography across the legendary river Sambation? In addition to these legends of where the 10 lost tribes might have gone, there are many groups who have claimed to be Israel, almost always claiming to be one or more of the lost tribes. So even now, there are self-proclaimed Israels all over the world, a phenomenon totally unparalleled in the history of any other identity. What's going on here? Let's start with the historical origins of the legend. Are the 12 tribes of Israel even historical in the first place? Well, historians debate this question. The evidence suggests early on there were some number of tribes of some sort, but the exact number of tribes and what the tribes were actually called differs depending on which biblical text you read. For example, Deuteronomy 33, an early text called the Blessing of Moses, claims to bless all the tribes of Israel, but leaves out the tribe of Simeon. The most striking example, though, is Judges chapter 5, or the Song of Deborah, which many scholars believe is the oldest text in the entire Hebrew Bible. This chapter describes a war between the king of Canaan and many of the tribes mentioned by name. However, only 10 tribes are mentioned, including a few not mentioned as tribes elsewhere in the Bible, like the tribe of Gilead. Moreover, Judges 5 is specifically missing the tribes most often associated with the kingdom of Judah: Levi, Simeon, and, well, the tribe of Judah itself. Judah is not mentioned in our earliest source. This is important because the vast majority of descriptions of a specifically 12-tribe Israel were not composed in the northern kingdom at all, but in the southern kingdom of Judah. See, after Assyria conquered the northern kingdom, the kingdom of Judah survived another 136 years until Babylon conquered them in 586. Here, there's another exile, but not an endless one. After the Persians conquer the Babylonians, the Judahites are allowed to return home and rebuild their lives. In time, the descendants will become the Jewish people. And it was during this time, from 722 to after the Babylonian exile, that much of what we know as the Hebrew Bible was composed and edited by the people of Judah. So many scholars now believe that the 12 tribes vision itself is an idealized vision of a pan-Israel identity, an identity created by Judah to include them and raise their profile in Israel's history. This narrative is not completely historical, but it was based on an older, smaller tribal system that actually did exist in early Israel. In fact, some scholars question whether the early Judahites even initially thought of themselves as Israelites at all, or whether later Judahites adopted and adapted an Israelite identity. Inventing an idealized 12-tribe system might have played a crucial part in forming this identity. At the same time, many scholars believe that there really were 12 tribes of Israel early on, which remained important throughout the history of both kingdoms. So the scholarly debate does continue. As for the famous legend of the 10 lost tribes, well, the answer is less complicated. It is true that the Assyrians conquered the northern kingdom in 722, and that many of the Israelites were taken into exile at that time. This actual historical event inspired the 10 lost tribes legend. However, in recent years, we've realized that 2 Kings chapter 17, the text in the Bible that describes this event in detail, vastly exaggerates how many Israelites were actually removed from the region. In this text, we're told that all the Israelites were taken and replaced by foreign peoples brought in by the Assyrians. In reality, archaeological evidence demonstrates that many Israelites remained behind and likely went on living their lives much as they had before, even though the Assyrians now ruled the region. Many also likely fled south and integrated into the kingdom of Judah. So it's not entirely...
Hold on a second. Isaiah 43. Where does it say by way of ship in 2 Kings 17? Israelites were taken by the shivers. Hold on a second. Let me do this. Okay. Just checking.
Really accurate to think of these deportations as the wholesale removal of the entire local population. The Assyrian Empire's deportation and resettlement policy was very targeted. When Assyrian sources mention who is being deported, they specifically mention the artisans, scholars, and urban elite. As the Assyriologist Karen Radner says, these people were usually dispatched to the Assyrian heartland to generate knowledge and wealth. In other words, the policy was a knowledge industry extraction program, extracting the elite from conquered lands and transplanting them into the imperial center where they were best able to generate wealth for the empire. And this was a well-organized policy by the Assyrian bureaucracy. So all this to say, there were tens of thousands of lost Israelites, but there were never really 10 lost tribes. The Israelites that were lost were likely a cross-section of the urban elite and artisans who ended up in the Assyrian heartland, in what is now northern Iraq. But here it's again useful to remember the role that the Kingdom of Judah played in creating the Bible as we know it. 2 Kings 17 is likely a Judahite effort to downplay the legitimacy of the remaining Israelites of the northern kingdom. So this famous legend may actually be based in an ancient rivalry between competing factions, rather than an uncomplicated recounting of history. But the Bible itself is not very descriptive about this issue. In fact, 2 Kings 17 never even says how many tribes of Israel were lost. In the end, the legend of the 10 lost tribes was a later invention, a creation of early Jewish and Christian authors who exaggerated the exiled Israelites as a vast multitude, and who speculated about what really happened to them. So let's examine those later speculations, because when you ask the question, what happened to the 10 lost tribes, many people to this day have very specific answers, even claiming to be descendants of one or more of those tribes. Why did the legend of the 10 lost tribes become such a big deal for so many people later in history? A new book by the Hebrew Bible scholar Dr. Andrew Tobolowsky ties all this together by offering a new perspective on the history of what he calls becoming Israel, the practice of claiming and constructing new identities by adapting the 12 tribes tradition. The book, The Myth of the 12 Tribes of Israel, explores this history through a series of case studies, beginning with the Hebrew Bible itself and continuing through discussions of the Samaritans, medieval lost tribe legends, the Mormons, and the Beta Israel of Ethiopia, though there are many other groups that we could talk about, including the Black Hebrew Israelites and followers of British Israelism. This is a groundbreaking book because it not only ventures into a topic dominated by conspiracy theorists instead of critical scholarship, but it also is an extensive comparative study that spans thousands of years of history. His argument starts with this simple fact. The Hebrew Bible's vision of a tribal Israel is a Judahite vision. Though historians debate how much of the 12 tribes tradition is historical, there's no debate that the tradition itself was shaped in Judah after the Assyrians conquered the northern kingdom. This means that the Bible's vision of Israel was shaped after the heyday of the tribes of Israel, whatever that originally looked like. In other words, the first group of people to use the 12 tribes tradition to shape an Israelite identity was Judah. And the way Judah used the tradition is not all that different from how other groups used the tradition throughout history. So let's go through some of those other examples in Tobolowsky's book, starting with the people known as the Samaritans, also known as the Samaritan Israelites. The Samaritans are a religious group numbering about 1,000 people living in two main places, the town of Holon on the outskirts of Tel Aviv and near their holy site Mount Gerizim in the Palestinian territory of the West Bank. It was long believed that the Samaritans descended from foreigners brought into Israel by the Assyrians after their conquest. This idea comes from 2 Kings 17, which we mentioned before. It claims that the region was resettled by colonists who were eventually taught to worship God, but their foreign influence corrupted how they worshipped him. The Samaritans themselves have always claimed otherwise, saying they are the direct descendants of Israel, but their vision of Israel's history differs from that of Judaism. The Samaritans also worship one God, but they believe Mount Gerizim is God's holy site rather than Jerusalem. They also have a Pentateuch, but it's a different version than the Pentateuch found in the Hebrew Bible. In recent years, historians have realized that their claim of Israelite ancestry is correct. They actually do descend from ancient Israelites themselves, the ones who were never exiled from the northern kingdom. Thus, the account in 2 Kings 17 now appears to be an anti-Samaritan passage that aimed to delegitimize the Samaritans' claim to Israelite identity. What this means is that even in the ancient world, and even outside of the Hebrew Bible, there were different groups with a legitimate claim to Israelite ancestry, different groups that were already using the same 12 tribes tradition to construct different visions of Israel, sometimes even in opposition to each other, as what we see when we compare the Samaritan Pentateuch with the Hebrew Bible's Pentateuch. In other words, as I say in another video, the Samaritan Israelites don't so much tell a different history of Israel as they tell a counter-history of Israel, a story with all the same elements but arranged in a way that counters the Judahite narrative of the Hebrew Bible and constructs their own vision of Israelite identity. Our next case study examines medieval legends linked to the mythical king Prester John. Prester John was thought to be a priest king of the East with a supposedly mighty army that would one day rescue the European Crusaders. The medieval text called the Letter of Prester John says that the lost tribes live on his border, and part of his role is to control and contain them unless they break through his defenses and destroy the world, a legend that reflects varieties of medieval anti-Semitism. Tobolowsky argues that these medieval legends became a framework for how Europeans understood the world and the other societies they came into contact with. Anytime Europeans encountered a new people, they asked the same question: which biblical people group is this? The lost tribes were a common answer to fill in that blank, but there were others. Europeans also like to look to the family of nations passage in Genesis chapter 10, which describes the whole world as the descendants of Noah's 3 sons. We see this framework in action when the Europeans first encountered the Mongols in the 13th century. At first, Europeans theorized that, at last, the armies of Prester John have arrived to help us with the Crusades. But as the Mongols appeared more threatening, it became more common to imagine that they were instead the lost tribes of Israel, here to bring about the end of the world. These myths also popped up in the stories of individual explorers during this period. Eldad Hadani was a Jewish merchant and traveler who arrived in North Africa in the late 9th century, claiming to come from the lost tribe of Dan. Benjamin of Tudela was a Jewish traveler from Spain who went east and returned with stories of the mighty free Israelites of Asia. All this searching and finding of the lost 10 tribes laid the groundwork for the next phase in the search for Israel, the exploration of the New World. Almost from the time of Columbus himself, many people believed that the indigenous people of the Americas were the lost tribes of Israel, a belief that blossomed into something often called the Jewish Indian theory, or the Hebraic Indian theory, which is preferred by some scholars. Even some of the founders of the U.S. bought into this theory, such as Benjamin Rush, a famous patriot and doctor who asked Lewis and Clark to keep an eye out for evidence on their expedition out west. The most famous expression of the Jewish Indian theory is the Book of Mormon, which tells the story of how a group out of the tribe of Manasseh made their way to America around the time of the Babylonian conquest and became some or all of the native peoples. At first, the Mormons broadly understood themselves as Gentiles discovering and converting the lost of Israel. But very quickly, Mormon theology landed on the position that they themselves were in fact Israelites, and that those predisposed to convert to this new belief system probably had Israelite ancestry themselves. Even today, an important coming-of-age ceremony called the Patriarchal Blessing typically involves revealing to the blessed what tribe they descend from. According to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, many members specifically descend from the tribe of Ephraim. The final case study examines the Jewish community of Ethiopia, called the Beta Israel. There are about 170,000 Ethiopian Jews, the vast majority of whom live in Israel, and their story of their immigration from Ethiopia to Israel is, in a sense, a story of the 12 tribes tradition, enabling them to become Israel twice. First, building an Israelite identity in Ethiopia, and then centuries later being recognized by the state of Israel in the 20th century. For hundreds of years, legends have been told in Ethiopia about the descendants of King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba, a mysterious monarch long associated with Ethiopia who visits King Solomon in 1 Kings chapter 10. Ethiopians later expanded on the source text. The most extensive expansion is found in the text called the Kebra Nagast. In this legend, Solomon and the Queen of Sheba have a son named Menelik, who, after visiting his father in Israel, returns home with an honor guard of Israelite tribal leaders and the Ark of the Covenant. In the 13th century, a local Ethiopian ruler named Yakuno Amlak overthrew the rival Zagwe kingdom and formed a new dynasty that came to be known as the Solomonic dynasty, which ruled Ethiopia until the overthrow of the last emperor in 1974. As the name suggests, the Solomonic dynasty claimed to descend from Menelik, and as a result, many Ethiopian Christians have identified as Israelites for a long time. The Beta Israel community, likely from around the time of its inception in the 14th century CE, understood themselves as Israelites too, according to the Kebra's tradition, but distinct from these Christian Israelites by virtue of the fact that they held to their pre-Christian Jewish roots. Their claim to Israelite identity got even stronger in the 19th century, when Jewish travelers entered the region searching for the lost tribes of Israel, courtesy of Eldad Hadani, the same medieval traveler we discussed before. See, Eldad not only identified himself as a member of the lost tribe of Dan, but he claimed that these Danites lived in a land called Cush, a biblical place name that had long been associated with Ethiopia. So when these Jewish travelers entered Ethiopia, They encountered Jewish Israelites precisely where they thought they would find them, and came to believe that they discovered the lost tribe of Dan. This is significant because it was this identification as the tribe of Dan that enabled the Beta Israel to be recognized by the Rabbinic Court of Israel in the 1970s. This shows the flexibility of the 12 tribes tradition. As Tobolowsky argues in his book, the tradition in Ethiopia was initially a native tradition focused on internal Ethiopian politics and society.
With Ethiopia, it's very tricky because before Eldad the Danite, nobody was saying the Danites were in Ethiopia. And his story has so much supernatural parts to it. And he lies about where he's from based off the dialect of the Arabic he was speaking, or the Hebrew he was speaking, whatever he was speaking. But Eldad the Danite is not an issue of going into Africa. The issue is why you're making up a story. But before that, though, remember, no one in Ethiopia is claiming they come from the tribe of Dan. And why does he claim the tribe of Dan of all the tribes? Because if you read his story, he's powerful like, who is it? Samson? Samson is the guy from the tribe of Dan. He's powerful like the tribe of Dan because that's where Samson is from. Like Hercules, he's strong. You know, that's why he claimed that. Well, anyway, let's carry on.
Especially regarding the foundation of the Solomonic dynasty. But in the 20th century, the 12 tribes tradition enabled the Beta Israel to reorient themselves to a vision of Israel recognized by people outside of Ethiopia, recognized by the external world of Judaism as well. This shift cleared the way for their move from Ethiopia to the state of Israel, where the vast majority of the community now live. So as we've seen, depending on who you ask, you get a lot of different answers to the question, what happened to the 10 lost tribes? In fact, many of these people adopted and adapted an Israelite identity by claiming to be one or more of the tribes of Israel, whether it's the tribe of Ephraim or the tribe of Dan or others. The Hebrew Bible helps these claims seem more plausible because the Bible is silent about the destiny of the vast majority of these tribes. Since the source material simply does not say what happened to them, this leaves the door open to finding them anywhere in almost any form. But the tribal tradition itself makes this even more possible by offering at least 12 different options to claim to be Israel, which leads us to Tobolowsky's research on genealogies. Now, I know what you're thinking. Genealogies are some of the most boring sections of the Bible to read. If you've read the Hebrew Bible, you know what I'm talking about. Huge walls of text that list father to son or mother to daughter for page after page after page. Scholars call this a linear genealogy because if you draw it, it would look something like a straight line. Abraham begot Isaac, Isaac begot Jacob, and so forth. But there's another type of genealogy very important to Tobolowsky's argument, what he calls a segmented genealogy. What does he mean by that? Well, especially in the book of Genesis, biblical authors will describe entire family trees. In Genesis chapter 10, for example, we get an account of the descent of all of humanity from the 3 sons of Noah. Each of these lines are segments of the overall genealogy. Tobolowsky points out that the segmented structure of the 12 tribes tradition makes it possible to adopt an Israelite identity in so many different places and times. Because Israel was born divided into 12 pieces, it can go on being divided not just between the kingdoms of Israel and Judah, or even Israel and Assyria, but it can be divided across the entire world, from Ethiopia to North America. In other words, separating Israel into parts not only makes it possible to write a story about Judah becoming the most important tribe, but separating Israel into parts also enables a story about how a group out of the tribe of Manasseh came to America and became a huge people group. While some of these claims to Israelite lineage have more to them historically, in a sense, all of the people groups claiming Israelite identity are doing essentially the same thing, placing themselves on one or some of the branches of the genealogical tree. But all of this would hardly matter if being Israel was not also desirable in the first place. The idea of Israel as God's chosen people, the role its restoration plays in the fulfillment of biblical prophecies, and the prestige and popularity of this ancient people all come together to create a global fascination with where the people of Israel is located, what it has become, and what will happen next. The result is a world full of self-proclaimed Israels, an unprecedented phenomenon for any people group in all of history. Thanks to NordVPN for sponsoring this video. NordVPN is a virtual private network service that encrypts your connection between your device and the internet, so you can surf the web privately while protecting your data and your identity. As of right now, NordVPN has launched their cybersecurity awareness campaign. Whether it's someone trying to steal your password or attacking your device with malware, the internet can be a dangerous place. But NordVPN now comes built in with a new feature called Threat.
All right. I'm going to talk about something I don't normally talk about. And I think it's important for the second Esdras, for the Assyrian exile conversation. So I just put in Chat GPT, I just put what's called the Sabbatic River or the Sambatian River. And what is this? People may ask. So what I wanted to do was I wanted to get a clean video on the actual topic of the Sabbatian River. There's this guy here, Kephes Yesikaya. He said, beyond the river, Sabbatian River, tribes of Israel. I think what we're doing, and we got to be very careful, we're using myth and people looking for the lost tribes and taking it as literal, and then we're making it real history to make our claims real. And I think we got to be very, very careful with that. That's just my opinion, but let's take a look at what the Sabbatian River is.
Immerse yourself in the enigma of the Sambatian River, an ancient mystery steeped in tradition and religious lore. Said to allow passage only on the Sabbath, it has fascinated scholars for centuries. Its story is linked to the 10 lost tribes of Israel, exiled in the 8th century BC. It's conjectured they found sanctuary near the Sambation, their fate as elusive as the river's location. From ancient Mesopotamia to China, the river has been sought by explorers, yet its location stays unknown, adding to its charm. Even in this modern age, we utilize genetics to uncover the truth about the tribes. However, tracing ancestry is complex, so we continue quest, ever drawn to the captivating mystery of the Sambation River and the lost tribes it hides. Immerse yourself in the enigma of the Sambation River, an ancient mystery.
All right, so I don't think he gives a good explanation, but let me see if this guy does also. Go ahead.
Welcome back. This is Rabbi Chinedu Yanum. Let's finish up. Let's identify.
About the 10 tribes, that they are in very far away land, a place that is all surrounded by very high mountain, tall mountains that nobody can pass through. And the only way to go out, the way out is only a river. But this river, it's called Sambation.
Crossing a river.
They have to cross a river, but this river, that we call it Sambation, came from the word Shabbat, have full stone to the air all the week, so nobody can pass. It's like a boiling water, so that full stone
up in the air.
Up in the air. So nobody can pass this river. But in Shabbat, the river rests. But to go out, we are not going to.
I don't know if anybody heard what he said. The Sabbatian River, or the Sabbatic River, or the Sabbatian River, is a river that flows rocks. So it blocks the 10 tribes in Assyria, right? So they can't travel or go anywhere, but it only stops flowing rocks on the Sabbath, and they can't travel on the Sabbath because they're Israelites. They got to rest. So it's a fictitious river that these folks invented. Now, I'm going to show something real, and you might say to yourself, Garfi, what are you talking about? This is something that people actually talked about in history. The Sambatian River or the Sabbatic River. Now, look at what I did, though. And you might never have heard this before. And if you have information on it, you could jump on. Homeboy says Sabbatian is not the river. All right, so let's look at. So what I did is I put it in Chat GPT, right? I put Sabbatic River. I just put it just now. The Sabbatic River, also called the Sambatian or the Sabbatian, is a legendary river in Jewish tradition, not a real geographically identified river. If you notice what my brother said in the chat, he said it's not a river. Okay. All right. Let's see what Chat GPT says. It appears in Second Temple and late antique Jewish literature and later medieval sources. What is the Sabbatic River? The Sabbatic River is said to throw up stones, sand, and debris for 6 days. It becomes completely calm on the Sabbath, but cannot be crossed on the 6 working days. It's too violent. On the Sabbath, you're forbidden to travel. So it functions as a mythical, divinely enforced barrier. Look at this. What is it supposed to separate? In Jewish legend, the river separates the 10 lost tribes of Israel from the rest of the world. They are imagined as living beyond the river or beyond the Euphrates, faithfully keeping the Torah, waiting to return at the end of days. First person to write about it was Josephus, Pliny the Elder. Then you see something in Second Esdras. I'm going to bring that up shortly. But look what Josephus describes the river. It runs violently 6 days and rests on the 7th. Where did people think it was located? Central Asia, Ethiopia, Arabia, India, Persia, Scythia. All right. What is it really? Scholars agree it is a mythical, symbolic river, probably inspired by volcanic or seasonal rivers, or symbolic storytelling about Sabbath observance, divine separation. Why it matters for our debates. The Sabbatic River is not a historical location. It is a part of a legendary geography. It shows how myth about the lost tribes developed. Even medieval Jewish scholars did not know where it was. It belongs in the same category as what? Eldad the Danite stories, Prester John, Alexander Gates, Gog and Magog legends. The Sabbatic River, or Sambation, is a legendary river in Jewish and Greco-Roman literature said to rage for 6 days a week, rest on the Sabbath, forming a mythical barrier behind which the lost tribes supposedly live. It has no fixed location, no archaeological evidence, and is recognized by scholars as symbolic and legendary geography, not a real river. Now watch this. I asked ChatGPT, what about Second Esdras, the stream that God holds up, and does Eldad the Danite mentions it? Now watch this. Because this is how you know Second Esdras was written sometime in the 1st century. Because Second Esdras mentions a stream that God stopped so that the people could pass. That's reminiscent of the same Sabbatian river. Look at this. Second Esdras and the Hellback stream. The key passages, Second Esdras 13 to 40 to 45. In this vision, Ezra is told that the 10 tribes were taken away by the Assyrians, then traveled to a far country called Arzareth. And in order to get there, God did what? Held back the sources of the river until they had passed over. They crossed a miraculous body of water by divine intervention. Important point. The text does not say the Sabbatian river. It does not say the river flows 6 days, It does not say none of that stuff. But it's the same type of river. It's a one-time miracle crossing story modeled on the Red Sea, the Jordan River. That tradition comes from Josephus, Pliny, Talmud, later Eldad the Danite now in the 9th century explicitly participates in this myth complex. He claims he comes from the tribes living beyond the same Sabbatian river. So the same river. So he's definitely attached to rabbinical Judaism because it's in the Talmud about the Sabbatian river. It's in Josephus. It's in Pliny the Elder. Then the Midrash traditions. He describes hyper-pious Israelite kingdoms, miraculous geography, fantastic creatures, perfect Torah-keeping societies. Eldad is not considered historical. Okay. Okay, Eldad the Danite, lost tribes. Yeah, so I just wanted to talk about the Sabbatian river for a second because it's important in understanding the usage. That's your Rob. Leave the Bronx out of this, bro. Leave the Bronx out of this. Yeah. Yeah, so Josephus is the first person to actually mention it. But where he mentions it and where Pliny the Elder mentions it is actually two different locations. Yeah, but I'm gonna tell y'all this, man. That Sabbaton River is deep, because then you find in Second Esdras they're talking about holding up a stream to let them pass. Because when you ask Josephus where the 10 tribes are, he says they're beyond the Euphrates. When you ask Pliny the Elder, we ask everybody going up until the 13th century, they are beyond the Euphrates. Benjamin Tadella went over there the 12th century, saw them. Arabic sources said they are beyond the Euphrates. The church fathers said they're beyond they didn't leave that area. What Second Esdras does now, it gives them an escape route to leave the area to go to somewhere where mankind has never dwelt. We know in the 5th century BC or the 1st century AD, everywhere in the world was populated as far as what we call a country today. So Tazaryach would be considered basically a mysterious era that nobody will ever find. But the Second Esdras book, man, that Second Esdras got our people wrapped up like crazy. And again, when you argue Second Esdras, they get mad at you, but you got to learn how to decipher text, man, what you're reading. You know, I'm still learning how to decipher text. This is why my Deuteronomy 28 breakdown is different than everybody else's. I think Deuteronomy 28 is from when Joshua to the end of Kings. That everything that happened in Deuteronomy 28, except verse 68, happened during that time period of what they're talking about. They're eating the kids, eating your own babies. That's in Kings. Being the head. Remember when Solomon was getting gifts and all kingdoms was worshiping King Solomon? That's when Israel was at the head and the other nations were at the tail. So everything that's connected, family, I'm telling you, it's from Joshua the King. You could believe it's connected to America all you want. And it's dual prophecy and all this craziness. But you got to look at Deuteronomy 28 in context. And that will free your mind. All right. All right. So since it's 1 p.m. Eastern, there's no game about to start. Does anybody in the audience have any questions regarding what we talked about today, or any questions in general? Or if you want to come on the panel and ask me a question, I got 100 people in the chat. You could ask any questions you want. No questions? No questions. All right, if anybody have any.
Deep within the realms of ancient Jewish folklore lies a tale of intrigue and mystery surrounding the 10 lost tribes of Israel and their elusive barrier, the Sambation River. This mythical watercourse has captivated imaginations for centuries, sparking questions about its existence and the fate of the tribes it is said to have protected. In this exploration, we delve into the enigmatic nature of the Sambation River and the enduring mystery of the 10 lost tribes. The legend of Sambation River. The legend of the Sambation River is believed to be over 2,000 years old, or possibly more, and it has undergone numerous revisions since it was first described in the 1st century AD. This legendary river is mentioned in various cultures and Jewish writings, and it is a fusion of different tales that developed independently. According to ancient Jewish texts, the Sambation River was no ordinary waterway. It was described as a river that roared with tremendous force, making it seemingly impossible to cross. Legends spoke of the deafening noise caused by the river's violent currents, which carried heavy stones that obstructed any attempt to traverse its mighty waters. The river's very name, Sambation, derived from the Hebrew word Shabbat, Sabbath, alluded to a peculiar phenomenon, the river's stillness and cessation of its raging torrent on the Sabbath day, the single day that Jews cannot pass it. Searching for the 10 lost tribes of Israel. The 10 lost tribes of Israel, exiled by the Assyrians in the 8th century BC, have become the subject of countless speculations and quests for their whereabouts. Ancient stories place these tribes near the Sambation River, isolated from the rest of the world. But which tribes were those? Did they truly vanish? Were they obliterated or assimilated? Or do their descendants still exist, hidden from modern view? According to one story, the Levites, or sons of Moses, are the ones blocked by the river, whereas Judah and Benjamin were scattered among the nations. In this version of events, God showed the Levites the way to the river for their protection and sealed the path behind them so that no one could find them. Meanwhile, a burning fire shielded the Levites from outsiders when the river was calm. The story told by Eld Hadani is slightly different. There, a mystic cloud hides the Levites on Saturday. A similar account exists in Islamic sources, which might parallel Jewish sources that did not survive. The problem with these stories is that it is difficult to accept that the Levites were separated from the Israelites and the Judeans. The Bible states that the Levites mixed with the Judeans and shared their exile to Babylon. They may not have been exiled with the 10 Israelite tribes. Although the Levites lived in all the major cities in the Israelite territories, King Jeroboam appointed priests who were not Levites. Consequently, the Levites joined the Judeans. By the 6th century AD, Jewish sources all agreed that the ones blocked by the Sambation River were the 10 lost tribes. The Islamic sources of that time continue to depict a large group descended from Moses who did not commit the sin of the golden calf, i.e. worshipping a false god idol, which earned them divine protection. Other versions did not focus on that particular sin but described the group as virtually righteous, allowing the expansion of this group to include the lost 10 tribes in later sources. Searching for the true location of Sambation River. Numerous questions continue to shroud the 10 lost tribes and the Sambation River. One key aspect is the location of the river itself. Scholars and explorers have sought to uncover its exact whereabouts, with proposed sites ranging from the usual suspect, Mesopotamia, to China. Other attempts have placed Sambation River in Armenia, where an ancient kingdom was situated in the eastern part of Anatolia and the southern Caucasus region, Central Asia, specifically Kazakhstan or Turkmenistan, and Transoxiana, a historical region encompassing parts of modern-day Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, and Turkmenistan. The absence of concrete geographical markers has allowed the legend to endure, and the phenomenon of a river that rests only on Sabbath continued to be told. Much like the river, the fate of the 10 lost tribes of Israel remains a matter of speculation. Did they stay isolated near the Sambation River, preserving their unique identity and customs? Or did they integrate into neighboring societies, leaving no trace of their distinct heritage? The answers to these questions lie hidden within the annals of history, waiting for discovery. The hunt for the 10 lost tribes of Israel continues. For millennia, the idea of the lost tribes of Israel has been a topic of intrigue for believers and non-believers alike. There is certainly no debate that following the destruction of the First Temple, most of the 12 tribes have been scattered across the globe. From the words of Israel's prophets to the tales of the Sambation River to this day, the question remains, where did they go? The 10 lost tribes of Israel have been considered lost for over 3,000 years, but recent evidence demonstrates that they were not lost, they had merely been scattered around the world and had assimilated into other cultures. When a valued item is missing, one is generally directed back to the last place it was seen. This is true for tracing missing people too. By starting where they were last seen, in many cases one can trace their movements, follow their trail, read the signs, and hopefully track them down. Do the same methods work when not only people, but entire tribes are lost, thought gone forever? The principles still apply, and when people who claim to be a part of the missing tribe are traced, and their assertions can now be verified by DNA. It can be proved that the legends are more than just a desire to belong to a mighty nation. The search for the lost tribes is not only about history. A long-held prophecy predicts that when the lost tribes are united in Israel, they will bring forth world peace. This fundamental prophecy, made by the prophet Ezekiel, is one of the main reasons for the interest in the mystery of the lost tribes and the reason it became central to all Abrahamic religions. In order to trace the 10 lost tribes, one needs to return to their last known location. There, beyond the Judean desert, along the banks of the Jordan River and the Dead Sea, south of the Golan Heights, lies the kingdom of Israel in the ancient land of Canaan. There, where dozens of skeletons from the respective territories were unearthed, is where this journey begins. What is in a name? The Israelites were a confederation of Iron Age, Semitic-speaking tribes of the ancient Near East, who inhabited a part of Canaan during the tribal and monarchic periods. According to the religious narrative of the Hebrew Bible, the Israelites' origin is traced back to the biblical patriarchs and matriarchs, Abraham and his wife Sarah, through their son Isaac and his wife Rebekah, and down through their son Jacob, who was later called Israel, which is how the nation derived its name. Conquered by the Assyrian king Shalmaneser V, they were exiled to Upper Mesopotamia and Medes, today modern Syria and Iraq. The 10 tribes of Israel have never been seen since. Thank you for watching. Leave your comments below. Like and subscribe to my video.
Okay, well. Name alone is Jehovah, we would say Yahweh, are the most high over all the earth. How many names is the most high according to that verse?
How many names? You mean one name, Yahweh? Is that what you're asking me? What do you mean, how many names?
How many, according to that verse, it says, thou
Yahweh.
Whose name alone. You said
Jehovah.
what?
Yahweh, Jehovah, Yahweh.
Okay, so is there any other most highs? According to that verse, are there any, I'm sorry, are there any other most highs?
Yeah, no, there's only Jehovah. Okay, now can I articulate my position?
Wait, I just want you to say it again. You said there's only Yahweh, right? As the most high?
Yahweh Shah, yeah. Yahweh Shah.
No. Yahweh is the only, so I'm going to give you the floor. I just want for the record. This man just said only Yahweh is the most high over all the earth. Debate over.
Okay, let's see what's over. Now it's sad.
Yeah, you're worse than William. I just want you to know you worse than William. And you're worse than William and inspiring philosophy. You're worse than both of them.
Now, can I answer you? I know you're manifesting, because if you really knew my position, you're just bearing your fake God under the feet of Jesus. Our position is that Jesus is Yahweh. Let me show you now. Manifest that demon in you. Hold on one second. Let's see if you can be honest. Let's see. All right. So, guys, I want you to see this guy is one of the worst anti-Trinitarians on the planet. Why? Because he thinks that the Father alone is Jehovah, when our position is that Yahweh, Jehovah, is the Trinity. But I'm going to show it to you. Okay. Let me manifest like you. All right. Isaiah 40, verses 3 to 5. World's smallest violin. The voice of him that crieth in the wilderness, prepare ye the way of the Lord, make straight in the desert a highway for God. And I want you to see the funeral here. The voice is preparing for the Lord, Yahweh, Jehovah, for our God, the God of Israel, not a creature. Every valley shall be exalted, and every mountain and hill shall be made low, and the crooked shall be made straight, and the rough places plain. And the glory of the Lord, Yahweh, shall be revealed, and all flesh shall see it together. For the mouth of the Lord, Yahweh, hath spoken it. Now watch the funeral. Now this is the cremation. John 1:19 and 34. And this is the record of John, when the Jews sent priests and Levites from Jerusalem to ask him, who art thou? And he confessed and denied not, but confessed, I am not the Christ. And they asked him, what then art thou? Elias? And he saith, I am not. Art thou that prophet? And he answered, no. Then said they unto him, who art thou? That we may give an answer to them that sent us. What sayest thou of thyself? He said, I am the voice of one crying in the wilderness, make straight the way of the Lord, as said the prophet Isaiah. So guys, in case you missed it, taking time because I'm trying to make connection with scriptures, semantics, as he called it. The voice of him that crieth in the wilderness, prepare ye the way of the Lord, not a creature, not an agent, because John is the agent. Make straight in the desert a highway for our God. So Yahweh our God, Yahweh our God, that's who the voice is preparing. Every valley shall be exalted, every mountain and hill shall be made low, and the crooked shall be made straight, and the rough places plain. The glory of the Lord, Yahweh, shall be revealed, and all flesh shall see it together, for the mouth of the Lord, Yahweh, hath spoken. So who is John? John, who are you? He said, I am the voice of one crying in the wilderness, make straight the way of the Lord, as said the prophet Isaiah. So John is the one who's going to prepare for the coming of Yahweh, our God. Now, John, who is that Yahweh? Who is that Jehovah? Is it the Father? And they which were sent were the Pharisees, and they asked him and said unto him, why baptizest thou then, if thou be not the Christ, nor Elias, neither that prophet? John answered them, saying, I baptize with water, but there standeth one among you whom you know not. He it is, who coming after me is preferred before me, whose shoes latchet I'm not worthy to unloose. These things were done in Bethabara, beyond Jordan, where John was baptizing. The next day John seeth Jesus coming to him, and saith, behold, the Lamb of God, which take away the sin of the world. This is he of whom I said, after me cometh a man, which is preferred before me, for he was before me. And I knew him not, but that he should be made manifest Israel. Therefore am I come baptizing with water. And John bare record, saying, I saw the Spirit from heaven, descending from him like a dove, and abode upon him. And I knew him not, but he that sent me to baptize with water, the same said unto me, upon whom thou shalt see the Spirit descending, remain on him, the same is he which baptizeth with the Holy Ghost. And I saw and bear record that this is the Son of God. So now let's see if you can answer the question. Clearly, John knows Jesus is the Son of God. He's not the Father. And he clearly knows he's not the Holy Spirit. He's the one baptized with the Holy Spirit. But John says, I'm the voice preparing people, not for the coming of a creature, an agent. John is the agent. I'm preparing for Yahweh, our God. And he says, Jesus is the one I prepared for. So he's not a Unitarian like you. He's a Trinitarian because he identified Jesus, the Son, who is Yahweh. And therefore, Psalm 83:18 proves he's the Most High. Refute the exegesis, Cap.
I'm going to add a scripture to what you brought out in Isaiah. In Malachi 4 and 5. I'm sorry, Malachi 4 and 5 says, behold, I will send you Elijah the prophet before the coming of the great dreadful day of the Lord, which is also talk about John. We know that John was Elijah. So when it says before the great coming and dreadful day of the Lord, when John came, the great and dreadful day of the Lord did not come. Why? Because there was a process to it. And the process is very simple. John prepared the way for Christ to then do his job because he was also sent to do a job that's not making him the Most High. He was doing the job of his Father, as he consistently said throughout the text. I do the works of my Father. This subject is not about the works that Christ did. This subject is not about did John prepare the way for Christ to also prepare the way for us to repent and serve the Most High in the end. The subject of this debate is Jesus the Most High? That's the subject. He has yet to substantiate that subject, but has, like I said, done everything to make a semantic argument. So now I've answered your question.
I'm going to jump to Philippians 2, but I'm going to follow your trajectory. So be patient. I'm going to now use Malachi to butcher your fake God and Philippians 2 to further cremate him. You went to Malachi 4. Now let's go to Malachi 3:1. Behold, I send my messenger. He shall prepare the way before me. Now I want you to pay attention. I'm going to answer Philippians 2. Just be patient because I'm jumping with you. When you jump to a text, I'll jump to that same book to show you why your God is fake. Okay? Behold, I'll send my messenger, and he shall prepare the way before me. Remember this language, Cap, me. Now, you agree God is speaking, right? God is speaking, right? I don't need to convince you of that, correct?
And when God is always angels or messengers speaking for the Most High.
This saith the Lord of hosts. I have to convince you?
Right. When it says, saith the Lord of hosts, that's an angel quoting the Most High. Correct.
Okay, we'll go with that. The Lord whom you seek shall suddenly come to his temple. So the temple belongs to who, Cap?
The Most High.
Good, guys, I want you to hear this. I send my messenger, and he shall prepare the way before me. The Lord whom you seek shall suddenly come to his temple, even the messenger of the covenant, the angel of the covenant, whom you delight in. Behold, he shall come, saith the Lord of hosts. My messenger will prepare the way before me, and then the Lord will come to his temple. Jesus quotes this in Matthew 11:10 about John, Luke 7:27, and Mark 1 does. Now let's see who that messenger was. For this is he of whom it is written, behold, I send my messenger before thy face, which shall prepare thy way before thee. So Jesus said,
I'm sorry. My phone is not on vibrate. I apologize.
that's fine. Okay, ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Go ahead.
For Jesus said, Matthew 11, it's about John. Jesus said, behold, this he, John, is the one. When Malachi said, I send my messenger before thy face, which shall prepare thy way before thee. Now, Cap, I want you to see the change of pronouns. Watch what Jesus did. I want to see if you, because semantics, you're saying I'm playing games. I will send my messenger, he shall prepare the way before me. Here, when Jesus quotes it, the me is now, I will send my messenger before thy face, your face, which shall prepare thy way before thee. So Jesus said, John is the messenger. He's sent by the Father to prepare my way. But you just admit that the one that's going to come is the Lord to his temple, that's the Most High. Jesus says that John was sent to prepare for my coming, which means I'm the Lord who owns the temple. You just buried yourself because that means Jesus is the Most High. Oh, now before you go on to your preaching, let me repeat again. I want to see if you can do exegesis. I'm using your King James Bible. Behold, I send my messenger before thy face. Jesus deliberately changed the pronoun because here it's, behold, I send the messenger before me. The my and the me is the one God. But here Jesus breaks it down to show that the my and me is the two persons who are the Most High, the Father and the Son. So John was sent to prepare for the coming of Jehovah, the Lord to his temple, which you said is the Most High. And Jesus says, I'm that one. And John says, that's the one. This is your burial, Cap. Now I want to see how you're going to get around this.
What's up, Mika?
Garfield, I don't know where you been, but you know I have to be. I have to come in to start some trouble.
What's the trouble?
Did
you want
you
to start?
see that video? I even clipped it with a rabbi going at Captain.
No, let me go to your channel right now. Let's see that. We got to watch that together. We got to watch that together. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I could hear you. Can you hear me?
I don't think I can't hear you. Hold on.
Can you hear me at all?
I'm gonna jump off and jump back on.
All right, cool. Let me go to your channel real quickly and find that video. Captain Tazaryach versus Alex. Hold on a second. All right, we'll go find that video there right now.
Testing. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, sis. Loud and clear.
Said.
I'm going to put your YouTube channel up, and I want you to tell me which video you're talking about.
Let me see if I can send it to you a message. Cause do I even remember?
Can you see it? How recent did you put it up?
How recent did I put it up? Oh, I think it was long and I couldn't clip it. But I put it in check your messenger. I think it's on video, the first one.
Hold on a second.
You
just sent it to me?
Yeah, messenger.
All right, cool. Oh, this one. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yo, what's wrong with that dude? That dude don't like me too. He going on me too, yo.
Oh, he did? So you know him?
Yeah, he going on me too, man. Let me see if I find it on your channel real quick.
Check. Where is it? No, it can't be that far. Go up. Okay, it can't be that far. That happened recently. That happened this week. It have to be like maybe on the video part because I couldn't clip it because it was too long.
Jesse Lee thoughts, Captain versus Sam, Zion, Chuck. I think you made a mistake and played. Oh, you have 2 videos with Chuck. Okay. All right, it don't matter. Let me play it from here anyway. Let me play it from here. Or you put it on. You put it on what you call it?
Oh, yeah. Just do it on the one on Facebook. Yeah, that one.
All right, cool. Let's get it. Let's get him in here. Yeah, this rabbi, he was speaking for all African Americans and all that stuff. And he don't like me at all because of my
agree with him, Garfield? Do you agree
if I agree with him, as much as let's listen to it and we discuss it. Let's listen to it.
To understand. On that note, Chief Rabbi, are you ready to open to a portion ball?
Just one more point. You brought out some point. We just a little bit more, and we're going to more portion.
Take your time.
Wait, Captain Tazaryach, talking to you. The only reason why you in the media is because they think you're stupid. That's it. They know you ain't going to make no changes.
Now, I'm gonna say this. It's partially true. Jesse Lee Peterson, if you read his fine print on his website, he does say he bring on stupid people. That's why he pretty much does. I'm paraphrasing. So when he bring on Shaka Amos and Captain Tazaryach, he's really bringing them on to mock them and to make them look stupid. Yes, it's true. The other channels that bring on Tazaryach, I don't know why they would bring Tazaryach on because he does teach that the white man is the devil. So what is the purpose really though? If you know he teaches the white man is the devil, what are you trying to show other white people? You see what I'm saying? So what he's saying might be grounded in some truth. Now, that may come off as hating Captain Tazaryach because some people want to be popular. I don't want to be as popular as Captain Tazaryach. I don't think I could handle that. It's good if you're promoting a product to be popular, but what would be the purpose of me being popular? Like I got a bunch of books coming out. It would serve my purpose to be popular and what do you call it? But on a regular basis, like what Captain is doing, I mean,
I think it's popular for the good reason, like, oh, you smart, you intelligent, you doing da. But being popular for like, oh, we
Black Hebrew Israelite, teaching that all of Europe was black and King James was black. You look stupid. You look stupid. You look stupid in front of white people. Yeah.
Listen, I love Captain, but his information is off. Even though I could tell him over and over and over, and all he gonna do is laugh like, "Yeah, right. I ain't listening to you. You a woman." Listen to other people.
Yeah, he I'm not even. And this dude here hates on me all the time. Like I'm not qualified to talk about Hebrews, and he talks about me too. So it's not like Cap's off the hook. But this guy here. Captain Rabbi Mordecai wrote a whole thing with this African guy saying that they're the African leaders of Hebrew Israelism and they're the true voice of the Israelites. And I'm saying to myself, who gave these guys the authority to do that? But
you talking about
this guy right here with Zion? He brought on this other guy, but.
What other guy? I don't even know what you're talking about. You must be talking about.
There's another African guy that talked about he's an Israelite for all Africans in Africa. And this guy is trying to say he represents African American Israelites. He lives in Israel. So he's a friend of the white rabbis. That's his gods. And I know Zion always talk about people selling out and not being black enough. I'm paraphrasing, of course. But Rabbi Mordecai is representative of the white part of Judaism or the Orthodox Jews. So him coming on to say what Captain is, he's being disrespectful on purpose because he's you see on Clubhouse he's saying he's cool with all the Israelites. Well, he's not cool. Why would he even come on Zion and say this? He's not cool. This was, I mean,
come on.
It was a lynching, but there's some truth to what he's saying. I gotta be balanced.
Open to a pushing ball.
Just one more point. You brought out some point. We just a little bit more, and we're going to the third portion.
Take it down.
Wait, Captain Tazaryach, talking to you. The only reason why you in the media is because they think you're stupid. That's it. They know you ain't going to make no changes.
Somebody had to say it.
They know you're not going to make no changes. You're not going to do nothing different. You're Kodak Black of Torah. Okay.
Damn.
You are Kodak Black of Torah, and you can walk around and talk about this. They want you. They will use you to keep people who are intelligent away from the Torah. You were there to scare people away. That's the same thing they did with the Nation of Islam. They came and did the most radical white man's the devil, this, blah, 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 to keep what? White people away from Islam, right? That would be the big scariest thing if white people just like they got into Buddhism, you know what I mean? This type of thing. So Captain Tazaryach, you were there because you are you may not realize it. You may think you're charming. You were not. Okay? You were there strictly because mainstream media loves stupid black people to put in front that will say the dumbest things. You can have them come on there and just scare people away from Torah, away from God. Any intelligent, college-educated African-American will hear you and be like, man, I don't want nothing to do with that. I don't want nothing to do with that.
That's true.
Because you're not saying nothing.
Now
you're saying the same.
Now that's true. That is true. Nobody with any common sense, a Henry Louis Gates, a truth historian, a Brother Garfield, a Zion Lex would listen, a Divine Prospect. Anybody that has an inch of common sense that's intelligent would want to have nothing to do with Captain Tazaryach and his information. As a dude I could hang out with at a bar, or a dude that I could hang out at a rap concert, Tazaryach is the dude. He's cool. He's cool like that. But as far as having intelligent conversations about history, about black history, even church history, even history in general, Tazaryach is not somebody anybody would want to sit down and have a conversation with in our community. I've never called. As a matter of fact, I set up an interview with Tazaryach, Gorilla Hebrew, and Priest Daniela to talk about what they're doing in the community and so forth. Priest was the only one that showed up.
I remember that.
At that time, Tazaryach and Gorilla Hebrew weren't speaking. I did not know that. You see, I don't have the I didn't know that. That's why none of them showed up. You know what I'm saying? But I want to say I wouldn't interview Captain to talk about history. I wouldn't interview him about Hebrew Israelism. I would interview him on what they're doing in the community that's beneficial for all black people. That's what I would interview him on. Nothing else.
Didn't you go to Across the Line Radio and did an interview?
Yeah.
You need to put it on here so everybody else could see it on your channel. But
okay, I got you. Yeah. I remember that channel. That was a pre-debate for the Jabari thing. But we might agree with this guy here, Mordecai, but we might not even like him. But what is he saying? Is there some truth to it without somebody saying it's hate?
Why is it? You may think you're charming. You were not. Okay? You were there strictly because mainstream media loves stupid black people to put in front that will say the dumbest things. You can have them come on there and just scare people away from Torah, away from God. Any intelligent, college-educated African-American will hear you and be like, man, I don't want nothing to do with that. I don't want nothing to do with that. Because you're not saying nothing. You're saying the same things that were used to keep black people, white people, and everyone in America separate. You're not bringing nothing to the crew. And I guarantee you, the people who you underneath, if you're not yourself, you guys are all CIA agents, all feds. Okay? You're there to,
I don't know about that part.
To come into our community and to bring ideas to dumb everything down. That's why you're saying shala wala wala. Because if you actually learn how to actually speak Hebrew, you will be able to go into all of those fake books that you guys are reading and see all the contradictions. But without the Hebrew, you can't do that. So you got to do.
Now, I will say this. I look at groups and see how the government views them. And I give them like, if you're a threat or not a threat. That's how I look at you. I'm saying to myself, look at what he's saying.
Mm-hmm.
Garfield definitely, if anybody want to call me an agent, fine. I mean, I'm not even offended. But I'm saying this to say this. Are the Black Hebrew Israelites a threat to white supremacy? This is how you value what somebody's doing.
But Garfield, we grouping them up, like, because we got ISUPK that stands alone, that does their own thing, and we got the other Israelite group.
I group in all of them together because they will be on a hate list, but they won't be on a government watch list as far as a threat to America. They're not a threat. You are not a threat. The only time Black people in our community, our little conscious community, Israelites and Muslims, Moors, whatever, they were concerned about was the guy Micah, whatever his name was, Micah, whatever, in Texas, who shot the 6 cops and killed them. That was the only time they started monitoring the conscious community. They didn't lock up any Israelite for 6 months without cause. They did that to the guy who was teaching that Kemetic stuff, and because of what he said on his YouTube, they locked him up for 6 months. Because of what the guy did in Texas, they're trying to find these new conscious community, these Kemetic guys. They can't read us because they don't have the Abrahamic faith. With the Abrahamic faith, you're predictable. People get offended when I say this. They know what you believe. They know your limitations. They know you're not going to pick up any guns and shoot random people. They don't see that in you because you have the same God as what they believe in, whether y'all agree or not. You say the God is black, they say the God is for everybody. You are not a threat. You were never a threat. All the Hebrew Israelites are is a new age copycat of the Nation of Islam. That's all they are. I'm telling you. And listen, I observe people, bro, and I watch them, but I'm not a hater because I don't believe in religion. I believe every individual needs to use their personal experiences and develop their own discipline. This is what I do. I don't watch your belief and say my belief is better. Because if I have a God, I can't tell you my God is real and yours is not. Because I can't prove mine either. So I don't have this God conversation with people. Whatever system and discipline you set up, that's on you. But stop trying to join groups like, yeah, we believe the same thing, so we're one. This is how you join cults and believe bullshit. I used to believe in the Nation of Islam 100%, Mika. I used to pray to Master Farad Muhammad the same way I used to pray to Jesus.
A man?
Yes. I used to think that he was God in person. I believed that.
Oh. Wow.
I had to get out the cult. I mean, the Nation of Islam, again, very progressive. The most progressive organization outside the church in the history of Black America. The dude had international trade. He owned 51%. Look at this, Mika. If the Nation of Islam was such a big deal, why would the government give you permission to own 51% of a bank? You had the right to control money and loans? That you're such a threat to the government? No. We found a memo in 1968 where they said that we're going to do the same thing like what we did before with the Nation of Islam and Malcolm. We just make them push more of a black nationalism program and let them keep it moving. The FBI, that's in the FBI letter that I read. Rob on gave it to me. I read it myself. So if you're a threat, why are they helping you to let black people progress? Giving them loans for businesses and all that stuff. Why? Why would they do that? If you're such a threat to the government, why are they doing it? They don't care about none of that hate shit. I hate the white man. Garvey did it. And Garvey teamed up with white racist Irish people. Farrakhan, I mean, Elijah Muhammad did it. He teamed up with the Ku Klux Klan to say, yeah, Ku Klux Klan come and speak and say, yeah, you're right. You need to separate from us and we separate from you. It sounds good. But are you a threat to the government? No. No, you're not a threat. None of y'all is threats. So you saying, oh, the white man is the devil. What does it do for you? It don't do, what does it do? All it does is appeal to people's emotions and say, yeah, man, the white man's the devil, man. The white man's the devil. It sounds good. How is the white man the devil? That means I'd have to believe in the same. So what is the devil? Is it an energy? Is it a spirit? What is it? How is the white man the devil?
They saying because he's a deceiver.
But Esau and Jacob have the same mother and father. They're the same people. This is stupid. The Nation of Islam teach that Jacob is Yaqub. There's two Jacobs. One is Yaqub, who created the white race through mechanical engineering, whatever they want to call it. You got somebody light, sleep with somebody light till over and over until they get to a light-skinned person. So we get white. That's what the Nation of Islam teach. I think there's two Jacobs. I'm telling you, when you're a part of a cult, it's tough to get out. I had to get out of the cult of the Nation of Islam. First, I had to find out where they got it from. This is why I brought all these scholars on. And all the scholars that's debunking the Nation of Islam don't look like me and you, Mika. They're white folks. Because they're curious too. So they telling us where Master Farad Muhammad got this from. Where he got the whole airplane stuff from, the mother plane. Where he got this from. Where he got this teaching from. They're lining it up. So this is my roots and I'm debunking the shit out of it. I ain't hear nobody come at me and say, yo, Golf, why you bring this on? And I see the comments in the chat. They're like, yo, how you going to trust these men? Why did you trust Master Farad Muhammad that he was black? Why did you? Why? Shout out to my bro in the chat, man. I didn't even see you was in the chat. The Serbian Rasta. I talked about him the other day too to Nefesh. I'm like, he beats all of y'all up on my channel. How much time I brought the Serbian Rasta near me and I said, who is gonna beat this guy up? And nobody could beat him up. None of them could beat him up. All they talk about, oh, you gonna let the white man do it. He beat the hell out of y'all. And y'all hate when I said it. He teach Rastafarianism is better than y'all. Quote the Bible, Revelation 5. He laughing. He laughing at y'all. It's crazy. Craziness. But let me go back to this video right here because I want to play our next video too.
Shallow Walla Walla. You got to come in and talk about everyone's evil, everyone's your enemy, and you're going to use pigment as a mechanism to do that. So you're only there and all your other crew members because you're stupid. Your outfits are stupid. Your rhetoric is stupid. Your wisdom is not doing anything, and your popularity is no different than any dumbass rapper that they put on the front street to represent black people. Let's go into the partial.
I want to say you woke up on the side of all smoke this morning. You woke up on the side of all smoke this morning. You know, I can't.
That shit is crazy, yo. That shit is crazy. And that shit is crazy. I wouldn't go as far as what he did, but I mean, truth is truth, man. Truth is truth. I'm gonna look at this right here. I'm gonna play this video right here. And again, this is not to offend any of my brothers and sisters in the Nation of Islam, but this is what we believe, and this is just nonsense and craziness, in my opinion. Nonsense, utter nonsense. We're supposed to believe that Minister Farrakhan ended up on a wheel and saw Elijah Muhammad face to face, this dead man. We're supposed to believe that. The Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan's experience taken to the mother wheel in 1985 is written in the Surah 52. We're supposed to believe this shit right here. This is nuts.
That's what scripture is. It's a documentation. And the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan was taken to the mother wheel from the top of a mountain in Mexico, in supposed land Mexico. And that's actually in Surah 52.
Yes, sir.
If I would go into it. May I go into it?
Please.
Look at this shit.
Sister Katrina did post that surah. Please.
Y'all know I love the Nation of Islam. Y'all can't say
Surah
Garfield is being crazy or being a hater. You can't say
the
that.
chapter is called The Mountain. That's the name of the chapter.
Okay.
That's supposed to be deep.
The
It's called The
section
Mountain.
of that is called Success of the Faith. Now remember, the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad told the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, I'll be gone for 3 years. If you remain faithful, I will reveal the new book through you, the new teaching through you.
Right.
So that actually happened. So the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan said that he was praying while the messenger was gone the first few years, asking for a message from him, a vision or something. He said everybody else was getting it but him. But he didn't know that he was going to be taken to the wheel. Nobody else can do that. That was for him.
Right.
But Allah was letting him know, I didn't forget about you. I didn't forget about you. Just be patient. Just wait. And
Right.
the Honorable Mr. Louis Farrakhan was patient. He waited. So in chapter 52, the mountain, it says, in the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, by the mountain, and a book written on unfolded vellum, and the frequented house, and the elevated canopy, and the swollen sea, the chastisement of thy Lord will surely come to pass. Now think about this. I did a little research because I wondered, why did it say unfolded vellum? The Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan said when he went to the wheel, he was shown a scroll with cursive writing on it. And he went to read it, it disappeared. He didn't know that they were putting it inside of him. That new message. So if you think about a scroll is something that you unfold, unroll. It's a way of unfolding. You unroll it, right, in order to read it.
Right.
So I looked up the name vellum. Vellum is fine parchment originally made from the skin of a cow. Smooth writing paper imitating vellum. Vellum is fine parchment. The surface from antiquity through the Middle Ages, especially popular from the 4th to the 15th century, which are years 400 through 1500 AD. For illuminated manuscripts, religious texts like Torah, and important documents, continuing in use even after the printing press was highly.
You know, when the movie Independence Day came out with Will Smith, we was all excited in the Nation of Islam. Oh, they talking about the mothership. This is the mothership that's going to come back and destroy America. So don't think, I don't understand when Tazaryach teach me that 2 million angels coming down to destroy the white man. And I've been there. I know what it is. I know the foolishness. But the point is, for me now to realize is, when you're in a cult, as smart as I am, I was in a cult. This shit is crazy. And these people believe this is true. And you can't convince them it's not true.
Right.
They believe this mothership stuff. They believe that. When I saw that movie, yo, let me tell you something, bro. Let me tell you something.
It's like they threw common sense out the door. Like, come on, really? It's coming from the sky.
Bruh. Look at this guy right here. Here's another one. Wesley Muhammad. Look at this guy right here. Look at this guy.
Event of modern ufology.
Now, this is a guy. Look at this, Courtney. This guy has a PhD from the University of Michigan. He's not an idiot. He's teaching about aliens and how they change from black to gray. Confirming, look at what he says. Confirm the teaching of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, the Battle of Los Angeles and the Roswell incident. This is this is nuts.
Wasn't Kenneth Arnold seeing flying saucers in Washington? No. The so-called Battle of Los Angeles, February 1942. The mother wheel itself and a fleet of baby planes flew down the coast, up and down the coast of Los Angeles, of California. The U.S. Army shot 1,400 rounds of their best ammunition at the mother wheel, and it did nothing to it. Most know about the Battle of LA, but most know about it wrong. But what's important in answering the question, February 1942, the mother wheel introduced itself to President Roosevelt, who was looking for Rudra Kalkrin. President Roosevelt was a theosophist. He believed that the king of Shambhala The last king of Shambhala, called Rudra Kalkrin, the one with the wrathful wheel, the wrathful one with the wheel. This Messiah of Shambhala was going to appear in the last days with wrath, with a wheel. Rudra Kalkrin appeared to President Roosevelt February 1942. The mother wheel and the baby planes appeared in California and introduced themselves to President Roosevelt. Now, President Roosevelt and the government didn't know what they were experiencing. In September 1942, the FBI arrested the Honorable Elijah Muhammad upon the orders of President Roosevelt, because the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was publicly teaching about these wheels. The FBI arrested the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, took him into custody, confiscated his drawings of the wheel, and questioned him about the wheel. And
I can't listen to no more of that shit, yo. That shit is crazy.
These are grown ass people.
By the way, Elijah Muhammad was locked up because he was dodging the draft. They was trying to draft him, and he tried to dodge the draft, not because of no damn wheel. Hold on a second. Men in Black. Hold on. Let me play one more piece from Wesley Muhammad. A UFO landed and a black man got out. Y'all gotta watch this shit right here. This shit is crazy.
Leach left on Dr. John Mack's answering machine when he made his.
You know, it's funny. The white man is a devil, but anything the white man puts out, they jump on it. The white man's a devil, but we believe him when he agrees with us.
First call to Dr. John Mack asking for help. This is the message from the answer machine. Listen closely and read the caption.
I was a realist. It was totally out of my remit. I could handle war zones, but I could not handle this UFO thing. It just didn't make sense. And that's.
But look at what my brother put in the chat. Look at what this brother says. This brother believes African Americans are Israelites. He believes 200 million angels are coming to return. He believes that the white man is the devil. He believes all it, but he's calling Wesley Muhammad pseudo. This is the craziness right here.
Wow.
This is the craziness. That's the craziness. That's the craziness.
Simply, I'm putting in touch with Dr. John Mack. I got his number at Harvard University.
Men in Black, our aliens went from black to good.
This concerns UFO sighting over a school where a common.
Let me change the conversation back to what you call it. Let me play this video right here. This is a video about Haile Selassie and Christ.
Makes sense, right? So if Rasta pray to Haile Selassie and Haile Selassie pray to Yeshua, the one they call Jesus Christ, right? You can tell by the cross on top of his crown, right? And also the simple fact that we observe Haile Selassie here kissing the cross held by Abuna Isaac. It's kind of self-evident, you know, the man loved Christ and loved the Messiah, he loved Yeshua. So now it makes me really wonder why someone who call himself a Rasta would not worship Yeshua when Haile Selassie worship Yeshua. And even confuses me even more to even see that you have Rastas burning fire on Christ, bro. Y'all, you see, y'all worse than the Jews, the synagogue of Satan, man, the one who say they Jews but are not. Somebody make this make sense, right? So if Rasta pray to Haile Selassie and Haile Selassie pray to Yeshua, the one they call Jesus Christ, right? You can tell by the cross on top of his crown, right? And also the simple fact that we observe Haile Selassie here kissing the cross held by Abuna Isaac. It's kind of self-evident, you know, the man loved Christ, he loved the Messiah, he loved Yeshua. So now it makes me really wonder why someone who call himself a Rasta would not worship Yeshua when Haile Selassie.
Makes no sense. That's my Jamaican people, though. But I gotta show one more clip, and I'm done. Two more clips, actually. Hold on there. No, I'm not gonna show that. I'm gonna show this one right here. The Nation of Islam. This is in California. Martin Luther King. We're gonna represent. Look at God's work. Woo! And by the way, you're gonna notice that you see this guy right here, like he's kind of overweight. You don't really see a lot of overweight guys with the NOI. But when you look at these Hebrew Israelite videos that Cap be making, oh, them niggas can't run for 2 seconds, bro. They be out of breath.
How you feel? Original salute. That's Muslim that do a lot in the community. Thank you. You're beautiful, Queen. You're looking beautiful today. Beautiful. Let's go! We are calling out to the community. Get those scuffles. We're going to make sure that we put in our fields and drive them right there, all right? That's right. Everybody.
There we go. There we go. Yes, meow. All right, so the parade is starting.
All right. That's the Nation of Islam doing their thing in California. That shit is crazy out here, man. We crazy out here, y'all.
Look at the Panther Party.
The 14th Street bus come out?
Yeah. Yo, what up? Now River Goons TV in the building. All power to the people.
Yes, sir. Good
no
to see
doubt.
you, brother.
What up?
How you
Salute.
doing, King?
Yeah, no
Yes,
doubt.
sir. Yes, sir. All right.
There we go. That part.
Oh, they need a way.
The real Panther Party in the building. You heard me?
They can't run from nobody.
This is Now River Goons.
They're too heavy, bro. They're too heavy. They can't run from nobody. Where they gonna run to?
Y'all feel funny. It's not all about running. It's running. It's going towards the.
Yo, look at ISO's feet, right? He didn't know this was a tranny, bro. So he's carrying the tranny, and everybody in the chat say, "Yo, it's a boy, it's a man." And look what he did. He's like, "Hold on." He's like, "Whoa." They almost got you, bro. They almost got him. Got him. They almost got him. Everybody around the world copy African Americans. I ain't even gonna fight this argument.
We can't see the video.
Games is Jerry Lawson, Mary Van Brighton, and everybody around the world copies African Americans, and then yet disrespects them. GPS is a black woman. Well, 3D imaging is a black woman. Laser eye surgery is a black woman. Escalators a black inventor. Elevators a black inventor. The roller coaster, the cell phone, our video games is Jerry Lawson, Mary Van Brighton. In 1966, she invented the home security. You're talking about open heart surgery, Daniel Hale, plasma, Charles Drew. We can keep going. Surgical equipment, black people inventing, just constantly inventing, and they took everything and lied. And black people are still thriving. Black women have the highest degrees in America. These are the same women that were operated on with no anesthesia, but they're number one in academics. Atrocities that African Americans have been through, I'm surprised we are this peaceful. Everybody around the world copies African Americans, and then yet disrespects them. GPS is a black woman. Well,
All right, GD and Capone, you said you got evidence. What's the evidence you have? Jump on the panel. The link is at the top. I want to debate somebody before I get out of here. Let's go. It's 2:00. My show should be over right now in 10 minutes, but I got time right now. Let's go. The snow is crazy outside. I got to go dig up some snow in a few, or drop some salt down, or do whatever.
Definitely don't miss snow. Poor y'all. Poor y'all.
Come on, GD and come on, man. We're gonna have Mika moderate. We're gonna do 2 minutes. Bring your case and say, this is the case, and we're gonna bring it forward. Let's go.
Don't be scared. Let's go.
I love GD and Capone. All right, start the clock. 2 minutes. Let's go.
Oh, he there already? Damn.
Yeah.
Hey, Shalom, Garfield. So you still saying that there's no evidence that African Americans are Jews?
I'm saying African Americans are West and Central Africans. They have nothing to do with the Levant.
West and Central
most of them, let me use my words carefully. Most of African Americans have nothing. Most of Jamaicans have nothing to do with the Levant. Okay, so they're West and Central Africans. Were there Jews in West and Central Africa where these African Americans come from? No, where African Americans come from. There was no. Hold on. You asked me a question, right? Mm-hmm. They were Jews in Africa, but we know exactly what they were doing because they're the most well documented people in the history of the world. Jews, wherever they went, they have something called material evidence. You'll find grave sites. You'll find grave sites with Hebrew writings. You'll find all type of. Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. We'll find everything there, but the people that are there are not who originally were there. Were West and Central Africans. All right, so you made a mistake. So you're looking for Hebrew writing. So if you're familiar with lingua franca, like today, you have people you have Jewish, you have black people that are Jewish, right? And if they'll be right there today, they'll write their things in English because English is the lingua franca. So back then, when you had those Jews in Africa, you looking for Hebrew writing. They weren't writing in Hebrew. They was writing in Arabic. Okay. Are you finished? I don't want to interrupt. Yeah, go ahead. I got proof of that too. You do make a point about lingua franca, but what if I found Jewish writings? If I look at Peter Mark's book and De La Harder's book about the Jewish communities in West Africa, they are writing in Hebrew. They're literally writing in Hebrew. The Senegalese communities that's documented in that book, they are writing in Hebrew. And I could prove that right now while you're on my channel. So they're Jews, and they turned a house into a synagogue, and they had what's called the kashrut, where they had a butcher who would make sure that they're following the kosher laws of how to cut the meat up and do whatever with the meat to make sure they're living a kosher life. So you're saying that the lingua franca, no, when the Hebrews are communicating with one another, they don't necessarily have to write in Arabic or whatever.
They are writing and communicating in Hebrew.
Now that's true.
Let me finish. Brother. We're not going to do no talking over. I'm going to shut my mouth as soon as my time is up. This is what I'm saying to you. Can you find a Jew that actually who's practicing the tradition? Let's forget about the language.
Mm-hmm.
That's the argument about gravesites is about a community. I'm talking about literal Jews who we could identify in West Africa who actually were put on the slave ships that came to North America. I want to say specifically to North America because you are from North America, and I want to address African American. Go ahead, Mark.
See, that's kind of that's a little bit ambiguous because we know that we had those communities in West Africa. We also know that there was they call it the African diaspora or the transatlantic slave trade, where people was being shipped all over throughout the Western Hemisphere and even in the in different parts of Africa as well, in Canada and everything like that. So that's kind of like a non sequitur. But what I would say is this: like when you go into like the writings of Timbuktu, where they had a flourishing Jewish community, like some would say an oasis of a Jewish community, or those who say they are Jews, but they was practicing among the commoners, like among the public eye, they will be assimilated into Arabic or Muslim traditions and or West African traditions as well. This is something that happened, but they will practice their Jewry in secrecy, and this is what Moses Monomes. I gotta probably say his name.
Maimonides. I know who you're talking about, my brother.
Yes. And this is what he was saying. They had to practice and write things in secret. But they was writing there. But they Jews. Even then, you got the Malabar Jews in India, right? Where you have this community where they have white Jews and dark-skinned Jews, and they write in Sanskrit. Well, whatever script they write in the Asian or Indian script. So what I'm saying is we can't be looking for Hebrew writing, like, oh, it ain't no Hebrew writing and things of that nature. Because if that was the case, the Jewish community would not accept African Americans. Then you have the Limba tribe, right? You have the Limba tribe. You have the Jew. You have Beta Israel. You have Beni Yakab. You got the Igbo, the Jews in Zimbabwe. You have all these different communities who claim to have Jewish heritage in their traditions, and we even know in Ghana they was practicing what looks like the Passover, right? Also, it's a river that Josephus was talking about. They say that's in Ghana too. The Sabbath River or the Sambiat River, the Sabaton River, or something like that.
Okay, are you finished, brother?
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm just throwing out a few things along the coast of Africa. These communities where they was identified and classified as Jews, dark-skinned Jews, African Jews.
That's more than 2 minutes. Let me get in for a second. Let me say, first of all, you're all over the place. You're all over the place. You're all the way in Malabar, which is over where India is. Then you talk about Zimbabwe, which is in the South African region. Then you're talking about Ethiopian Jews, again in over that side, the East Africa side. Then you're talking about the only Jews you referred to that have anything to do with what we're talking about is the Igbo Jews and the Jews in Ghana, the Jewish claimants in Ghana. What I'm gonna say to you is this, right? Because obviously you're limited as far as your studies. I'm gonna say this to you carefully. There is no records before 1492 of any Jewish community within Western Central Africa. You have no records of that. You brought up Timbuktu and Tinderma. Tinderma is from the El Fatash manuscript C, which is considered a forgery, which was written late in the 19th century. So, and then there's another version that says a whole nother thing. But manuscript A and B does not say what manuscript C says. And manuscript C was translated by De La Fosse, and he made up a whole tradition about Jews in Tinderma. There's no evidence of any Jews before 1492 in Tinderma. So hold on, GD and Capone. I made you speak. Let's be honest with ourselves. You want to believe that the Jews there were taken on the slave ships, but if we count all the Jewish mentions in Jewish history, which is actually what I'm doing actually for the past 6 to 7 years, when you count all the communities put together, you're gonna get dozens of people, not thousands, not hundreds, dozens of references of Jews. There's no community before 1492. In fact, there's something called the Catalan Atlas, where the Catalan Atlas is the Jews from the Balearic Islands. These are the Atlantic islands near where the west coast of Africa. They're saying they're encouraging Jews to come to West Africa because they have the gold, the trees with the gold. So they're saying, come over here in the 1300s. Come over here and come deal with these people in Ghana because they have the gold. If Jews were already there, they wouldn't have to encourage Jews to come there. Another thing, when the Portuguese Jews left and they were looking for places to worship, the Spaniards, the Portuguese were mad with the people in Senegal because they protected them because they were Muslim and some of them were practicing African spirituality. In fact, those Jews are actually incorporating African spirituality with Judaism, and they were legitimate Jews that were kicked out of Portugal. Another thing is, whenever Jews went anywhere, they're documenting and they're writing back to rabbis, right?
Mm-hmm.
Show me these. All right, show me. This is what I'm asking for. Before we go back and forth and act like we know history more than everybody else. We don't need to play that competition, that ego competition.
Okay.
All you need to do is show me. Show me a documented Jew or Hebrew going on a slave ship that came over to North America, or I'm a Jamaican or Jamaica. That's all you need to do. Just show me a slave, a Jew. It's a person that was a slave, that was a Jew that went on the slave ships. That's it. That's all I want. I don't need to go around in circles.
Yeah, so so how you feel about the names of the slaves that they have registered, taken on the voyages, having names that end in Yah?
Okay. Are you finished talking?
But you know those people.
I'm asking a question. Are you talking?
No, I was asking the question. I thought you were doing a back and forth thing.
I'm gonna wait until you're done, because what I'm going to do right now is I'm gonna put on the screen the Slave Voyages website. And
I got it too.
Hold on. We all got it. Hold on one second. Slave.
How do you feel about that? And we know that those people culture was taken from them.
Let's deal with one thing at a time.
Okay, go ahead.
One thing at a time, because I want everybody, it's a learning experience for everybody. So enslaved, let me go to the database. Let me see if I could find it right here. Name, filter by text. Yeah.
You saying that there is no names? That's made up.
When did you hear me say that, my brother?
I'm saying that's what you trying to say. You see, like
I never said that.
Going to the database to say like, oh, those names is not there.
Bro, I never said that. What are you talking about?
Okay.
What are you talking about? I'm actually.
I didn't say that they was in the database. I said that they was recorded. I don't know where is that. I do know where it's at. It's in the what's it called? The Harlem is they called the Harlem manuscripts? The Harlem it's something. The Harlem it's something. I forgot the name of it.
No, it's all
Ledgers or something like that.
no, it's all good. It's all good, brother. It's all good. What I was going to do is I was gonna show you the actual names in the files because I have it on in my presentation. I was gonna show it to you so that we don't make the errors. I hope you don't repeat this after I break this down to you, because people have a habit of repeating nonsense over and over. So instead of you repeating nonsense, I want you to clear it up. So I'm going to show this on the screen, and this is for everybody at home so that we could be on the same page. All right. I don't want you to repeat a lie. All right. So look at what I'm saying. Look at what I'm showing on the screen. All right.
Mm-hmm.
You see the name on the screen?
Yeah.
All right. Nyamole, Enya, and Inya. Right. Do these names have Ya in them?
Yeah, their last name is Yah, yeah.
No. Listen to what I'm saying, because this is actually a name that's documented in the sources. Now, watch this. When you go on the website, right, you click on the side, it shows you where the name come from. It actually gives you the embarkation and the disembarkation. So this is what it's called right here. This is the name Nyamole and some other names. When they arrived, it is very small. But at the end, it says African origins. You see right here where it says African origins?
Yeah.
Click on the side, this page comes up. This tells you where the name comes up. So it looks, this is what it says. As it appears in the registers, it could be Noamabe, Noamabi, or Nyamole. It says possible modern counterpart, Nyamaole. So technically, the person's name could be pronounced and spelled different ways. It all has to do with pronunciation. But that's not even the dagger, because even if you look at Enya that we saw, it says Ena instead of Enya, Ena. It says possible modern counterpart, Inia. Now, that's based off of African scholars and what they say. But this is where the dagger is. If you look at this right here, it says Nyamole, the person is 27. Can you see that?
Yes.
Do you see the sex? Man.
Yeah.
Right? Origin, Igbo, right?
Right.
And name, right? Now, when did they arrive? It says arrive.
It say 1821.
When did the slave trade end?
1863.
No, 1810, 1807 and 1808. The transatlantic slave trade was officially over for the British and then over for the rest of the world, 1808. So it was not slavery in America. No.
Wait, hold on.
Slave trade. The transatlantic slave trade was officially ended 1807 and 1808.
Okay.
Not
then why is this person name registered then?
Hold on. Relax. I got you. We're gonna walk through this slow. I want you to look at this right here. You see this word right here? What is this word?
What they say? Embark, lead. I can't see the.
What does that mean? What does it mean? Embarkation. It means that's where they left from. Am I correct?
Yeah.
All right. And then what is this word right here to the right? It says disembarkation, meaning where they landed. Now, what you don't know is after 1808, anyone that was traveling in the seas to transport slaves was a part of the illegal slave trade, right? After 1808. These people left from Bonny, which is in Nigeria, and they ended up in Freetown. Do you know where Freetown is?
You talking about what? Virginia, right?
No. You don't know where Freetown is, my brother? Let's put it on the screen for everybody to see where Freetown is. I want to put it on the screen so everybody could see. Because everybody's going to learn today. Freetown, right here. See, right here. Freetown, the capital of where? Sierra Leone. Where is Sierra Leone?
West Africa.
Okay, so that means they left from one area of Africa. The ship was captured, and then they went right back to Africa. They never came to the Americas. They never came to the Americas. Anybody with this Ya name, there was over 800 people with the Ya names. So what people do is they see the Ya names and think that they are Israelites.
because it's Yah. It has to do with the pronunciation. But the key is these people who were on these ships never came to the Caribbean, never went to South America, never went to North America, Canada, Europe, anywhere else. Hold on.
That's not. Go ahead.
This is why it says embarkation and disembarkation. I did not make this up, bro. The picture might not look blurry because it's a screenshot, but this is
no.
So what I'm saying to you is that these people with the Yah names, over 800 of them, not one came in the Western world. They all embarked.
That's not true, bro. How can you say that just off of looking at?
No, because I've researched it for years, and on top of it, let me help you out even further, just to show you, because people don't like to admit that they are wrong in public, right? So let me help you out a little bit. Let me help you out a little bit. I actually wrote a scholar from slave voyages, and I said to them, "What is the deal with the slave voyages and so forth?" Emory University. Let me put it on the screen so people could say this right now. Hold on 1 second. Let me do this. Let me go back one bit. Slave. Hold on. Come back a little bit. Slave voyages. Hold on. Yeah, names. Because I wrote the actual place and they wrote me back. Here we go. Questions on names. Let me show you on the screen that I actually wrote the people from slave voyages, so you don't think I'm lying.
No, I'm saying I think you're saying you had the guy on, right?
Question. No. Question on names. I'm interested in knowing how almost 900 names in the African database has the name Yah included in the names. I should have said the word Yah included in it. The African American Hebrew Israelites are claiming these folks were Israelites from the tribe of Judah. I decided to press the go button, which led me to an area that dealt with the pronunciation of the names. All right. Look at the first response the guy said. Thanks for the email. We get emails about this issue all the time. The answer is simply Yah is a common part of many African names from many ethno-linguistic backgrounds. Where I do research in Sierra Leone, for example, there are at least 24 male and female names that have the YA sound in them. Our project merely offered these names to the public as they appeared in 19th century records. What people make of them is something I'm afraid we can't control. So I said, thanks for the response. Are you saying the names with Yah in them are inferences by the volunteers, or do the records actually have Yah spelling in them? Reason for asking him, These names you're looking at are from records generated during the 19th century. They represent Africans whom the British Navy liberated from slave ships, primarily off the coast of Africa, but in some cases off the coast of Cuba. In case the African's first name was written down by a clerk who worked for an international court. Those individuals liberated off the African coast were processed in Freetown, a British colony, and had their names written down by a British person, according to how a British person heard the name. But when they say Aliyah, it could be different. That's why I was showing you the different pronunciations from what the Africans who know names said it might be. So Nyamole could be Nyamole, pronounced different, but the person put YAH in it, not to refer to the Most High, but to how they pronounce the name. These people don't know how to write down African names, but then you guys are taking it literally, like it's Yahweh. They're the Jewish names. It sounds good. It sounds cute. Whoever found it is smart. Listen, they got slaves. Hold on. They got slaves with Egyptian names. Should I now say that slaves were Egyptians? It don't make no sense.
No. That's not what we're doing, though. You saying it like that's not the one thing that we're doing. That's part of the evidence. And we can do with that or without it. The main thing is we know that people was transported from West Africa. We know that we have a list of migration of Jews.
Stop for a minute. Stop for a minute.
Go ahead.
Do you accept the information that I brought forward, or you're rejecting it?
I accept it. I have to research it further. I accept what you presented. as far as what,
carry on. Go ahead.
you know what I'm saying? As far as what you presented, I understand that it could be phonetics that sound like and they wrote it a certain way in English to make it look like that. Nevertheless, if that may be the case or not, we don't know. You know, all we know is that the African phonetics or grammar it has a Hebraic or a Canaanitish or continuity in it, where this is the cultural diffusion or cultural diversity.
You made that up. There's no proof.
No, I'm just saying. Listen, I'm not making it up. We know that these words is similar. I talk to Igbo people that say they are Hebrew. You know what I'm saying? Online, I talk to them. They have words like for.
Ask you this: the Igbo people that's practicing Judaism, what are they practicing? Orthodox Judaism, or are they practicing what you practice?
No, they not practicing what I'm practicing, but that's the point. No one is going to be practicing the correct way because it's things that have been synchronized into it.
You don't believe in the New Testament. No. They're practicing rabbinical Judaism. They learned that recently. What are you talking about?
Okay. If whatever they're practicing, you're still going to find remnants of what they was.
What are the remnants? And by the way, too, you never answered my question. You said that the Yah names is one. What is the next thing? Because I just killed the Yah names. What is the next?
No, you didn't kill the Yah names. That's up for interpretation. That's how you want to interpret that.
They never came to the Americas. That's the point. Even if it was Jewish people. They never came here. They left from.
Hold on, because you conflating.
No, I'm
you
not.
You showed a few names. You showed 4 names, and you went to 2 of them and said those 2 or 1 never came. You showed 2 names showing that these names could be pronounced differently. And how depending on the clerk that wrote the name down, they wrote it. They transliterated their name.
No.
Right?
Pause for 1 second, please, sir. Can you please pause for 1 second? You
Go
said
ahead.
2 names. No, I showed 5 names. See?
I said 4. I didn't say 2 names. I said you clicked on 2.
Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Every single one of them ended up in Freetown. Again, because if you knew African American history instead of trying to be somebody you're not by trying to superimpose an identity of Israelites, if you knew African history, you would know that the slave trade ended in 1807 and 1808, and that you're not supposed to transport Africans again to the New World. After that, if you try to, it's considered an illegal slave trade. So those people who were captured with the Yah names were part of the illegal slave trade. They were returned to Africa, to Freetown. I only show 5, but if you go into the database and put all the names in for Yah, it's going to come up to about 880 names. And those 880 names, almost 900 names with the Yah, all the people ended up in Freetown. I don't have time to do it right now. I could try to. But I'm telling you, bro, if you don't have to take my word. Hold on. I'm talking to you. I'm talking to people in the audience. And for those who don't believe Garfield, if you notice, all the arrivals is 1821. So anything after 1808 is an illegal slave trade. The truth of the matter is, even if they were Israelite names, right? The issue is they never came to the Americas. That's my point. So you can't count them in the conversation. Anyway, carry on. What's the next example? Because that's dead. That's dead, bro. What are you going to say? That's dead.
No, it's not. Those are the ones that are recorded. You and I know that the transatlantic slave trade was going on from the 1500s all the way to the 1800s, where they had multiple voyages. some people names probably wasn't even recorded in the transaction because they was traded as cargo. Now later on, you get these names because why? Like you said, and I did know that already. I have came across that, but I was just trying to get to my point. So don't think that you're teaching anything. But you can fool them by pointing to these. Oh yeah, these people right here. But okay, that still shows that the name is that's a traditional. They have traditional names. They have names that's passed down. And the where we can connect that Yah name to is either
look, I'm gonna kill the whole argument. What does Nayamoli means in Hebrew?
Night. What? Let me see.
What does Nayamoli mean? The name that they have. What do they mean?
It could mean something in Hebrew.
What does it mean? It has no meaning in the Hebrew culture, bro.
I'm not that as fluent. No, that's not true. So so it'll be pronounced Nama. I can't see. Can you zoom in? I'm try to pronounce it in Hebrew, and then I'm gonna tell you the meaning.
This is sad, bro. This is sad.
What you just act?
This is an African name that's spelled. They told you a British person and sometimes Spanish are trying to write down how the person pronounced it.
Can I ask you a question? Why is it such a question? Why do it get so ambiguous? Or yeah, why is it always a problem when you're trying to identify the Hebrews or when African Americans are trying to define their heritage? It's always a question mark there. Because these two things, hold on. Not only, and I can go into that word Hebrew. That's a transliteration of the word because that's an English word. There's no word named Hebrew. So they was called something else. And a lot of people don't want to point to what that is, and I'm not going to say what it is, but I found out what it was. Just know that. So because it's not Avri. Because the Jewish people, hold on.
We're not doing this. You're all over the place. I'm not.
No. I'm just laying something out. I can't have my 2 minutes.
I don't care about that. I ask you a simple question. All I ask is, show me a person who came on a slave ship that was actually an Israelite, a Hebrew, or a Jew. And you said that the Yah names. We already dealt with that. What is your next example? Let's deal with that. We're gonna focus today. We're staying on topic. Let's go. I'm a mute.
So I don't get my 2 minutes. All right, so let's deal with Ghana. Let's deal with this the West Africans, right? There was a community of Jews in West Africa. They was called the Jews of Bil'ad El Sudan. Now, the thing about that is that these Jews that was in West Africa, they had a striving community up into the 1500s. That's so ironic because during the 1500s, that's when they had these slave voyages going on. 1492, Columbus come to America. Then you have a period of like eight or so years or whatever, the turn of the century. Now you have slave voyages coming back and forth to America, and we know this because that's when they found they call it the New World, and we know that they put people in Veracruz, all throughout the northern coast, right? So yeah, that's my next point right there. So the Jews of Bil'ad El Sudan. You can look it up. They had an empire. Hold on, let me get it. In Ghana. It went as far as Ghana. I gotta pull up my screenshots. Hold on, give me 1 second. Because I want to say this right. Give me 1 second. Garfield's.
Garfield, I am hooking you up with some food. I got some ISUPK brother that I want you to have a conversation with. I want you to kiss your teeth for.
Wait a second, yo. I'm waiting for this Bilal al-Sudan. Bilal al-Sudan. Bilal al-Sudan, for those who don't know, in medieval Arabic geography, Bilad al-Sudan means land of the blacks. It meant the Sahel belt, south of the Sahara, roughly Senegal, Mali, Niger to Chad.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Have you read the Arabic sources? Actually have the book right here beside me. Ironically, it's right here. Do you have a page number that you want to go over, or you just going off of memory?
I'm going off of my research.
So you have a Jewish community within the area of the land of the blacks? You have a Jewish community?
Yes, you have it's called the Jews of Bildad el-Sudan, not just Bildad el-Sudan. Bildad el-Sudan is Arabic for the land of the blacks, but you have the Jews. So it was a Jewish, it was people of Jewry that was connected, that was descendant of the Jews. That I think they traced it back to David or Solomon, one of them. That was in those communities.
All right. So what is your proof? I have UNESCO's work. I have a lot of works actually on Africa and West Africa. I would love for you to point out this Jewish community before 1492.
Well, I'll bring my sources, but we can just talk plainly right now. Of course, I have. I have sources.
I mean, a source. Anybody can produce a source, but the ultimate source for the Arabic sources is all right. Do you have a Jewish source, or you're using the Arabic source, right? Which is this book that I'm referring to, which is called The Corpus of Early Arabic Sources for West African History. Now, I do have a book by Marius Fareyes, and he has the primary sources from the cultures in Mali and their genealogy and their history, which contradicts what the Arabs wrote later. Now, these are the indigenous people that lived there. They wrote about themselves. They actually have the documentation, the epigraphic evidence, hundreds of writings from the local people of where they came from, where they're from, not the Arabic made up shit later with the Arabic sources. All I want to know is, what sources are you using to come to this conclusion? Because if you're using the corpus, you're going to have a problem. You're going to run into a problem. But either way, what does the source say? Because I'll deal with what the source says.
No, I have multiple sources. It's not just one source. You have writings.
There's no source that documents West African history better than two sources. The corpus of early Arabic sources for West African history, because most of them had converted to Islam. So they were writing in Arabic. Ghana, from the 11th century, they were Muslims. So in Ghana, you're going to find Muslim sources writing in Arabic. So I do have the African language from a linguistic perspective being written in the Arabic script. So I have that with Marius Fareyes' work from 1972. His work is better than any work you could find. So those two are the two sources that I'm using. I'm not using no other source. I'm using a primary source from the indigenous people in Ghana, and I'm using the Arabic sources, which is what the Arabs recorded. So what source are you using?
Yeah, I'm not going to appeal to no authoritative source right now. Like I said, there's multiple scholars who I have books by rabbis, PhD.
That's fine. I'm talking about the primary sources.
Well, I don't have the primaries. Just these are people that study these cultures and
So what are they saying? Can you read what they're saying then and quote them so I could have that information if I need to learn something? I don't know everything, brother.
I thought you was trying to. All right, so now you want my sources.
No, you all right. So even if they're Jews in Ghana, how do you prove that those Jews that were in Ghana are their descendants ended up on the slave trade? That's the issue that you're gonna have. Because all these Jews that are involved with the Sahelian, with the trans-Saharan trade, are trading towards that region, are doing anything commercially wise, they're documented. They're documented as the people that in some cases, documented as being part of the slave trade by being middlemen to sell to Europeans. So if you're saying Jewish communities in Ghana, show me that consistent community, which I know you won't, you can't, but you got to show me how they ended up on the slave ships. You see, you have never tried to falsify your argument. You see, falsification, hold on, brother, don't interrupt, please. Falsification is a part of the process when you're doing the historical critical method. If you're not able to falsify what you're saying, you should throw it out. So what happened is you believe you are an Israelite within your heart, and you're trying to find evidence to support your argument. That's not how you should research. You should research by asking a question first. Do we have evidence that African American ancestors were Jews? Hold on, let me finish, brother. Let me finish. Were Jews. And then what you do is you look for sources. You look for sources within each cultural line of who came over to the African Americans. So you're looking at people in Ghana, the Bight of Benin, Bight of Biafra. You're looking at people in Central Africa, Cameroon, Angola, where most of African Americans came from. Then you're looking at, let me see where else. That's pretty much it. Bight of Benin, Bight of Biafra, the West Central African, Cameroon, Angola, and the Kingdom of Congo, where most African Americans came from, 40%. And then you look at the other areas, Ghana, Nigeria, wherever, and see what you find. And then what you need to do is find actual Jews practicing and recorded and say, did these people, although they're recorded there, were they taken on ships? What was the lifestyle for the Jews there? So we have documentation to show the lifestyle in Peter Mark's book. So we have that for Senegal, but you got to show me the Igbo people who are practicing this, because I have oral traditions that go back to pre-colonization documenting what they were saying about the Igbos. And what they're saying is that they're not Jews. This is what the information is saying. It only changed in 1860 when a missionary starts saying, hey, they do circumcision like the Jews, and they start incorporating them like the Jews, but they don't do circumcision like the Jews. That's actually a lie, but that's a whole other conversation. But what I'm saying to you is you got to ask a research question and gather all the information and then go step by step with a process and then come to a conclusion. But it seems like you already have the answer and you're looking for, hey, Jews is in West Africa. That means, hey, African American are Jews. That's not how it works. So this is why. So go ahead, my brother.
So was these Jews converted to Islam?
What Jews? What Jews are you referring to?
The Jews that was in West Africa. Was they converted to Islam?
I have no information saying Jews on a whole, because you're saying Jews blanketly. You're not saying Jews in a particular region.
That's how the sources call them. They just say Jews. They don't say what type of Jews they are.
That source is too vague. You can't use that source. You got to find a better source then. You see, what happened is you're using a source that says Jews. So you're just saying everybody. So who is a Jew and who is not a Jew? I'm saying
obviously it's a distinction between the Jews and Arabs and West Africans, but those Jews, you have Moroccan Jews, right?
That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. That's North Africa. Has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Okay, these Moroccan Jews migrated to Senegal and Cape de Verde and islands like Cape de Verde.
That's different, but
so if they are migrating southward, they would
stop.
Go south from what?
Stop.
Go ahead, man.
Stop.
Go ahead.
If they're in Morocco and they migrate to Cape Verde, show me they in Cape Verde and get on the slave ships. That's it. That's easy.
That's where the slave ships went. That's where they came at. That's where they landed. That's where the slave ships arrived at.
Slave ships
on the west coast of Africa.
That makes no sense. Cape Verde has an established Jewish community that we have even up until today. The issue is you're going to have to prove that people who went to Cape Verde who are Jews ended up on slave ships. You can't do that. You can't assume because Jews is there, they went on slave ships. You can't do that.
No. That's not what I'm saying. We know that when the transatlantic slave trade happened, they grabbed people, they captured people from the west coast of Africa. We also know simultaneously that you have Jews being persecuted. It say the Jewish community continued to exist hundreds of years, but eventually disappeared as a result of changing conditions, persecution, migration, and assimilation. So they was being persecuted. So, and then we know that people just end up being captured that's on the west coast of Africa and they transported over here. But these Jews just disappeared off the face of the earth. So what happened to them?
Which Jews are you referring to, my brother?
The Moroccan Jews.
The Moroccan Jews they never disappeared. They're still there in Morocco up until today. What are you talking about?
See,
most of the Jews from Spain and Portugal ended up in Morocco in North Africa. What are you talking about? Hundreds of thousands of people. So what are you talking about?
So what happened when they had to go southward? When Afrikaners wrote that is striving Jewish. Hold on, let me find it. Let me find it real quick. Right here. It says, in addition, it may be noticed that Jews are found to be in Berbers, fortified villages all along the southern Morocco. So that's going south from Morocco. You look at a map into the adjacent Sahara. Thus, at the Altat near, I don't know these words, Talafalat, there is a mala. I think that means like a village.
Muslim worship place. Let me ask you this.
With about 500. Listen. You said dozens. It says with about 500. Look, hold on. Let's say this is a village with about 500 Jews. For Juji, a mala of 100 Jews. Going further south to what? There is a large community.
I got you.
Hold on. In the oasis of
Pause. Does it say they went towards Tuat? T-U-A-T.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So now we have an idea of who you're talking about. The Moroccan Jews going to Tuat, bro. Tuat is in Algeria, which is also North Africa. But Tuat, bro, can you stop? Just stop for a minute and learn something, because you're reading a source. You don't even, when it says south, you automatically think they ran it into areas like Nigeria, Ghana, and those areas. They're going where they're allowed to go, because technically Jews didn't travel below the Sahara without protection, because the Muslims wanted to control the money. So what they would do is, because remember, Jews couldn't travel on the Sabbath. Originally, they would have Berbers, converted Berber Jews, go into West Africa for trade. So that's how Jews ended up in West Africa. And they weren't even real Jews. They were converted Jews. But the point I'm making is with Tuat, they built synagogues there. There was a large community of Jews in Tuat, which is in Algeria, which is in North Africa, not West Africa. So that community got destroyed. Parts of it got destroyed because they had killed a Muslim, and the guy Magili put out a fatwa to kill off all the Jews. But the Jews in Mali, the people in Mali said, the mayors and all those people said, no, we're not going to follow through with that fatwa. We appreciate the Jewish people and so forth. What I'm saying to you is, now that you read your source is saying they went to Tuat, which is where Tamentit is, they call those people the Rothschilds of their day. That's what they're called by scholars. They were rich people. Now the point now is, if it's Tuat and it's Algeria, do you agree that's not West Africa? That's my first question.
Algeria is right under. It's right under.
My
It's
brother,
not that.
Algeria, West Africa.
Algeria is southeast of Morocco.
Is Algeria West Africa?
Is it? It's not. No, it's not West Africa.
Algeria is northern Africa. Morocco is northern Africa. Tunisia is what was called Afrique, where Africa, the name was used first, is North Africa. Egypt is Northeast Africa. Then you have, beside it, you have Libya, which is North Africa. So there were Jewish communities all over North Africa. I don't deny that. The Moroccan Jews traded with areas eventually later on with areas in West Africa. I agree. Now, your problem that you have again, let me just read this for you right here. What is well attested pre-1492 is Jewish merchant presence in the Sahara oasis, especially Tuat, commented on the trans-Saharan routes. Those communities set north of...
I said it was southeast of Morocco.
Hold on, bro. Hold on.
And it's southeast of Morocco. So why you say it like I said that wrong?
My brother, can you relax? Can you just relax? Because human beings, the ego, don't like us to be wrong. So if I'm get wrong, I'm gonna get defensive. But I'm trying not to be defensive if I'm wrong. So I'm asking you to try to mature in that area. So even if you're wrong, you could accept that you're wrong and not get egotistical. Now watch this. What is well attested pre-1492 is Jewish merchant presence in the Sahara oasis, especially Tuat commented on the trans-Saharan routes. Those communities sat north of the Sahel and were destroyed in 1492-93 after the preacher Al-Maghali, remember I just said it, incited persecutions. So you could see that in John Hunwick's work about what happened to that community and based off the fatwa that the guy put out. But what I will say to you is, again, can you prove Moroccan Jews, Algerian Jews went on the slave trade? I won't even bring up the Northern African Jews. That don't make no sense. You need to bring up Jews in Ghana, Nigeria, as you say.
Okay, so
widest place that y'all talk about. Senegal, Congo. You still have not shown anyone that was a Jew or a Hebrew or an Israelite that went on an actual slave ship.
So here we go right here. So all I put in Jews of Bildad Sudan. This is the AI overview, right? So say the Jews of Bildad El Sudan refer to a historical Jewish community in West Africa, prominent before the 14th century, with traditions linking them to ancient Israel in Yemen, existing within empires like Ghana and Mali. That's West Africa. While some modern groups claim descent, the original communities largely assimilated or dispersed through remnants and cultural echoes remain. Though remnants and cultural echoes remain along more recent Jewish presence in Sudan, modern day Sudan, which face decline due to regional conflicts and anti-Zionist policies leading to immigration. Historical West African communities, Bildad El Sudan. It's telling you right here, bro. What is called the Songhai Empire, and it's going from stretching from West Africa all the way to Timbuktu. You can just put it in, and that was the AI overview.
Are you finished, brother? In that AI overview you just read, did it say that the Jews in West Africa were slaves that came over on the transatlantic slave trade?
Well, don't you understand? This is the same. They inhabited the same area, and they disappeared after the turn of the century. What happened during that time? Well, people was being captured and taken as slaves as cargo, traded as cargo. So of course they disappeared.
You have any record that says a Jew was taken as cargo?
I have to go through my sources. All I'm saying, all I can go with is the evidence. So I have indirect.
GD and Capone, you first of all, your research methodology is just unbelievable at this point. Nobody would believe you in academia. Listen, let me finish this point.
Let
me finish this point. I don't know if he dropped off. I didn't kick him off. He dropped off. Let me say this carefully to everybody that's listening. He's begging the question. That's what he's doing. He's begging for someone to say yes, because Jews were in an era, they disappeared. That's the AI overview, and that's opinion. I'm dealing with facts. Show me a Jew on a slave ship as a slave. I could show you a Jew on a slave ship coming to North America, or getting hitchhiking a ride to the Caribbean, or hitchhiking a ride from Amsterdam to Curacao. Where do we do that at? We got Jews on slave ships hitchhiking rides. So all I'm saying is, this is what I'm saying plainly. You won't find a source to agree with my question. But what I'm willing to do is this. I'm willing to concede that Jews were in West Africa. I could concede that. The second thing I could concede is that Jews were commercial merchants. I could also agree with Jews, the men, and of course, all of this is men. It's not women, by the way. It's all men. I could say that the men were sleeping with African women. I could prove that. African women, I'm sorry, were sleeping with African women who were the chief of a tribe's daughter. They knew exactly who they were sleeping with. And that Luso-African class was the middleman for the Europeans that were buying slaves. So the Jews who you're finding in Africa, in West Africa, are merchants who are making money off the slave trade. We could document that. That's in Peter Mart's work. That's easy. But what we can find, family, on ships coming to North America directly, 400,000, we can find one person who is a Jew, who is an Israelite claimant, or a Hebrew coming on a slave ship to North America. We cannot find. My brother, hold on a second. Don't get jumpy, because I made you talk for a while ago. Listen to what I'm saying. We can find the Jews and what they're doing because they're the most documented people. I'm going to show you guys something, right? On the screen real quick. I'm going to show you guys something on the screen real fast. And I want you guys to understand where I'm coming from. It's not that African Americans can't be Jews. It makes no sense. It makes absolutely no sense. Now, I'm not saying, just like my brother Ahab Ever, who was born here, who descends from Sephardic Jews, there's those situations, yes, they exist, where people are born with this culture and born with this tradition. But I can't lie and say the overall African American population or the Jamaican population is largely Jewish. No, I can't agree to that. I'm not saying there's none, but you're just going to have to prove to me that what you're saying is true. And this is not difficult at all. Look at this guy's book right here. This is John Hunwick's book. I'm going to show you guys something real quick. Let me put it on the screen. This is John Hunwick's book. Give me a few minutes. Let me just put this out there. This is John Hunwick's book on the Timbuktu and the Songhai Empire. Al-Sadis, Tariq al-Sudan down to 1613 and other contemporary documents. What's going on here, my brother? What's going on here? The king is an inveterate enemy of the Jews. He does not wish any to live in his town. If he hears it said that a Barbary merchant frequents them or does business with them, he confiscates his goods. In Timbuktu, there are numerous judges, scholars, and priests, all well paid by the king, who greatly honors learned men. Many manuscript books coming from Barbary are sold. Such sales are more profitable than any other goods. Let's look at what it says now. There's another book, Jews of the Saharan Desert by John Hunwick. He's talking about the elimination of the Tamantit community. Remember Taut that you talked about?
Yeah.
That's that community. So look at it right here. So this is a map in his book.
Then where that community at? Point to it. You see it's right there above, right there where Morocco is.
I got you, bro. I got you.
It's on the passage. It's on the passage right there. But it's actually in Algeria. See Tamantit right here? Tuat is right beside it. So Timbuktu is down here. Mali Empire. Ghana, where Ghana would be, is a little bit off down here. And you have Shanghai, which would be bigger over here. None of them are in West Africa. They're in North Africa. That was the point that I was trying to make to you, right? So now that we have that, we say, okay, Tamantit is what? What's Tamantit? Tamantit is a fortified settlement among many others that form the oasis of Taut. It's spelled differently here, along a normally dry wadi, some 450 to 500 miles south of Tlemcen on the district caravan route to Timbuktu. We do not know for sure when this oasis area was originally settled by Sahara nomads and whether or not the first settlers were already Muslims. All right. Look at this right here. As for the Jewish settlers in Taud, it is evident that some were already settled there in the early 14th century, since there's a tombstone there inscribed in Hebrew and dated 1329. More evidence of Jewish presence in the Sahara is evident from the fact that a map of the whole Western Sahara area was produced in 1375 by two Majorcan Jews for Charles of Aragon, which shows not only Sigil Massa and Dra, through which passed the merchants who traveled to the land of the Negroes of Guinea. All right, so now watch this. Right.
So hey, hold on. So stop right there. So right there, is it saying that them Jews are Negroes?
No, they traveled to the land of the Negroes of Guinea.
That's Sudan. That's Sudan. That's built as Sudan, the land of the Jews. The land of the blacks.
Hold on 1 second. That's fine. You just asked a question. You said, is this saying that the Jews are black? It's not saying that. And then you pivoted to something else. Again, this is the Majorcan map that I'm about to show right now. It shows not only Sigil Massa. Where's Sigil Massa at? And Dra. Where are these places located at? It says,
I have to look at a map.
It says
it's referring to countries in the 1300s. So who knows? It's got to be somewhere in that area.
This is in Morocco. Sigil Massa is in Morocco. Listen to what the word says again. In 1375, two Majorcan Jews for Charles V of Aragon, which shows not only Sigil Massa and Dra, through which passed the merchants who traveled to the land of the Negroes of Guinea, but also Taud, Timbuktu, Gao, and Mali. So now it's saying when the merchants are coming through and when they're traveling, they travel through Sigil Massa, Dra, and they go from there to another spot, but they go to Taud, then they go to Timbuktu, Gao, and Mali. So they're saying that they travel through the area, not that they're there, that the merchants travel, because you have Arab merchants, you have Christian merchants, you have Jewish merchants, you have all type of merchants.
Well, it don't say the Jews are merchants. It says they have a community.
What community?
You just read it.
What community?
The Jewish presence in the Sahara.
Okay.
And it's talking about the West Sahara, because you read West Sahara first.
The Majorcan map actually covers the whole
Western Sahara area was produced. Yeah, right there. There you go, right there. The map of the whole Western Sahara was produced.
It's telling you, but it's not telling you, by two Majorcan Jews for Charles V of Aragon, which shows not only Sigil Massa, the place in Morocco, and Dra, through which passed the merchants who traveled to the land of the Negroes of Guinea. But also,
right, so merchants went into the land and they found what? Go ahead. My bad, bro.
Oh my God, this is funny. The dude said they said that the Jews is black. Oh man. In fact, Taut was like a junction for trade routes that came from the north, from Morocco to Tunisia, and those came from the south, from Walata to Kano or even the Borno region. In 1447, a Genoese merchant, Antonius Malfante, visited Tamantit and observed the Jewish community there, remarking, there are many Jews who lead a good life here, for they are under the protection of the several rulers, each of whom defends his own clients. They also enjoy a very secure social standing. Trade is in their hands, and many are to be trusted with the greatest confidence. What is that saying?
Don't that sound like black people? That don't sound like African Americans.
Why would you draw that conclusion from that?
Are there many African Americans that live a good life here in America?
Bruh, these people were considered the Rastas.
I'm just playing though, bro. I'm just playing. Go ahead, keep going.
Of their day. All right, hold on. All right, I have to do it North Africa, Iberian. All right, let's go here.
I do like this source that you got right here. There you go, Leo Africanus.
By the 15th century, the Jewish element of Tlemcen's population was relatively large. Leo Africanus estimated its Jews at about 4% of the city's total population. Muslim Jurists there apparently had mixed feelings about its community and its conduct. As we shall see, the Qadi Muhammad al-Uqbani strongly condemned the conduct of Jews who, so he said, dressed like Muslims and went out on trading journeys in the company of Muslims riding horses. He also condemned the Muslims who worked with them and were apparently prepared to risk their lives for their Jewish clients.
Now, even though they dress like Arabs, they understand that they are Jews, though. You understand that, right? So it's a distinction between the Arabs and the Jews.
Ain't nobody,
that's what I get out of that.
Nobody worried about that. So with a large Jewish population in Tlemcen involved in trans-Saharan trading, there was a clear connection with Taout. The condemnation of such Jewish activity may well have lain behind the condemnatory fatwa on the rights of Jews of Taout, produced by a Muslim scholar of Tlemcen, much of which can be translated in chapter 3 below. All right. So we have this. All right. So this is these are people who come from Spain and Portugal. They go to Morocco. That's where Tlemcen is. So most of the people who left from Portugal and Spain went there. That's where they went. All right. Just for the record, and we could prove that. All right. So what I want to actually get to is that's
hey, can I say something real quick? So the person that's talking about you will be called a Jew if you practice Jewry. That is true. That is true. But it's also for those that are how can you say it? That are descendants of actual Jews. That's why what I read, it said they have traditions tracing back to ancient Israel. It don't say that they have traditions tracing back to modern day Israel. No, it said ancient Israel in Yemen.
This is Magali after Taout. Remember I talked about the fatwa. He said, rise up, kill and enslave the infidels, pigs who care not for the name of Muhammad. Rise up and kill the Jews. They are indeed the bitterest enemies who reject Muhammad. Rise up and kill the Jews as they were killed at Khaybar beneath the sword of Muhammad. Rise up and kill the Jews and all those who fight for them. Thus will you please Muhammad. So that was his treatise against the Jews. The degradation of the community. Hold on, let me see what Leo Africanus says.
Now, is this what you were saying that was a forgery? What Africanus have wrote?
No, I was talking about the manuscript C of the Tariq al-Fatash. The degradation of the Tamantit Jewish community occurred in or around 1490, and some 2 years later, there was an anti-Jewish activity set up by a preacher. In Gur, there were some very rich Jews. The intervention of a preacher of Tlemcen set up the pillage of their goods. Most of them have been killed by the population. This event took place in the year when the Jews had been expelled from Spain and Sicily by the Catholic king. All right. All right, what I need to read that.
But we can see it's talking about a large community of Jews in that Western Sahara area.
Oh, it's not talking about the. Why are you lying? It's talking about. It's talking about Morocco, Tlemcen. It's talking about Taout. It's
yes, but it's southern Morocco. You gotta understand, Morocco. When they say Morocco, hold on. Can I say this?
Morocco is not West Africa. What are you talking
hold
about?
on, but you understand that Morocco and Mauritania they didn't have the boundaries that they have today that they had in 1300. Mauritania and Morocco was considered
10 large synagogues, which were not even sufficient for them. After the death of the king Abu Abdallah
in the year of grace 1517, their number and their means were diminished. Nowadays, they still hold the most beautiful road in Tlemcen. All right. Let me hurry up and finish this and get out of here. Oh, that's repeated. Okay. These are North African Jews. Tlemcen was captured by idolaters in the year 1542, and about 1,500 Jews were killed or taken prison. Some Jews went to Fez to ask the local community to ransom the captives, but they could not redeem all of them. All right, so Jews are being killed off and they are running. Jewish population lived into the 20th century when in 1941 they were established thousands dwelling in the city. However, see, they continued to live there in North Africa until 1941. Although Jews were banned from the Songhai Empire on the advice of Al-Maghali, some evidently got there, and as Mungapar explored Western Africa. There you go. There goes your West African Jews right now. In the late 18th century, he was told by an Arab he met near Walata that there were many Jews in Timbuktu, but they all spoke Arabic and used the same prayers as the Moors. In the 19th century, more Jews came from North Africa to Timbuktu for commerce, and some documents of theirs in Arabic, but many with Hebrew remark at the beginning, still exist in Timbuktu, most accessible in the center of documentation that Morocco had become a refuge for Jews degraded in other areas of North Africa, including Tlemcen. But if you notice, every time they speak about Jews, they speak of them as being merchants. Merchants. And the reason is...
Where does it say merchants right here?
It says it right here.
Where?
See? The Jews
said in the 18th, in the 19th century,
right
more
here,
Jews came to North Africa.
To Timbuktu for?
Commerce.
Okay, what's that?
In some documents of theirs in Arabic.
No. They came to Timbuktu for?
But that's not them being merchants. Merchants are
what do you do when they're commercial merchants? Why are you denying what I'm saying though? It's right in front of your face.
No, because the Berbers were the merchants
in the beginning.
But okay. If they are merchants, they are dispersed. So yes, they will go to travel certain places for trade. Okay. Right. Okay, I'll give you that. So now you're finna go ahead.
You ain't giving me nothing, bro. I'm good. This is the
These some good sources though, because I'm actually having a debate with an Arab Muslim.
Why don't you do it on here?
About Ishmaelites and Israelites. Are they African American Ishmaelites?
Here's the book I was telling you about, Forgotten Diaspora. You need to get this book. This document the trading communities, the Jews who went to West Africa and were practicing. They were a part of the blade trade. They're literally in Africa. So this is a good source for you. All right. Then you have, see, the world by local Wolof elite, who were in large part Muslims, the historical context of Jewish-Muslim relationship, They give their names and all type of stuff. Established Jewish merchants. Here at the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
All right. This is the lost white tribe. This is when this scholar was saying that there was a white tribe in I think Zimbabwe, because they didn't want to give credit to black people. Yeah, they didn't want to give credit to black people, so they say, hey, there's a merchant, it's a white tribe. Now this is
man, you something else, man.
No, right here.
So you really say that all those Jews are white people?
No.
Go ahead.
Guy, they made it up. That's what, you don't even listen to what I'm saying.
I'm listening to you. Go ahead.
The Lost White Tribe by Michael Robinson, explorer, scientist, and the theory that changed a continent. They were saying that white people built up Zimbabwe and all these great things in Africa. It was a lie. It was black people. That's what the book is about.
Okay.
White people did that. You see, you gotta listen.
They ain't catch skin cancer.
They weren't there, period. What are you talking about? This is the Catalan Atlas. So if you look at it,
that map before.
see Mansa Musa right here.
Mm-hmm. In the green, yeah.
But in West Africa, there's no Jews here. They are now encouraging Jews to come to West Africa because that's where the gold is. That was my point earlier. I was trying to tell you. Where the hell is this thing at? Okay, here we go.
But would you agree that they got striking similarity? Even these modern Jews, I don't want to say modern, these classical Jews like from 1400s.
You do know that you don't have to be an Israelite, right? You do know that, right?
I don't have to be an Israelite.
You do know that it's a possibility you're not. You do know that, right? You see, this is how bad your research is, because you can't picture yourself not being that because of your belief.
No, it's not. So I believe what I know.
You don't know anything, bro. You were converted into this belief.
I believe what I know.
All right.
Hold on. So are you familiar with Zion Lex?
I'm very familiar with my brother.
Right. So Zion Lex, he interviewed the chief rabbi of Africa.
Yeah, we talked about him earlier.
Oh, you was in the comments. No, that was at the debate. So right. So Zion in the chief rabbi of Africa, I forgot the guy's name.
By the way, too, because he says he's the chief rabbi of Africa, that means whatever he's saying is true.
No, he said we have all the books, we have all the history. We can now connect with our brothers over there in America. He was talking to Zion in the Western Hemisphere. So
with his plan and everything for Africa. And by the way, in his plan, have you read his plan?
No, I didn't get a chance to purchase his.
Watch this, audience. He never read his plan. In his plan, you're a convert. I read it. You African American is a convert.
But you know what a convert is, though, right?
You converted to the religion, not convert as far as your bloodline. He says you're not.
That's not what he means. That means that we was in another.
That his plan. His plan is saying African Americans are converts to the religion. He's not saying that you're a bloodline. You see, I'm tired of these people. Wonder why I go so hard as a Jamaican for African Americans. I'm tired of people coming to the culture and lying. They're lying. It's crazy. And you didn't even read his plan. And you talk about this African guy. You should have read his plan, bro.
I did. I looked it up. I looked into it.
All right. I got it right here, my phone right now.
It's called the Shema. It's called something with an S.
Go read it. You're a convert. That's what it says.
I think I did read some. I probably read the cover page. It's on Amazon. His book is on Amazon.
You are a convert. Black Jews of Africa. This has been around for a while. This is a newspaper from the 1800s. 1925 actually. But anyway, I'm good. I'm stopped showing this. I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna go watch my football game. I want to say thank you for GDN Capone. Listen, bro, email me. We need to connect. I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't believe you're an Israelite. It's your belief. Let me ask you this: do you believe in Second Esdras?
Second Esdras, yeah. What about it?
When was it written?
Second Esdras?
Yeah.
They got different dates for it.
All right, cool. This is what I'm gonna do. Next week, jump on. We're gonna have a conversation about Second Esdras from the start to the finish. And let me tell you something. Second Esdras is considered pseudepigraphia in academia, right? It's also hold on. In academia, it's considered a pseudepigraphia. It's also unanimously dated in 3 different time periods by 3 different writers in 3 different languages, meaning that chapters 1 and 2 was written in the 2nd century.
14 and 15, yes, I know.
3 to 14 was written in the 1st century. Chapters 15 and 16
was written in the 3rd century. One is written in the first 2 chapters is written in Latin. We know Ezra could not write in Latin. The 3 to 14 is written in late biblical Hebrew.
Wait, hold on. So the only problem that I have with that, so how they determine how these things is written in those dates? Because they don't have carbon dating at this time, right? So and even if they did, it still don't tell you when it was written. They just tell you when that material is available for him to use it.
Do you believe you're an Israelite?
Brother, what does that
answer? Let's answer the question. Do you believe you're an Israelite?
I believe we have. Yes, I have.
Right.
Most
you're Israelite 100%. No. It's not a gotcha question. What I'm trying to say to you is, all you got to do is go into the Israelite history and look at when they started using Second Esdras. Is that a fair? Is that a fair suggestion? I'm just asking you. Is that a fair suggestion by Garfield to you as a non-believer of being an Israelite to a believer who's an Israelite? Is that a fair suggestion that you should look at when the Israelites started to read that book or use that book?
Yes, it's in the Second Temple period. Anywhere from
what time period?
Anywhere from 6th century BC to up into the first?
All right, so let me ask you this.
1st century CE.
Let me ask you this.
4th century CE.
What if no Israelite used that book?
What if no Israelite used that book?
Yeah.
What does Second Esdras have to do with anything?
I'm just asking a simple question, bro. I asked you if you're an Israelite. You said, yeah, 100%. You believe that in your heart. I'm saying to you, is it fair to ask you as a suggestion, you should look at when Israelites in history use Second Esdras? That's a fair. Is that fair, Courtney? Is that fair? I want to know if that's a fair question. Is that a fair suggestion? I would look at
if you're saying that no Israelite used it, so you're trying to say that it was written after the 4th century then.
Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. If I'm an Israelite and I said I would look at when the Israelites use it. I'm just trying to figure out to you when the Israelites used it, what did they use it as? Was it considered part of the canon, like how Daniel, Isaiah, Jeremiah is a part of the canon? What should I look for as far as the usage of the book? Because we know the book of Daniel was used by Israelites. We know the book of Jeremiah, Isaiah, Ezekiel. We know all those prophets were used by. We know that Jesus ben Sirach, I think he has a list in the 2nd century of all the prophets we should use. The prophecies that we should pay attention to. I'm paraphrasing. We have church fathers mentioned in books and so forth. But what I'm saying is for Second Esdras, that particular book, whether part 1, part 2, part 4, part 5, or part 6, I would love to see when an Israelite is using it. And another thing that's crazy about this book.
It's in the Septuagint.
No, it's not.
First Esdras is in the Septuagint.
That's not. Do you want to put some money on it?
I have an English copy of the Septuagint. It has First Esdras in there.
Again, that's not Second Esdras, bro.
You said part 1, part 2. So I thought you was talking about 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
I'm talking about part 4, part 5, and part 6. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about 1st and 2nd.
By the way, talking about the part how they parsed it. Okay.
All right.
How the scholars is saying, this 1 and 2 is here, then 3 and 4 is here.
Because they consider Ezra and Nehemiah Esdras 1. They consider Esdras 1, what we call Esdras 1 today, Esdras 2 in the LXX.
Yes.
Okay, this is why you get confused. All right.
No, I know that.
So now, would you agree that the LXX is something that the Israelites approved of? Would you agree to that?
The Septuagint, yes.
Okay. All right. So if you don't see
Second Esdras is not in the Septuagint.
It's not in the Septuagint. All right. What about which other canon can we go to see where the Israelites are using the Second Esdras we're talking about? 4, 5, and 6.
What you mean?
4, 5, and 6.
What about it? What about 4, 5, and 6? You said how can we prove that?
How do we evaluate if second Esdras is what do you call it? Is it legitimately used by Israelites? When do we first see second Esdras being used in history? Chapters 4, 5, and 6 that we're referring to. That's second Esdras.
Well, some scholars says you have it being used frequently in the 1st century CE.
Who is using it in the 1st century CE?
The 1st century Jews.
You have records of 1st century Jews quoting from this?
Yeah, it says 1st century, and then you have it resurfacing in the 4th century.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Why is it not before the 1st century?
Well, there's a lot of reasons why it's not before. You have the Maccabean era that happens when everything gets burnt and destroyed, and you have those of the Jews rewriting.
Why are you lying right now? There's no source that says second Esdras was burnt. You're making that up.
It says the books was burnt. It says the library was burnt.
Who said the libraries was burnt? Who said
it's
that?
in the Maccabees.
It says the libraries was burned with second Esdras in it?
Listen, the Maccabees. I'm going to read. I'm going to read the intro to the Maccabees.
Oh boy. Last question about second Esdras. When did they leave for Arzareth? What time period?
Anywhere from Shalmaneser, that was in 586 BC.
What is it? Shalmaneser? Shalmaneser was way before that.
No, Shalmaneser is in the Syrian king.
The Assyrian king.
Or maybe that's 721. No, 721 is when the kingdom split, right? No,
the kingdom split under.
No, 721 is Shalmaneser, the Assyrian king. So that's anywhere from that time.
Shalmaneser and Sargon and Tiglath-Pileser. All right, so that's when they went to Arzareth.
You said is that when they went to Arzareth?
Yeah.
No, it'll be any time between that time and the 1st century. So I believe they went to Arzareth in somewhere in the 1st century. Because we know that there was communities. We have Jewish communities along like Asia and stuff like that.
So when
they was writing back to the Jews in Jerusalem.
All right. So when did they leave? Where's the evidence that they leave? Where's that evidence? Where's that evidence at all that they left the area? Where in the New Testament it says that they left? Because Josephus is saying they're beyond the Euphrates, right there. Pliny the Elder is saying the same thing. Church Father Jerome is saying the same thing. Church Father in the 5th century saying the same thing. Church Father in the 6th century saying they're beyond the Euphrates, the same place.
No, Josephus didn't say that.
Yes, Josephus said they're beyond the Euphrates. You want the quote?
Beyond the Euphrates, that's right. That means that they're beyond the Euphrates, meaning they're across the Euphrates and further. Why he didn't just say in Babylon? They're in Babylon. He didn't say that.
No. Beyond the Euphrates. Put it in AI right now. Look up beyond the Euphrates, what it means. Put it in the AI right now.
Beyond the Euphrates is Mesopotamia.
Beyond the
Euphrates is the Mesopotamia. The Euphrates is Euphrates and Tigris River encompass Mesopotamia.
What is beyond the Euphrates? What does it mean? What did Josephus mean?
He mean that they went further past Mesopotamia.
It can't be beyond the Euphrates because the Euphrates is, you have two rivers, right? Euphrates and Tigris, right?
Right.
All right. So where would they be when it's beyond the Euphrates? You said Mesopotamia, right? That's what you just said, right?
I said they would be yes, because you have Assyria and then you have Mesopotamia right there, and the Tigris and Euphrates.
Mesopotamia is all of it.
Those two. So when you cross the Euphrates, go ahead.
Mesopotamia just means land between the two rivers. That's all it means. That's all that means, brother.
Yeah, Mesopotamia. Yeah.
But if they're still in Mesopotamia, they're still in the area beyond the Euphrates because they're
no. He's not talking about Babylon. Josephus even says it. Bro, I read Josephus work all the time.
I never said he's talking about Babylon. The tribes in the northern tribes never went to Babylon. The southern tribes went to Babylon. The northern tribes, when Sennacherib took the tribes from Judah, from all the towns, 2 Kings 18, he took them to northern Mesopotamia. Nebuchadnezzar took them to southern Mesopotamia, which is Babylon. There's a difference.
Mm-hmm. I don't have no contention with that. The northern kingdom, which states in 2nd Esdras that they left the Assyrians and they traveled further. You trying to say that that's a construction? When was that constructed?
1st century.
Even if it was constructed in the 1st century, it's still is that the truth? Is that what happened? What happened to the northern kingdom Jews?
It's not true. It is not true. It never happened.
How? When it's giving you a record where they went.
My brother, it's made up. This is why the person wrote under a pseudonym called Ezra. If somebody, let me ask you a question. How do you define a pseudepigrapha? How do you define it? Have you ever heard of the Gospel of Paul?
That's
why don't you use it? The Gospel of Paul. Why don't you use it?
Because the Bible tells you anything that's named after a gospel other than the 4 gospels that hasn't been taught. It's clickbait. It tells you that in the Bible.
Okay.
Paul write that in his epistles.
Anybody who writes under somebody's name and it's not them, it's pseudepigraphia, and you should not use it.
But that's not what pseudepigraphia means. Pseudepigraphia means is that they don't know. Pseudepigraphia means that they don't know who the writer is.
Nope.
So it's accredited to this person, but somebody else could have wrote it. But that other person could have been a scribe or something. I don't have to personally write something down.
Let me ask you a question. If you write a book under my name, should anybody trust it?
We call it autobiography.
That's not an auto.
I mean a biography. My bad. I get them mixed up.
No, if you write a book under my name, that's not an autobiography, brother. You're lying. You're saying you're Garfield. That's a lie.
No, I'm not. That's not what that means. If I'm writing, if you're telling me it's like in court when they have a stereographic, stenographer, right? Someone that write down what everybody is saying. Now,
always mean the Mesopotamia geography. Always mean Mesopotamia geography. Always. So if you said beyond the Euphrates, they know what you're talking about. When the Christian church said beyond the Euphrates,
so you gotta show a reference to that. Because Josephus was very clear. He would have said in Mesopotamia.
My brother, go and look up the quote. He says beyond the Euphrates. You know where he's talking about. He's talking about the Mesopotamia area. That's what he's talking about. That's what he's talking about. There's no, even if you say it's beyond whatever, they're still in Mesopotamia, which they were taken to northern Mesopotamia. So they're still in Mesopotamia. What you want to do is take 2nd Esdras as gospel and make these people transport to make your doctrine true. But look how I'm gonna kill you right now. You're gonna run off the stage. Show me people leaving in the 1st century or any time period from that area. Show me the migration.
Well, I have it.
I bet you can do it. Now, in the New Testament, right? We could look at all the areas that's mentioned for the Gospels, in Romans, in Acts, in the Gospels, all the areas where people are. We could refer to it in actual history and say, yo, if you notice, why are they saying that the people are located in these areas? And everything is the Roman world, the geography of the Greek and Roman world. There's limitations. Why is there no Tazaryach mentioned in the New Testament? Because it's made up. It's a transliteration issue. It ain't got nothing to do with nothing, man.
That's not you.
Geography broadly refers to literature that is falsely attributed.
So you saying Tazaryach is what, Latin and is not Greek?
Tazaryach is Greek and Latin. It's Greek and Latin. It is Greek and Latin.
It's Greek and Latin.
What happened is,
Okay.
do you know Hebrew? Do you know what Tasad is? I think it's how you pronounce T-S-A-D-E, Courtney.
Tasad?
Yeah, how you pronounce that?
Tasad? That's righteous, right?
No. I'm talking about the letter in the Hebrew language. How you pronounce it? T-S-A-D-E. Courtney got to come on and teach me that one.
It's Taz. It's like Tazah, not Tazah, but it makes it's like a Z sound.
When you lead from the Hebrew to
in
the
modern Hebrew, it'll be a Z. It'll be a Z sound.
Remember, Arzareth is 2 words. It's a compound word. Aretz, Aheret. And what happened is when it's translated down to the Latin, from the Greek to the Latin, they mistakenly, certain words don't go from like the TZ sound. You see the TZ that he's talking about right here? You can't translate it straight up in Greek. It don't fit the language how they translate it. So that's
right.
how
it'll be.
What happened is Rabbi Eleazar and the other rabbi was arguing about Deuteronomy, about the tribes coming back, and they refer to Deuteronomy 29. When they do the Deuteronomy 29, that's where it says another land. So what the guy did was translate the word for another land, Ahet, and translated and made it into Arzareth because of the Greek.
Man, that's a reconstruct. That's a how you know?
Because the Greek.
So what's the other land? What's the other land? Aretz mean land. That means land. So you saying they took the word land, another land,
and made it into a proper noun. They made it into a proper noun because another land is a regular noun. Land is a regular noun.
What's the other, so what's the another land that they went into? Mesopotamia?
No, it's not about, bro. You're looking at Second Esdras like it's facts, and that's your problem again. You see, when I ask you, right? When I ask you, Eretz is land, we know that. When I ask you, where's the evidence of them leaving Mesopotamia? You're stuck because there's no evidence. There's no evidence of transporting. There's no evidence of anything. These people are literally documented in Mesopotamia, building structural governments. Their ancestors, their descendants are building in the land with their Hebrew Israelite names, and they kept their language for years, for centuries, and they remain in the land. In fact, Benjamin Tadella went back there in the 12th century, and he said that these people claim they are from the people who went to that land. He saw over 100,000 people. So for you to say that because you want your doctrine to be true, you want to lie because you have no evidence. If you don't have no evidence, why would you talk like it's truth? That's the point. Show me evidence of people leaving from Mesopotamia. Show me the evidence. That's all. If you can't show the evidence,
why would we have that? You asking for something? That's a fallacy, bro. That's called an argument from silence. You know the absence of evidence. What is it? The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
Okay. All right. Watch this. We have evidence of a long strand of primary evidence talking about where these people are. So we have Josephus. We have Pliny the Elder. We have the church fathers. We have Arabic sources. We have Benjamin Tadella. We have all these sources who are documenting that the people are in Mesopotamia. So what are you talking about? As a matter of fact, let me get all the sources and read it for the audience so that the audience can get the information. Because you don't
so you're saying they're in Mesopotamia.
You want belief. I don't want no belief. I want facts. That's what I want. I want facts. You can't prove that they left there. You believe that because you believe in a book that's been written that the Christians changed up. The Christians wrote the chapters 1 and 2 and 15 and 16, one in Latin and one in Koine Greek. Ezra couldn't have wrote Koine Greek, and why they lying and saying Ezra wrote the book? And then watch this on top of it now. Watch the Dagger family, how Garfield is dangerous. In chapter 1, it says Ezra the prophet wrote it. In chapter 3, it says Salathiel wrote it. They don't even have the information right. And then the Christians, what they did now, the evil Christians, right, Courtney? The evil Christians that they hate, the Christians that they say lie, look what the Christians did. They changed my Messiah and put my son Jesus in chapter 7. And then they changed chapter 3 where it says Salathiel wrote it and removed his name and leave Ezra by itself, so it wouldn't contradict what chapter 1 says.
Where you see Salathia at? Where that's at?
That's in the original documents. All you got to do is look up the earliest. Matter of fact, let me put it in the chat. Don't take my word for it. Don't ever take my word for nothing. I'm gonna put it in the chat so that everybody could see it for themselves. Salathiel is the writer. So you're gonna believe a book where it says Salathiel. How could Salathiel be the writer? That's Zerubbabel's father. How could he be the writer?
That's whose father?
That's Zerubbabel's father. He's not related to Ezra at all. They're two different lines. Y'all just believe anything in America, bro. I
that's not what
that's not a problem.
What I don't know what you're going on for. You saying a lot of things. It doesn't make sense what you're saying.
What doesn't make sense?
You just constructed that. That it says in chapter 3 that it's Salathia, and then in chapter 1, why would it have a different name in chapter 3 when in chapter 1 it tells you who's writing?
So Garfield has made it up, right? Say it. So Garfield is a liar.
I ain't say all that. I'm just saying, like, it's like you reaching a conclusion and like you were, I don't know, like you constructing it. I ain't saying that you all the way alive. I'm just saying, like, these things, if we don't have this, we don't, just because we don't have the information, that don't mean that it's not true.
In the
only time we tell what's true and what's not. Go ahead.
In the 30th year after the destruction of the city, I was in Babylon. I, Salathiel, who am also called Ezra, I was troubled as I lay on my bed, and my thoughts wheeled up in my heart. So it says, I, Salathiel. In the Christian King James now, they take it out and move I, Ezra.
So what this is, what this come from?
I made it up. Remember you said I made it up?
No, I'm saying, where that come from?
No, all right, let me explain something to the audience.
Hold on, look, because this is what it says in the 13th year after the ruin of the city, I was in Babylon. It don't say I, Salathia. So where you get that at? Because that's not even in, because it's not in the Septuagint, because Second Esdras is not in the Septuagint. So I want to know where you getting that from.
You know what's sad? You guys like to talk about stuff you don't know nothing about. And that's sad. But let me finish my point before you jump in. If you want to know about Second Esdras, family, remember Second Esdras has an extra chapter 1 and 2 and 15 and 16, right? Do you know there's a Syriac version, an Ethiopic version, an Armenian version? Tons of different versions. Do you know none of those versions have chapters 1 and 2 and chapters 15 and 16? They don't have that because the Christians made it up. They're only in the Latin version where the Christians have. So the Christians are the one that preserve Second Esdras to put in your Bible today. The same Christians that they say is evil, that teach Trinity, that have the wrong information. I am saying to you, don't speak about what you don't know. Don't do it because you're going to look crazy out here. I'm going to say this to everybody who's watching. The original manuscripts, all of them from the Syriac, the Armenian, and all of them that they have, all say I, Salathiel. The Christians now in the King James remove that out of it. Just like how they changed the word from my Messiah, they put Jesus. The Christians did that. Now, if you read Second Esdras, hold on 1 second. Don't say a word yet. I'm gonna let me see if I got something in what you call it. Let me do something real quick. Hold on 1 second, family. 1 second. Let me see if I got something on Chat GPT I could bring up. Let me see something real fast. We're talking about Second Esdras, right? Esdras. Let me show y'all something real quick. And then, by the way, to chapters 1 and 2 contradict chapters 3 to 14, because Israel is totally done away with. God is done with Israel. It's replacement theology. That's how you know Christians wrote it.
Wait, what?
Yeah, chapters 1 and 2 is it replaces Israel. It kicks Israel to the curb. God is done with Israel in chapter 1 and 2. He's done with Israel. He kicked them to the curb. But I guess y'all not reading the book. It's
Who
crazy.
said that?
It says it in the book. What are you
No, it
talking about?
doesn't.
Bro? Do me a favor. Just mute up for a second. Just mute up.
No, because you making things up.
Just mute up for a second. Just mute up for 1 second.
No, wait, hold on. Listen. But you making things up, though.
Let me make up what I'm making up. I'm gonna get to that in a minute. Listen, let me just do what I'm doing. I gotta show the audience something real quick. That's very important regarding this topic.
Hey, let me ask you this question real quick. Is Paul's epistle, Romans, is that considered authentic? His epistles to the Romans?
I think it is. I'm not sure. I think it is.
So in Paul's epistle, it said God never forsake his people.
Very interesting.
So now how can you say that in Second Ezra it's saying that he forsake them, that he's done with them?
Okay. So Garfield lying, all right? This is crazy, man. How y'all defend a book and y'all don't read the book? Y'all, I don't understand black people, yo. I don't understand y'all at all.
Y'all gonna drag yourself. You and Sonetta, y'all gonna drag yourself crazy.
No, I'm not drag. I don't know why you're bringing up Sonetta by the way, too. I don't know what's the purpose of that.
Cause you got all the information and you still can't see it. That's something wrong. That's a problem, bro.
The problem is you, though. The problem is not me. The problem is you.
I don't go out and teach. I don't do none of that. I let people be how they gonna be.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I just let y'all be how y'all gonna be, bro. Now, what I would do, I have debates. I debate because people be lying.
Yeah, that's interesting. Hold on a second.
Also, in Lucas say that they're gonna be taken into every nation. You know, so it's even if you start to omit certain things, it's still stuff that we can still use. That's point two. It ain't just we just hanging on second address, or we just hanging on the names on the what was those the names that was on the ledgers. No, it's more, it's other things, bro. Like we just went and saw a whole community of Jews in West Africa. You can't unsee that. Where those Jews at today? Where that community of Jews that was in West Africa? Because if you go into the
community are you talking about? You keep saying community. What community?
You just read a whole community. What you trying to say? Oh, they merchants. They traveling to West Africa.
What community are you referring to, sir? That's all I'm asking you.
We just read the community.
What community? You're talking about the community in Senegal? I already talked about that. That's after 1492. They are well established. They had a blade trade and everything. They are well established. They're well documented. They had a house. We could tell you the names of the people in the house and everything. Where they went, what they did. Did they go to Amsterdam? These people are writing letters to other areas in the world where Jews are. They're well documented.
Right.
What are you talking about?
No, I agree with that.
So what people are you talking about?
So you say Santiel, hold on. Let me get this address. Let's get back to this address, bro. So the first address, second book of the prophet Ezra, son of Sarias, son of Azariah, son of Hilkiah, the son of Sadamias, the son of Zadok, son of Ishar, Akhtab. Santiago. I heard that name before too.
As I close out this show, I want to read how first chapters in Second Esdras, first and second chapters. I'm going to read 4 things for you guys through the scripture. I don't care about what these guys and their personality says. I only read what the truth. It says God rejects Israel. God turns to another people. The church replaces Israel, and Zion is taken away and given to others. Let me give you all the actual quote, so y'all could go back and study. This is what's so crazy about Second Esdras. Second Esdras 1:24-25. Seeing ye have forsaken me, I will forsake you also, and deliver you into the hand of your enemies. This is a damn, my computer freezing up, yo.
Yeah, this the same language though. This the same verbiage that's used by the prophets.
You just said to me, right? I don't think you listen to yourself when you talk. I don't think you do. Ancient Ghana Empire had Israelites. I have no records of ancient Ghana Empire having Israelites. I have no records of that. Unless you have a primary source, bring it up. If you're going to tell me what the Arabs wrote, I'm going to tell you what the brother in Ferrari, or whatever his name is, Marias Ferrari, what his book says. If you're going to show me that. Show me those Israelites in ancient Ghana. Show me them. Show me the ancient Israelite communities. Show it to me.
What chapter? What's the verse you read in Second Esdras, bro?
Hold on, I'm gonna read it to you in a second. Hold on 1 second. My computer is free.
To me, so right here, this is talking about everything that happened in the Exodus. Summing it up. This is the same thing that spoke about in Jeremiah. I think this is what you're talking about. Say, I gather you together as a hen gather her chickens under her wings, but now what shall I do unto you? I will cast you out from my face, and when ye offer unto me, I will turn my face from you. For your solemn feast days, your new moons, and your circumcisions I have forsaken. I sent unto you my servants, the prophets, whom ye have taken and slain, and torn their bodies in pieces, whose blood I will require at your hands, saith the Lord. That's what you're talking about?
All right, mute up. All right. Second Esdras 1:24-25. Seeing ye have forsaken me, I will forsake you also, and deliver you into the hand of your enemies. Second Esdras 1:28-29. Thus saith the Lord Almighty, have I not prayed you as a father his sons, as a mother her daughters, and a nurse her young babes, that ye would be my people, and I should be your God? But ye have forsaken me and denied me, and said unto me, we are not thy people. Second Esdras 2:10-12. Thus said the Lord unto Esdras, tell my people that I will give them the kingdom of Jerusalem, which I would have given unto Israel. You see, he would have given it unto Israel, but he's going to give it to my new people. that he talks about in First Ezra in the first chapter. I have left my house. I have forsaken my heritage. I have given the dearly beloved of my soul into the hands of her enemies. Whoso believeth in me shall not be afraid. I have forsaken my people. I have given them into the hands of their enemies. Go back and read 2nd Ezra, bro. Have a good day. I'm out. Hey, peace and love, y'all. I'm out of here, man. All right? I've been on for long enough. Peace.